Chapter 1. Oliver Stone was counting seconds, an exercise that had always calmed him, and he needed to be calm. He was meeting with someone tonight, someone very important, and Stone didn't quite know how it was going to go. He did know one thing for certain. He was not going to run. He was through running. Stone had just returned from Devine, Virginia, where Abby Riker, a woman he'd met, lived. Abby had been the first woman Stone had feelings for since he'd lost his wife 3 decades prior. Despite their obvious fondness for one another, Abby would not leave Devine, and Stone could not live there. For better or worse, much of him belonged to this town, even with all the pain it had caused. That pain might become even more intense. The communication he'd received an hour after returning home had been explicit. They would come for him at midnight. No debate was allowed, no negotiation suffered through, no chance of any compromise. The party on the other end of the equation always dictated the terms. A few moments later, he stopped counting. Car tires had bitten into the gravel that lined the entrance to Mount Zion Cemetery. It was a historical, if humble, burial site for African Americans who'd gained prominence by fighting for things their white counterparts had always taken for granted, like where to eat, sleep, ride in a bus, or use the bathroom. The irony had never been lost on Stone that Mount Zion rested high above fancy Georgetown. It was not all that long ago that the wealthy folks here only tolerated their darker brethren if they wore a maid's starched uniform, or else were handing out drinks and finger foods and keeping their obedient gaze on the polished floors. Car doors opened and car doors closed. Stone counted 3 clunks and then 3 sets of footsteps. So a trio of men. They wouldn't send a woman for this, he didn't think, though that might simply have been the prejudice of his generation. Glocks or SIGs or perhaps customized models depending on whom they sent to do the deed. Regardless, the weapons would be chambering efficiently lethal ordnance. The guns would be holstered under nice suit jackets. No black-clad stormtroopers rappelling from the skids of go-fast choppers in quaint, well-connected Georgetown. The extraction would be quiet, no important person's sleep interrupted. They knocked. Polite. He answered, to show respect. These people had no personal grudge against him. They might not even know who he was. It was a job. He'd done it, though he'd never knocked beforehand. Surprise, and then the millisecond long pull of a trigger had been his M.O. A job. At least I thought that, because I didn't have the courage to face the truth. As a soldier, Stone had never had any qualms about ending the life of anyone who was trying to terminate his. War was Darwinism at its most efficient, and the rules were innately commonsensical. Kill or be killed, chief among them. However, what he had done after leaving the military had been different in a way that left him permanently mistrustful of those in power. He stood in the doorway, framed by the light behind him. He would have chosen this moment to fire if he'd been on the trigger side. Quick, clean, no chance of missing. He'd given them their opportunity. They didn't take it. They were not going to kill him. It was actually 4 men, and Stone felt slight apprehension that his observations had been flawed. The leader of the pack was trim, 5'10", short hair, and efficient eyes that took in everything and gave nothing in return. He motioned to the vehicle parked by the gate, a black Escalade. There was a time when Stone would have rated a platoon of crackerjack killers coming for him by land, sea, and air. Those days, apparently, were over. A quartet of suits in a Cadillac on steroids was enough. There were no unnecessary words uttered. He was expertly searched and ushered into the vehicle. He sat in the middle bench seat, a man on either side of him. He could feel each of their muscled arms as they lay against his. They were tensed, ready to block any attempt by Stone to get to their weapons. Stone had no thought of making such an attempt. Now, outnumbered 4-1, he would lose that battle 10 times out of 10, a blackened tattoo painted on his forehead, a third eye his reward for the fatal miscalculation. Decades ago, it was probable that 4 men far better than these would lay dead as he walked away to fight another day. But those days were long in the past. "Where?" he asked. He never expected a response, and didn't get one. A minute later, he stood alone outside a building virtually every American would recognize. He didn't stand there for long. More men appeared, better and higher ranked than the ones who had just dropped him off. He was now in the inner ring. The personnel became more skilled the closer one approached the center. They escorted him down a corridor with numerous doorways. Every single one of them was closed, and it wasn't simply the lateness of the hour. This place never really slept. The door opened and the door closed. Stone was alone once more, but again, not for long. A door opened in another part of the room and the man entered. He didn't look at Stone, but motioned for him to sit. Stone sat. The man settled down behind his desk. Stone was an unofficial visitor here. Normally a log was kept of everyone passing through this place, but not tonight. Not him. The man was dressed casually, chinos, open-collared shirt, loafers. He slid glasses over his face, rustled some papers on his desk. A single light burned next to him. Stone studied him. The man looked intense and determined. He had to be to survive this place. He put down the papers, slid up the glasses. "We have a problem," said James Brennan, the President of the United States, "and we need your help." Chapter 2. Stone was mildly surprised, but didn't show it. Registering surprise was never good in situations like this. A problem with what? The Russians. All right. Nothing new there, thought Stone. We often have problems with the Russians. The president continued. "You've been there." It wasn't a question. "Many times." "You speak the language." Again, not a question, so Stone remained silent. "You know their tactics." "I used to know them. That was a long time ago." Brennan smiled grimly. "Just like hairdos and clothes, if one hangs around long enough, things come back in style, including, apparently, espionage techniques." The president leaned back and put his feet up on the resolute desk that had been a gift from Queen Victoria to America near the end of the 19th century. Rutherford B. Hayes had been the first sitting president to use it, and Brennan the latest. "The Russians have a web of spy rings entrenched in this country. The FBI has arrested some of them, infiltrated others, but more are out there of which we have no information. Countries spy on each other all the time," said Stone. "I would be stunned if we didn't have intelligence operations going on over there." "That's beside the point." "All right," said Stone, who actually thought that was the point. "The Russian cartels control all the major drug distribution pipelines in the Eastern Hemisphere. The monies involved are truly enormous." Stone nodded. This he knew. "Well, now they control it in the Western Hemisphere as well." This Stone didn't know. "I knew the Colombians had been muscled out by the Mexicans." Brennan nodded thoughtfully. Stone could sense in the man's weary expression the mounds of briefing books he had no doubt pored over today to understand this and a dozen other critical matters thoroughly. The presidency would suck up every ounce of energy and intellectual curiosity one cared to give the job. Brennan said, "Pipeline trumps product. They finally figured that out. You can make the crap anywhere, but getting it to the buyer is the real key. And on this side of the world, Americans are the buyers. But the Russians have kicked our southern neighbors' ass, Stone. They have killed and clawed and bombed and tortured and bribed their way to the top, with the result that they are now in control of at least 90% of the business, and that is a major problem." "I understood that Carlos Montoya—" The president brushed this comment aside impatiently. "The papers say that. Fox and CNN broadcast that. The pundits fixate on it, but the fact is, Carlos Montoya is done. He was the worst of the scum in Mexico. He killed 2 of his own brothers to win control of the family business, and yet he proved no match for the Russians. In fact, our intel leads us to believe that he's been killed. The Russians are about as ruthless as they come in the drug world. "All right," said Stone evenly. So long as the Mexican cartels were the adversary, it was manageable. Not ideal, of course, but it didn't reach national security status. We could battle it on our borders and in the metro areas where the cartels had infiltrated primarily through gang ranks. It's different with the Russians. Meaning a connection between the spy rings and the cartels? Brennan eyed Stone, perhaps surprised he made the connection so fast. "We believe there is. In fact, our belief is that the Russian government and their drug cartels are one and the same." "That's a very troublesome conclusion," said Stone. "And the correct one, we think. Illegal drug sales are one of the leading exports from Russia. They make it in the old Soviet labs and ship it all over the world through various means. They pay off the people they have to and kill the ones they can't bribe. The monies involved are enormous, hundreds of billions of dollars, too enormous for the government not to want its share. And there's more to the equation." "You mean the more drugs they sell to America, the weaker we become as a nation? It drains dollars and brain cells. It increases the level of both petty and major crime, taxes our resources, shifts assets from productive areas to non-productive ones." Again, Brennan looked surprised at Stone's nimble articulation. "That's right, and the Russians know something about the power of addictions. Their populace certainly abuses both drugs and alcohol. But we have detected a purposeful, enhanced effort by the Russians to basically overwhelm America with drugs." The president sat back. "And then there's the obvious complicating factor." "They're a nuclear power," replied Stone. "They have as many warheads as we do, in fact." The president nodded. "They want back in the top tier. Perhaps they want to be the sole superpower supplanting us. And on top of that, they are vastly influential in the Middle and Far East. Even the Chinese and Israelis fear them, if only for their unpredictability. The balance is getting out of whack." "All right. Why me?" "The Russians have gone back to old-school tactics, Stone, from your era." "I'm not that old. Aren't there spies from my era still at the agency?" "No, there's really not. There was a hiring freeze before 9/11, and a lot of voluntary and involuntary retirements of older personnel. After those planes hit the buildings, there was considerable ramp-up. The result is that 3/4 of the CIA is comprised of 20-somethings. The only thing they know about Russia is they make good vodka and it's cold there. You know Russia. You understand the trenches of espionage better than most of the people sitting in the executive offices at Langley." He paused. "And we all know you have special skills. Skills this country spent good money instilling in you." The guilt factor, Stone thought. Interesting. "But all my contacts there are gone. Dead." "That is actually an advantage. You go in with a blank slate, an unknown quantity." "How will we start?" "By you going back in. Unofficially, of course. There will be training, getting you up to date on things. I suspect you will be ready to leave the country in a month." "Going to Russia?" "No, Mexico and Latin America. We need you on the ground where the drugs are coming through. It'll be rough work, and dangerous. I guess I don't need to tell you that." He paused and his gaze flicked to Stone's close-cropped white hair. Stone easily interpreted the observation. "I'm not as young as I was, obviously." "None of us are." Stone nodded, his mind racing ahead to the logical conclusion of all this. He really only had one question. "Why?" "I already told you why. In many respects, you're the best we have. And the problem is very real and getting worse." "Can I hear the rest of it?" "The rest of what?" "Why I'm really here." "I don't understand," the president said irritably. "I thought I had made myself clear." "The last time I was here, I told you some things and intimated other things." The president made no reaction to these words. Then I was offered the Medal of Honor. And you turned it down, Brennan said sharply. At first, I believe. You have to turn down what you don't deserve. Bullshit. Your actions on the battlefield more than earned it. On the battlefield, yes. But in the greater scheme of things, I didn't deserve it. And with an honor like that, all things have to be considered. Which I think is why I'm really here. The two men stared at each other across the width of the Resolute desk. By the look on his face, the president very clearly understood what all things meant. A man named Carter Gray and a man named Roger Simpson, both prominent Americans, both friends of this president, and both dead, directly because of Oliver Stone, who'd had good reason to do it, but he'd still killed them. And there was really no legal or even moral excuse for that. Even as he pulled the trigger on each man, Stone had known that. But it still didn't stop me, because if anyone deserved killing, those two did, Stone thought. You saved my life, Brennan began in an uneasy tone. And I took two others. You know that. The president abruptly rose and walked over to the window. Stone watched him closely. He'd said it. Now he was just going to let the other man talk and let the chips fall. Gray was going to kill me. Yes, he was. So your killing him didn't bother me as much as it ordinarily would have, to put it bluntly. But Simpson? The president turned to look at him. I did some research on that. I can understand why you would have wanted to kill the man. But no man is an island, Stone, and cold-blooded killing is unacceptable in a civilized world. Unless it's been authorized by appropriate parties, Stone pointed out. By people who have sat in the chair in which you now sit. Brennan snatched a glance at his desk chair and then looked away. This is a dangerous mission, Stone. You will be given every asset you require to succeed, but there are no guarantees. There are never any guarantees. The president sat back down, made a steeple with his hands, possibly an impromptu shield between himself and the other man. When Brennan didn't say anything, Stone did. This is my penance, isn't it? The president lowered his hands. This is my penance, Stone said again. In lieu of a trial that no one wants, because too many unpleasant truths will come out for the government, and the reputations of certain dead public servants will be tarnished. And you're not the sort to order my execution because, as you said, that's not how a civilized people resolve their differences. You don't mince words, Brennan said quietly. Are they true words or not? I think you understand my dilemma. Don't apologize for having a conscience, sir. I've served other men who held your office who had none at all. If you fail, you fail. The Russians are as ruthless as they come. You know that better than most. And if I succeed? Then you'll never have to worry about your government knocking on your door again. He leaned forward. Do you accept? Stone nodded and rose. I accept. He paused at the door. If I don't make it back, I would appreciate if my friends were told that I died serving my country. The president nodded. Thank you, said Oliver Stone. Chapter 3. The next night, Oliver Stone stood where he had for decades, in 7-acre Lafayette Park, across from the White House. It had originally been called President's Park, but now that title encompassed the White House grounds, Lafayette Park, and the Ellipse, a 52-acre parcel of land on the south side of the White House. Once part of the White House grounds proper, Lafayette Park had been separated from that august parcel of land when President Thomas Jefferson had Pennsylvania Avenue plowed through. The park had been used for many purposes over 2 centuries, including as a graveyard, a slave market, and even a racetrack. And it was also notable for having more squirrels per square inch than any other place on Earth. To this day, no one knew why. The place had changed dramatically since Stone first planted his sign in the ground, the one that read, I want the truth. Gone were the permanent protesters like Stone, their ragged tents, and their boisterous banners. Majestic Pennsylvania Avenue in front of the White House was closed to vehicular traffic, and had been ever since the Oklahoma City bombing. People, institutions, and countries were scared, and Stone couldn't blame them. If Franklin Roosevelt had been alive and occupying the White House once more, he might have invoked his most famous line, "The only thing we have to fear is fear itself." But even those words might not have been enough. The boogeyman appeared to be winning the war of perception in the hearts and minds of the citizenry. Stone glanced to the center of the park at the equestrian statue of Andrew Jackson, the hero of the Battle of New Orleans and America's 7th chief executive. Jackson sat on a pediment of majestic Tennessee marble. It was the first statue of a man on horseback ever cast in the United States. The monument was surrounded by a low wrought iron fence, with a scattering of ancient cannons inside this space. 4 other statues, memorializing foreign Revolutionary War heroes, anchored each corner of the green space. North of Jackson were rows of colorful flowers and a large, newly placed tree. Yellow tape was wound around flex poles set in the ground 10 feet out from the tree, because of the open hole several feet deep and 3 feet wider than the huge root ball. Next to the hole were blue tarps with the displaced dirt piled up on them. Stone's gaze rose to elevated points where he knew the counter-snipers were stationed, although he couldn't see them. He assumed that many of them were probably drawing practice beads on his head. "No trigger slips, please, gentlemen. I like my brain right where it is." The state dinner at the White House was winding down, and well-fed VIPs trickled out of the People's House. One such guest was the British Prime Minister. His waiting motorcade would carry him on the brief trip to Blair House, the residence for visiting dignitaries, which was located on the west side of the park. It was a short walk, yet Stone supposed government leaders could not safely walk anywhere anymore. The world had long since changed for them, too. Stone turned his head and saw a woman sitting on a bench near the oval-shaped fountain on the east side of the park, midway between Jackson and the statue of Polish General Tadeusz Kosciuszko, who'd helped the fledgling English colonies free themselves from British rule. The irony that the leader of that same monarchy was now staying at a place overlooking this monument was not lost on Stone. The woman was dressed in black slacks and a thin white coat. She had a large bag next to her. She appeared to be dozing. That's odd, thought Stone. People did not doze in Lafayette at this time of night. She wasn't the only person in the park. As Stone looked toward the trees on the northwest side of the park, he spied a man in a suit carrying a briefcase. His back was to Stone. He'd stopped to examine the statue of German Army officer Friedrich Wilhelm von Steuben, who'd also helped the colonists kick Mad King George's royal behind more than 2 centuries ago. And then Stone noticed a short man with a large belly entering the park from the northern end, where St. John's Church was located. He was dressed in jogging attire, though he looked incapable of even walking quickly without collapsing from a coronary. What looked to be an iPod was strapped to a belt around his ample middle, and he had on earphones. And there was a 4th inhabitant of the park. He looked like a street gang foot soldier, dressed in prison shuffle jeans, dark bandana, muscle shirt, camouflage jacket, and stomp boots. The ganger was walking slowly right through the middle of the park. This, too, was odd, since gangers almost never came to Lafayette Park because of the heavy police presence, and that presence was strengthened and even more vigilant tonight for a very simple reason. State dinners put everyone on edge. A spring in the step of a patrolling sentry, a lawman's hand a smidge closer to the trigger, a heightened tendency to shoot and pick up the pieces later. If a leader went down, no one escaped responsibility. Heads and pensions rolled. But Stone had not come here to think about those things. He had come here to see Lafayette Park for the last time. In 2 days he would be leaving for his month-long training session, and then it was off to Mexico. He had already made up his mind. He would not tell his friends, the members of the Camel Club. If he did, they might sense the truth. and nothing good could possibly come out of that. He deserved to be sacrificed. They didn't. He drew one more long breath and looked around. He smiled as he saw the ginkgo tree near the Jackson statue. It was across from the maple that had just been installed. The first time he'd come to this park, it had been fall, and the ginkgo leaves were a gloriously bright yellow. It was magnificent. There were ginkgo trees all over the city, but this was the only one in the park. Ginkgos could live well over 1,000 years. Stone wondered what this place would look like in 10 centuries. Would the ginkgos still be here? Would the big white building across the street? He was turning to leave this place for the final time when his attention focused on what was coming down the street right toward him, and his beloved park. Chapter 4. It was the sound of muscular engines, flashing lights, and sirens that had put Stone on alert. He watched as the Prime Minister's motorcade pulled out from the west side of the White House and set off toward Blair House. The building, which was actually 3 townhouses stitched together, was deceptively large. It had more square footage than even the White House, and was located to the immediate west of the park and facing Pennsylvania Avenue, across from the monstrously large old executive office building, where parts of the president's and vice president's staff maintained offices. Stone was surprised that the Secret Service hadn't cleared the area before the motorcade left. He glanced around again. The lady was now awake and talking on her cell phone. The man in the suit was still lingering around the von Steuben statue with his back to Stone. The jogger was nearing the statue of Jackson. The ganger was still stamping through Lafayette, although the park wasn't that large. He should have managed it by now. Something was clearly off. Stone chose to head west first. Though he was no longer a protester here, he had come to view Lafayette Park as his turf to defend against all threats. Even his imminent departure to Mexico had not changed that. And while he didn't yet feel threatened, he had a sense that that status might abruptly change. He eyed the jogger diagonally across from him on the other side of the park. The man had stopped and was fiddling with the controls on his iPod. Stone's gaze flicked to the lady on the bench. She was just putting away her cell phone. Stone next approached the statue of the French General Comte de Rochambeau at the southwest corner of the park. As he did so, at the adjacent intersection of Jackson Place and Pennsylvania Avenue, security teams were arrayed into walls of Kevlar and submachine guns awaiting the arrival of the Prime Minister. As he continued on, Stone met the ganger face to face. The man seemed to be walking in quicksand, moving but not getting anywhere. And there was a gun under his jacket. Stone could see the awkward but familiar bump in the material even in the darkened conditions. That was ballsy, thought Stone. You didn't come down here armed, unless you wanted a rooftop counter-sniper to assume the worst, with the result that your next of kin might receive an official apology after your funeral. So why would the man risk his life? Stone gauged the potential shot trajectory from the ganger to where the Prime Minister would be entering Blair House. There was none, unless the ganger had a weapon that could defy the laws of physics by bending its bullets around corners. Stone let his gaze drift to the man in the suit at the northwest corner of the park. The fellow was still examining the statue, an act that normally would take at most a minute or so. And why come here at this hour to do so anyway? Stone eyed the soft-sided briefcase the man carried. Because of the distance between them, Stone could not see it clearly, but it appeared bulky enough to contain a small bomb. However, the distance between bomber and the Prime Minister was essentially fatal to any assassination attempt. The motorcade continued down West Executive Avenue toward Pennsylvania, sirens and guards galore for what amounted to a half-block-long slow jog on armored wheels. They would hang a left on Pennsylvania and pull in front of the curb next to the famous long green awning that capped the main entrance to Blair House. Stone spotted movement to the right of him from across the park, The jogger was on the go once more. Stone couldn't be sure, but he thought the fat man was looking in the direction of the suit. Stone's attention next shifted to the woman. She had risen too, slipped the bag over her shoulder, and set off to the north side of the park towards St. John's Church. She was tall, Stone noted, and her clothes hung well on her long frame. He gauged her age at closer to 30 than 40, though he'd never gotten a clean look at her face because of the poor light, the distance, and the many trees in between them. His gaze swiveled again. On the other side of the park, the suit was finally moving, heading northwest toward the Decatur House Museum. Stone looked behind him. The ganger was watching him now, not moving at all. Stone thought he saw the man's index finger twitch, as though on a trigger pull. The motorcade made the turn onto Pennsylvania and stopped in front of Blair House. The door to the lead stretch popped open. These types of limo exits tended to happen fast for obvious reasons. You only remained exposed to a possible bullet fired at long or short range for as brief a time as possible. Tonight, though, swiftness did not happen. The stocky and elegantly dressed Prime Minister got out slowly, and with the assistance of two aides, gingerly limped up the steps under the awning that had covered the heads of many world leaders. A bandage was wound thickly around the man's left ankle. As he made his entrance into the building, a wall of eyes looked outward to every crevice for threats. There were some British security personnel in the mix. However, the heavy lifting on this protection detail was being handled, as it always was for visiting heads of state, by the U.S. Secret Service. Because of where Blair House was situated, Stone could not see the Prime Minister exit the limo on his injured limb. His focus remained on the park. The jogger was walking toward the center of the grass. Stone's gaze shifted. The woman was nearly clear of the park. The suit was already on the sidewalk that fronted 8th Street. 5 more seconds passed. Then, the first shot hit. The impact of lead with the ground sent up a little geyser of dirt and grass 4 feet to the left of Stone. That was followed by more rounds, the slugs embedding into the grass, ripping up flower beds, smacking against statues. As the gunfire continued, everything slowed down for Stone. His gaze rotated through the field of fire as he dropped flat to the ground. The suit and the woman were gone from his line of vision. Ganger was still behind him, but on his belly too. The poor jogger, however, was running for his life. And then he simply disappeared from Stone's view. Vanished. The firing stopped. Seconds of silence. Stone slowly rose. As he did so, he didn't tense. He relaxed. Whether this saved his life or not was anyone's guess. The bomb detonated. The center of Lafayette Park was engulfed in smoke and flying debris. The enormously heavy Jackson statue toppled over. Its Tennessee marble base cracked in half. Its reign of more than 150 years in the park was over. The concussive force of the explosion lifted Stone off his feet and threw him against something hard. The blow to his head made him dizzy, nauseous. For a fleeting instant he sensed debris being blown all around him. His lungs sucked in smoke, dirt, and the sickening smell of the bomb residue. As the sound of the explosion subsided, it was replaced by screams, sirens, the screech of tire rubber on asphalt, and more screams. But Oliver Stone never heard or witnessed any of this. He was lying face down on the ground, his eyes closed. Chapter 5.
Oliver.
Stone smelled the antiseptic and the latex and knew he was in a hospital, which was far better than being dead in a morgue. His eyelids fluttered open. He saw her face. Annabelle? Annabelle Conroy, unofficial member of the Camel Club and its only known con artist, clutched his hand. She was lean and a couple inches shy of 6 feet, with long reddish hair.
You have to stop getting blown up.
Her tone was flippant. Her look was not. She used her free hand to sweep her hair out of her face, and Stone could see her eyes were puffy. Annabelle did not cry easily. but she had shed tears over him. He touched his head where the bandage was. Not cracked, is it?
No, mild concussion.
As Stone looked around, he noted that the room was fairly bursting with bodies. There was NFL-sized Reuben Rhodes on the other side of the bed with diminutive librarian Caleb Shaw next to him. The tall Secret Service agent Alex Ford was on Annabelle's right and looking equally concerned. Behind them, Stone saw Harry Finn. Finn said, "When I heard about the bomb going off at the park, I knew you had to be in the middle of it somehow." Stone slowly sat up. "So what happened?" Alex answered, "They're still trying to figure it out. Gunfire, and then the explosion." "Anyone else hurt? British PM?" "In Blair, before the explosion. With all the gunfire, it's remarkable no one was hit. More like a miracle." "No theories?" Stone asked, looking at Alex. "Not yet. The park is a mess, locked down tight as I've ever seen it." "But the PM?" Alex nodded. "Preliminarily, he was the target." "But a pretty poor attempt, then," said Reuben. "Since the explosion and gunfire happened at a park he wasn't in." Stone eyed Alex again. "Rebuttal to that?" he asked slowly. With each word he spoke, his head hurt even worse. 30 years ago, he could have shrugged this off and kept moving forward. "Like I said, it's early yet, but I'll admit that's a major puzzler. Not a good day for the PM all around." "What do you mean?" asked Stone. "He twisted his ankle, moving pretty slow." "You know this firsthand?" "He took a tumble on some interior steps at the White House before the dinner started. Little embarrassing for the guy. Fortunately, media cameras don't roll inside that part of the building." Annabelle asked,
"What were you doing at the park last night? I thought you were still in Divine, Virginia with Abby."
Stone looked out the window and saw that it was morning. "I came back," he said simply. "And Abby stayed there,"
"Oh."
said Annabelle, in a disappointed tone, but her look was actually one of relief. He turned back to Alex. "There were 4 people in the park last night besides me. What happened to them?" Alex looked around the room before clearing his throat. "Unclear." "Unclear as in you don't know or you can't tell us," said Stone. Annabelle gave the Secret Service agent a fierce look.
"Oliver was almost killed, Alex."
Alex sighed. He had never mastered the art of balancing professional secrecy with the Camel Club's constant demands for intelligence on mostly classified matters. "They're reviewing the video feeds and debriefing the human eyeballs on the park last night. They're trying to put the picture together." "And the 4 other people in the park?" Stone persisted quietly. "4 people? 3 men and 1 woman." "I don't know anything about them," replied Alex. "Where exactly did the explosion happen? I couldn't really tell." "Roughly middle of the park, near the Jackson statue, or what's left of it. Pieces of it along with the fence and the cannon were blown all over the park." "So there was significant damage?" asked Stone. "All parts of the park were affected, but the major bomb damage was in a 50-foot radius. Looks like a war zone inside that ring. Whatever it was, the bomb packed a wallop." "There was an overweight man in a jogging suit in that vicinity when the shots started," Stone noted. He frowned and tried to remember. "I was watching him. He was running for his life from the bullets and then he just vanished. But that would have put him right at the epicenter of the blast." They all looked at Alex, who seemed uncomfortable.
"Alex?"
said Annabelle again, in a scolding tone. "Okay, it looks like the guy fell in a hole where they were installing a new tree. The explosion happened at or near that spot, but nothing has been confirmed." "Do we know who he was?" asked Caleb. "Not yet." "Origin of the bomb?" "Unknown as yet." "Source of the shots?" "Nothing that I know about." "I hit something," said Stone. "As I was falling, there was a man watching me." "Could be," said Alex wearily.
"The nurse told me they dug a tooth out of your head, Oliver,"
said Annabelle. "A tooth?" Then I hit the man when the explosion happened? Annabelle nodded.
Looks to be. If so, he's missing an incisor.
Have you seen any of the video surveillance, Alex? Asked Stone. No, I'm technically not part of the investigation, which is why I don't have a lot of answers. I'm in protection detail, which means my butt, along with a bunch of others, is in the professional ringer right now. Secret Service taking its lumps? Said Reuben. Yeah, this is a little more serious than party crashers. I was surprised that people were even allowed in the park last night, with the state dinner and the PM at Blair, said Stone. I had read about the dinner, but the papers said the PM was staying at the British Embassy as he usually does. Late change of plan. He and the president had scheduled an early working session the next morning. Far easier logistics getting the PM from Blair to the White House. Alex added, but it wasn't made public, and yet you still knew he was going to Blair last night? Stone nodded. How? I passed the motorcade on the way to the park. It only had one motorcycle officer in the lead, which meant they weren't going a great distance, and thus traffic control wasn't critical. The D.C. police chief isn't going to waste valuable resources if she doesn't have to. And the defensive cone was in place around Blair. As many guns as they had there meant it was a top-level dignitary. The PM was the only one who fit that bill.
Why were you at the park at that hour?
Annabelle asked Stone. Reminiscing, he said casually, before turning back to Alex. So, why so lax about security last night? It wasn't lax, and it is a public park, countered Alex. Not when safety is an issue. I know that better than anyone, rejoined Stone. I just do what I'm told, Oliver. All right. Stone looked around. Can I leave? Yes, you can, said a voice. With us. They all turned to look at the two suits standing in the doorway. One was in his 50s, stocky and big-boned with broad shoulders and a gun hump under his suit. The other was in his 30s and lean, under 6 feet, and with a Marine Corps haircut. He was similarly armed. Right now, added the older man. Chapter 6. Not here, Stone muttered to himself, as the black town car pulled into the campus-style setting of the National Intelligence Center, or NIC, in Northern Virginia. They passed the lush, taxpayer-funded landscaping and headed to the main low-level building that housed a big chunk of America's intelligence operations. One wall of the entrance lobby was lined with photos of terrorist attacks perpetrated against the United States. A plaque at the end of this line of devastating images read, "Never Again." The other wall held the official photos of the men who'd held the position of intelligence czar at this agency. They were few in number, as NIC had only been created after 9/11. The most prominent former director had been Carter Gray, a public servant with many high-ranking government positions to his credit. Gray's portly face stared out at the men as Stone and his escorts walked by. Decades ago, Stone had worked for the man, when Stone was known under his real name, John Carr. As his country's most efficient assassin, Carr had used every ounce of courage and cleverness he possessed to serve his country. His reward for that had been the destruction of all the people he had ever cared about, carried out by the very same folks he'd so faithfully served. That was one reason Stone had ended Gray's life, and that reason alone would have been enough. Burn in hell, Carter, thought Stone, as the door closed behind him. And I'll see you when I get there. 5 minutes later, Stone was seated at a small wooden table inside a windowless room. He looked around the confines of the space even as he slowed his breathing, and tried not to think about his pounding head. An interrogation room, clearly. And that's what's about to happen to me. The room suddenly went dark, and an image appeared on the wall opposite, projected there by equipment housed discreetly in the ceiling. It was a man sitting in a cushy chair behind a polished desk. From the view Stone had over the man's shoulder, it was clear he was on a jet. He was 50 and tanned, with pointy hair cut nearly to his scalp, and a pair of energetic green eyes. Before the man could speak, Stone said, "I don't warrant a face-to-face?" A smile edged across the fellow's face. "Afraid not, but you do get me." Me was the new director of NIC, Riley Weaver. He'd taken over for the deceased Carter Gray. Those were big shoes to fill, and the word in government circles was that Weaver was slowly but surely finding his way. Whether or not that was a good thing for the country was as yet unknown. At the sound of Weaver's voice, the door to the room opened, and two other men filed in, and leaned against the wall behind Stone. Stone never liked having armed men behind him, but there was nothing he could do about that right now. He was the visiting team, and the home squad made the rules. "Debrief," ordered Weaver, looking at Stone. "Why?" replied Stone. The smile slipped off Weaver's face. "Because I asked, politely." "Do I work for you? I don't remember getting that memo." "Just exercise your civic duty." Stone said nothing. Weaver finally broke the silence. He leaned forward and said, "I understand you have fair winds and following seas at your back." Weaver, Stone now recalled, had been a Marine. Marines were part of the Navy, and his nautical reference showed that he was tighter in the loop than Stone had expected. The President of the United States represented Stone's fair winds and following seas, which in nautical parlance meant very favorable navigating conditions. But did Weaver know about his meeting with the President? About his being shipped off to Mexico to deal with the Russians? If not, Stone had no intention of enlightening him. "Civic duty," said Stone. "Just so we understand each other, it goes both ways." Weaver sat back. His features showed that while he might have underestimated Stone initially, that miscalculation had been quickly remedied. "Agreed." Stone succinctly gave his account of the attack in the park. When he was done, Weaver said, "All right, now look left and observe closely." Chapter 7. A moment later, Stone was watching the prior night's video feed from Lafayette Park. They had slowed down the frame speed so that Stone could view every detail closely and unhurriedly. As the gunfire started, Stone watched as people started running in all directions. Perimeter security took defensive positions and looked for the source of the shots. The jogger started to run in the feeble way of a man unaccustomed to exercise. His strides were really short, increasingly weakened hops. His path carried him through the yellow tape, and a few moments later he fell, or he might have jumped into the hole where the big maple was being planted. Now Stone could make sense of what he had seen, namely the man seemingly vanishing into thin air. It was like a foxhole, thought Stone, to get away from the bullets. Then the explosion happened. Stone saw himself lifted off his feet and slammed into the ganger. They both went down, the tooth in his head. He rubbed the spot. A second later, the cameras went to static. The concussive force of the blast must have jammed the signal somehow. The wall became blank again. Weaver said, "Observations?" "Run it again," Stone requested. He watched the feed twice more. Stone thought about what he'd just seen. The jogger had tumbled into the open hole around the maple, and the explosion had happened seconds later. So what was the source of the detonation? The jogger? Not sure yet. It may have been something in that hole. Stone looked skeptical. In the hole? No gas lines under the park? None. Then you know what you're suggesting. A bomb, planted in Lafayette Park? Weaver's expression grew even darker. The implications of that are downright paralyzing, but we can't discount the possibility. So you're saying maybe the guy jumped into the hole to avoid the bullets and gets blown up instead by a bomb previously placed there? If so, it's really bad luck for him. He gets away from the bullets and still dies. Who's on the scene? ATF and the FBI as we speak. Stone could understand that. The ATF handled all investigations involving explosives until it was determined that the act was one of international terrorism. Then the FBI would take over. However, Stone assumed a bomb going off across from the White House would be classified de facto as a foreign terrorist act. That meant the Bureau could take the lead. It probably already had. Stone asked, "Okay, let's pass over the explosion for now. Do we know the source of the shots? On the video, they appeared to be coming from the northern end of the park, from the direction of H Street, or perhaps past that." "That's the prelim conclusion, at least, yeah." "So running north-south. There were no muzzle flashes on the video," Stone pointed out. "That must mean they were hidden from the camera's eyes." "Behind trees," offered Weaver. "A lot of them at the northern end of the park, but the surveillance cameras are positioned mainly for ground-level observations, so in any event, they might not have picked up the flashes if the shooters were really high up." "Well, the shots had to come from elevated angles," Stone opined. "How do you figure?" asked Riley, in a way that made Stone believe the man already knew the answer, but was simply testing him. Stone decided to play along, for now. If they were fired from behind the trees at street level, they most likely would have carried past the park and across Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House. "How do you know they didn't?" "Because you would have already told me if they had, or I would have heard about more casualties. There are a lot of people on the White House side. Vehicles lining Pennsylvania Avenue, sentries doing perimeter patrols. It's inconceivable that someone would not have been hit. So high ground to low. Fits with my observations. From what I could see, the slugs were all plowing into the dirt, and if they passed through tree canopies first, they had to be fired from at or above that line. And a lot of those trees are pretty tall, with thick canopies." Stone added, "Anyone on the northern end of the park see anything helpful?" "There was security, park police, couple of uniformed Secret Service agents, bomb-sniffing canine. They're still being debriefed, but preliminarily, they didn't have much on the source." Stone nodded. "And why wasn't the park cleared last night?" Weaver's expression showed his displeasure with this query. "I really just want your observations from watching that video. I like to have a fuller understanding of what's going on before I extend myself." Weaver's gaze lowered to a file on his desk. "John Carr?" Stone remained silent, staring at the digital image of the man on the wall. "John Carr," Weaver said again. "Your file is so classified even I still haven't seen all of it." "Sometimes even a government can be refreshingly discreet," noted Stone. "But we were talking about the origins of the shots and the park security, or rather lack thereof." "Origin of the shots is still being investigated. The park security is really Secret Service jurisdiction, and I haven't received a briefing from them." "Of course you have," countered Stone. Weaver looked intrigued. "What makes you say that?" "Security of the president trumps all other things, which gives the Secret Service interagency heft it might not otherwise have. What looked to be automatic gunfire and an explosion happened right across from the White House over 15 hours ago. You provide the president with his daily national security briefing at 7 every morning. If you haven't talked to the Secret Service yet, then you couldn't have briefed the president on the matter this morning. And if you didn't brief the president this morning about an attack that happened in his front yard, you would no longer be employed as NIC director." A twitch at Weaver's right eye showed that this conversation was not going according to plan. The two men leaning against the wall moved uneasily. Weaver said, "The service said that there were thoughts of clearing the park, but plans changed. Since the PM was going directly to Blair, they felt the park would not be a valid threat point. In sum, they thought they had it covered. Does that answer your question?" "Yes, but it prompts another one." Weaver waited expectantly. "Exactly what plans changed?" In response, Stone received a long marine stare. Just give me the rest of your observations, if you have any." Stone looked at the man, reading the intent behind the blunt words. He could play this any number of ways. Sometimes you pushed, sometimes you didn't. He said, "Too many people in the park doing things they shouldn't have been doing at that hour." Weaver settled back in his comfy chair. "Go on." "I spent a lot of time in Lafayette. 11 o'clock at night, usually the only people there are security. Last night there were 4 people who shouldn't have been there. The ganger, the guy in the suit, the lady on the bench, and the jogger." "They all could have been there legitimately," Weaver pointed out. "It was a warm evening, and it is a park." Stone shook his head. "Lafayette Park is not a preferred destination to sit or kill time at night, and the service doesn't like people lingering there. They'll tell you the same thing." "They actually have already," volunteered Weaver. "So what are you thinking?" "Ganger had a gun. I could easily see it without the benefit of optics. The counter-snipers should have already seen it and relayed that to ground forces. Guy should have been nailed as soon as he set foot in the red zone. But he wasn't." Weaver nodded. "Okay, keep going." "Lady was dressed nicely, maybe an office dweller. She had a bag, but sitting on a bench at that hour makes no sense. She talks on her phone, then gets up about the time the motorcade pulls in. Fortuitous for her since she missed the gunfire." "Keep going," encouraged Weaver. "The suit was checking out a statue and took a long time to do it. Then he made his move toward Decatur House at the same time as the woman was leaving the park. When the shooting started, they were both out of my line of sight. After that, I picked up on the jogger who was running toward the Jackson statue. He seemed to simply vanish, but now I know he actually jumped in the hole to avoid the bullets." Weaver said, "And got blown up for his troubles." "That doesn't mean that one or more of the other people in the park last night were also not involved." Weaver shook his head. "I believe that's a stretch. You got raking automatic fire in the park, and then a bomb that had already been planted there and gets triggered, probably accidentally, by the poor sucker trying to duck the bullets. I think the guy did us a favor. Ferreted out a bomb before he could have done real damage. Now we have to figure out who, how, and why on the gunfire and the bomb." Weaver studied him. "You have anything you'd care to add to the mix? Because, quite frankly, I'm disappointed in the little you've had to tell me. I thought you were hot stuff, and you've really given me not much I hadn't figured out on my own." "I didn't think it was my job to do your job. But here's another observation for free," Stone added. "The ganger was really a cop, right?" On that, the screen went immediately to black. Chapter 8. Without any instructions from him, the car dropped Stone off at Mount Zion Cemetery. This was intentional, Stone knew. It was as if to say, "We know exactly where you live. We can come for you any time we want." Stone walked past the wrought iron gates that enclosed the cemetery and into the small caretaker's cottage that was his home. The furnishings were Spartan and second-hand, and fit Stone's personality and limited resources perfectly. There was a front room divided between a minuscule kitchen and a sitting area. Against one wall was a large shelf of books on esoteric subjects in multiple languages that he'd collected over decades. In front of that was Stone's scarred wooden desk that had come with the cottage. A few threadbare chairs sat in front of a blackened brick fireplace. Behind a tattered curtain was the army cot he slept in. That and a tiny bathroom formed the extent of the premises. Stone took 3 Advil, washed them down with a glass of water, and sat down in the chair behind his desk while he rubbed his head. Whether he was still leaving for Mexico or not, he didn't know. But for now, at least, he would proceed on the assumption that he was staying until the men came for him. He held up 4 fingers on his right hand and stared at them. 4 people, he said to himself. Although perhaps now only 3, since the video had made clear the jogger was no longer among the living. Yet they still didn't know who he was or why he was there. So Stone kept the 4th finger up. So was the jogger in the classic wrong place, wrong time, or was he involved? He asked himself. And where are the suit and the woman? And are they connected? And there was the ganger who was probably a cop. Stone had realized that was the only reason the man would have come to Lafayette with a gun. He had a badge and authorization to be there armed. The screen going black on him back at NIC was all the affirmation Stone needed. Riley Weaver didn't play any nicer with people than Carter Gray had. What was bothering Stone was that both the suit and the woman had left just before the gunfire began. Coincidence? Both just as lucky as the jogger was unlucky? He closed his eyes and pushed his mind to reach back to the night before. His temples were still throbbing and his scalp still burned from having a pointy tooth rammed into it. But slowly the pictures and sounds evolved. MP5s, or possibly Tech 9s, he said out loud. In reality, there could be lots of possibilities for the hardware. Set on full auto, probably 30-round magazines that could be configured for 50 or more. So how many shots had been fired? He had not been able to count every round, of course, but he could make an estimate from the time expired. Full auto. Assume 30-round mags, 2 to 3 seconds to empty the ammo box. Firing lasted about 3 to 4 times that, or 12 to 15 seconds. 100 rounds or so. But only if there was only one weapon being fired. If more than one, they were talking hundreds of rounds. A lot of firepower. Since most of the slugs had apparently ended up in the dirt, the FBI would be able to get a fairly precise number. But that didn't answer the far more important question. How exactly had anyone gotten that close to deliver that level of attack? Stone rose and looked out the window and assembled in his mind the topography of the area around the park. To the north and west along H Street was the United States Chamber of Commerce building and the venerable Hay Adams Hotel. To the northeast was St. John's Church. Behind all these locations were federal government and office buildings. He recalled that the Hay Adams had a rooftop garden area, and it was a taller building than the church, and height was important here to explain the trajectory of the bullets. He moved on to the next question. Why did they take me to NIC? Just for my observations? There were other people there who could have told them the same things as I did. There had to be another reason. Fair winds and following seas? Stone looked out the window and saw the black town car pull up to the gates. As the occupants climbed out, Stone eyed the men. FBI, he thought. Bureau agents tended to spend a little more on their clothes. Stone doubted that they were here to escort him to a plane destined for Russia. The president would not have involved the FBI in something like that. Too many legal roadblocks. The Bureau tended to follow the letter of the law, and the FBI director had the clout to tell the president no. So perhaps the equation had changed once more, and maybe this time in my favor. As the four people drew closer, Stone could see that his initial observation was correct. He had just spied an FBI Academy ring on one of the men's fingers. There was also a woman with them, and Stone didn't think she was FBI. Assessing every feature from her teeth to her facial structure to her walk, she was a Brit, he concluded. MI6, most likely, tasked for external intelligence, security, and investigations. This certainly made sense if the British PM was the target. She was either in-country traveling with him, stationed here, or she had taken a day flight over, leaving at around 2 and getting in at about the same time. By the looks of it, Stone opted for the latter. And it was very clear why they were here. The bullets were one thing, but that bomb had been meant to blow somebody up, and Stone didn't think it was an overweight jogger. And they thought Stone could somehow help them find the truth. Ironic, he thought. The truth. He kept watching them as they approached his cottage. Chapter 9. The woman was indeed with MI6. Her name was Mary Chapman. Up close, she turned out to be in her mid-30s, about 5'8", with shoulder-length dirty blonde hair held back with a clasp. She had a compact jaw, thin lips, and a slender, wiry build, though her bare calves, revealed by her dark skirt, were muscled. Her fingers were long, and her grip was a vice. The Brit's features were classically attractive without being overwhelming. Chapman's eyes were deeply green and active. She would never be described as cute, thought Stone. Confident, intimidating even, but never cute. "How was the flight across the pond? Little jet-lagged?" Stone said, after everyone had been introduced and they'd taken up seats in front of the empty fireplace. Chapman gazed at Stone and then made a show of smoothing out a wrinkle on her suit jacket.
No bloody beds in coach, even on dear old British air.
Within her accent and words, Stone detected a sense of humility, along with the potential for broad humor. "You must be highly thought of for them to fly you nearly 3,000 miles here. MI6 has a permanent footprint in D.C., doesn't it?" Chapman eyed the shabby interior of the cottage before settling her eyes back on Stone's threadbare clothes.
"And I thought the Yanks pay their people better."
One of the FBI agents cleared his throat. "Agent Chapman is here to assist the Bureau with its investigation." Stone turned his attention to the man. He was beefy, though strongly built. A desk jockey, Stone assumed, by the size of his waist and perspiring forehead. He was clearly only the messenger and note-taker. He wouldn't be doing any of the heavy lifting on this. "I've already been to NIC. They beat you to it. They came to the hospital. You were slower, if classier." Beefy looked chagrined by this, but plunged on. "And was the meeting helpful? I thought you were into cooperation and sharing these days." Beefy gazed stonily back at him. Stone said, "They weren't particularly forthcoming. I'm hoping you can do better." Chapman crossed her legs and said,
"Sorry if I seem a bit nitpicky, but I didn't see your credentials."
Stone replied in a pleasant tone, "I don't have any to show you." She looked at Beefy quizzically. He said stiffly, "A formality that needn't interrupt the progress of the investigation." Chapman hiked her eyebrows at this, but remained silent. "Good," said Stone. He sat back in his desk chair, and his features grew serious. "The park." He gave them a minute-by-minute account of what had happened. When he was finished, he added, "There are 3 people out there unaccounted for." He gazed at Beefy. "And do we know the name of the unfortunate jogger?" "There were human remains found. Everywhere," Beefy added, his mouth curled up with distaste. "Identifiable?" "It won't be an easy one, but it's also not insurmountable. Clearly DNA at this point. If he's on a database somewhere, we'll get a hit. We've posted his picture from the video feed on our websites and given them to the media to splash around. Someone will hopefully come forward, or at the very least report him missing." "The other 3? "With the man in the suit and the woman, we're running the video feed taken at the park through facial recognition databases. Although the man never looked in the direction of the surveillance cameras. No hits as of 4 minutes ago. We've also placed the images with the media, asking for the public's help." "Do you see them as perhaps connected to this?" asked Stone. "Too early to tell. Maybe they were just lucky they left the park when they did." "And the ganger, was he a cop? Did NIC tell you he was?" "Not in so many words, but they didn't deny it either." "I won't deny it either, then." Stone said, "His tooth was sticking in my head until the doctors removed it. You can get a dental match on that and possibly a DNA hit." He held up his sleeve. "And this is his blood. Do you have a kit in the trunk of the Bucar? You can swab for it right now."
"That won't be necessary,"
said Chapman. Stone turned to her. "And why is that?"
"Because the tooth belongs to one of my people. The doctors didn't return it to you, did they? See, my man would actually like it back."
"And why was your man in the park last night?"
"Because before he turned his ankle, after tripping on some steps at the White House, My Prime Minister was scheduled to walk across Lafayette Park on his way back to Blair House at precisely 2 minutes past 11. Lucky for him he didn't, since he would have had his damn head blown off.
Chapter 10. After the FBI agents and MI6 Chapman left, Stone puttered in the cemetery for a half hour, writing tombstones toppled by a recent heavy rain and cleaning debris caused by the same storm. This manual labor allowed him to think clearly, and he had a lot that was puzzling him and no answers. As he was bagging some sticks and small branches, he stiffened and slowly turned around.
I'm impressed.
He turned to see Mary Chapman come out from behind a bush.
I never moved. What, have you eyes in the back of your head?
Sometimes. Stone tied up the bag and deposited it next to a wooden storage shed. When I need to. Chapman walked over to him.
This is amazing cover for an agent. A cemetery worker.
Caretaker, actually. This cemetery isn't used any longer. It's a historical site. She stopped, lifted one leg, and rubbed some dirt off her plain, black, low-heeled pump.
I see. And do you enjoy taking care of the dead?
I actually do.
Why?
They never argue with me. He headed back to the cottage. She followed. They sat on the front porch. A minute of silence passed as they listened to the chirps of birds mingled with the sounds of passing cars. Stone stared straight ahead. Chapman's gaze continued to flick at him like an erratic beam of light.
So, Oliver Stone,
she said at last, with mirth in her eyes.
I've enjoyed several of your movies. Are you here scouting another film?
Why did you come back? He asked, finally turning to her. She rose and surprised him by saying,
Got time for a spot of coffee? I'll buy.
She had a car, so they drove to Lower Georgetown and found a parking spot on the street, an almost unheard-of event in the congested area. Stone told her so.
Right,
she said, clearly unimpressed by this.
Try parking in London.
They carried their coffees and sat outside at a small table. Chapman took off her pumps, hiked her skirt to mid-thigh, put her feet up on an empty chair, leaned back, closed her eyes, and let the sun fall fully on her pale face and bare legs.
England rarely has sun this strong, and when it does, it's usually immediately interrupted by clouds and then rain. Makes a lot of us seriously suicidal, particularly if it rains in bloody August and you have no holiday abroad planned.
I know. She opened her eyes.
Do you now?
I lived in London for 2 years. It was a long time ago.
Business?
You could say that, yes.
John Carr?
Stone drank his coffee, said nothing. She sipped her coffee and let the silence linger.
John Carr.
I heard you the first time, he said politely, glancing sideways at her. She smiled.
Would you like to know where I heard that name for the first time?
Stone didn't answer, but his silence apparently constituted enough of an assent for her to continue.
James McElroy. He's a good bit older than you are.
She ran her eye over his tall, spare frame.
And not in nearly as good shape.
Stone again said nothing.
He's a legend in British intelligence circles. Ran MI6 for decades. But I believe you know all that. Now he has some special title. I'm not really sure what it is. But he does what he wants, and bloody good for the country, too, I can tell you that.
Is he well?
Yes. Apparently somewhat due to you. Iran, 1977. 6 fanatics sent to place his head on the sharp end of a spear. 6 dead men after you finished with them. He said he didn't even have time to pull his weapon to help you. Then you were gone, just like that. Never even had a chance to properly thank you.
I didn't require any thanks. He was our ally. It was my job.
Well, irrespective, he said that for decades he wanted to buy you a pint for saving his arse, but you never turned up again. He still wants to, as a matter of fact.
Again. Not necessary. Chapman stretched, put her feet back on the pavement, edged her skirt down, and slipped her heels back on.
By sheer coincidence, he's here in town.
Is that why you came back?
Yes and no.
He stared at her expectantly.
Yes, in that I knew he would want to see you. No, in that I had my own reasons.
Which are? She leaned forward, and Stone saw the Walther PPK pistol hanging from her black leather shoulder holster, revealed through the gap between her jacket and shirt. He inclined his head to the pistol. Tough trigger pull, isn't it?
You get used to it.
She paused, swirling her remaining coffee with a wooden stirrer.
Let's face it, this has been a cock-up from start to finish. The Americans have so many agencies I can't get a straight answer from any of them. My boss feels the same way. However, America is our chief ally, and we intend to do nothing to disrupt that relationship, of course. But it was our PM put at risk, and we have an obligation to see it through.
And you've come to me? Why?
James McElroy trusts you. Ergo, I trust you. And you were there last night. That makes you valuable.
Maybe. But Iran was a long time ago, Agent Chapman.
Some things don't change. McElroy said you were one of them.
That's assuming that I really am John Carr.
Oh, you are. I have no doubt of that.
How can you be so sure?
I lifted a set of your prints from a glass in your loo when I went to take a pee. With my boss's weight behind me, I was able to get a priority search on NIC's database. Still, it took passing through 8 levels of security, a few burnt-out computers, and 2 high-level authorizations before the hit came back.
She hiked her eyebrows.
John Carr, of the CIA's late and lamented 666 Division.
Which officially never existed, he said quietly.
No matter to me. I was just a nipper when it pulled its last trigger, official or not.
She stood.
Ready to go see the man whose life you saved? He really does want to buy you that pint, Mr. Carr.
Chapter 11. James McElroy was sitting in his suite at the Willard Hotel when Stone and Chapman were ushered in. The Brit spymaster was now 74 years old, gray and bowed. His substantial belly poked through the front of his jacket. When he rose from the chair, his arthritic knees quivered a bit, yet the man's roaming and intelligent eyes clearly showed that while age had decimated him physically, his mental agility remained completely intact. Though he was once over 6'2", gravity and infirmity had shaved a couple of inches from his frame. His hair was thinning and slicked back, revealing lines of pink flesh underneath. Flecks of dandruff clung to the shoulders of his blue jacket. When he saw Stone, his eyes lit up. "You haven't changed a jot," said McElroy, "except your hair is white." He lightly smacked Stone's flat, hard belly before extending his hand and then gripping Stone in a bear hug. "And I'm fat, and you're not." When they separated, McElroy waved them both into chairs. "How the hell have you been, John?" "I've been," said Stone simply. The Brit nodded in understanding, his expression growing somber. "Yes, I actually have some knowledge of what you mean by that. Events became particularly trying for you." "One way to describe it." McElroy's eyes narrowed. "I heard about, and I'm sorry. More than I got from my own side, but thank you." Chapman looked at Stone and McElroy and said,
Care to share, sir?
"No," said Stone. He wouldn't. McElroy didn't take his gaze off Stone, but said to her, "John and I are of a generation that will carry our professional secrets to the grave. Understood?"
Yes, sir,
she replied quickly. "John, will you join me for a drink?" "Little early for me." "But it's already quite late in London, so let's pretend, shall we? Special occasion and all, 2 old friends." An attendant brought drinks for all 3. Stone had a beer, Chapman a Beefeater martini, and McElroy a slender finger of scotch. He looked at Stone over the rim of his glass. "Gallstones, bloody things driving me mad. But it's said a small measure of good scotch can kill them dead. At least I believe I heard that somewhere. In this case, a rumor will suffice." He lifted his glass. "Cheers." They all drank, and McElroy dabbed his mouth with his pocket kerchief. "The PM," prompted Stone, and Chapman drew a little straighter in her chair as she bit into a fat olive from her drink. McElroy looked pained, rubbed his side, and nodded in a perfunctory manner. Yes, the PM, solid chap. I actually voted for him. Between you and me, he's a bit dodgy on some things, but what politician isn't? Dodgy enough to be blown up? Asked Stone. Don't think so, no. Not homegrown, in other words. Lots of enemies out there. Stone glanced at Chapman. Our closest ally. It's put a bullseye on your little island.
Quite so, yes, but we soldier on, don't we?
Who knew he'd be walking across the park?
Limited circle,
answered Chapman, as McElroy continued to rub his side while finishing his scotch.
They're all being checked out as we speak.
McElroy looked uninterested in this detail, and Stone was quick to pick up on that. Another theory? McElroy sniffed. I'm not sure it actually rises to the level of a theory just yet, John. I go by Oliver now. He looked chagrined. Of course you do. I read the briefing papers, afraid my memory's just not what it was. Well, Oliver, it's just a thought. Which is? Just as Stone had done earlier, McElroy held up 4 fingers of his right hand. A quartet of people in the park last night. He lowered one finger. Our man was the one whose tooth you were briefly in possession of. Agent Chapman told me he was one of yours, but not what he was doing there. No elaborate explanation. He'd been assigned to patrol the park when the old walk-through plan was still in place. When the PM turned his ankle, we simply left him there to provide a wider berth of security. McElroy held the 3 fingers up even higher. But the bloody thing is, Oliver, the bloody thing is my counterparts over here can tell me absolutely nothing about the other 3. I saw the video feed. One of them is dead. Not particularly helpful. Then there's the man and the woman. Perhaps they were just there by coincidence, but perhaps not. In either case, I need to know for certain. Why were there any people in the park last night? My experience has been that when you have state dinners with guests at Blair, the park is normally cordoned off. Good question. Happen to have asked it myself. Have you found an answer? Because I haven't. No, at least not a satisfactory one. No immediate threats against the PM? Nothing particularly credible. What line will you be taking then? Remove him from the threat. McElroy checked his watch. The PM should be wheels down at Heathrow in 20 minutes, in fact. And after that? McElroy noticed a fleck of dandruff on the shoulder and brushed it away like he might an unappealing conclusion. We can't leave it, Oliver. It happened on American soil, so our reach is limited, but we really can't leave it. Awful sort of precedent if we do. Can't have folks taking potshots at RPM without any consequences. If he was the target. Have to assume he was until facts prove otherwise. Stone looked over at Chapman and then back at his old acquaintance. Agent Chapman seems well capable. Yes, she is. Otherwise she wouldn't be here. But I believe she will be infinitely more capable with you at her side. Stone was already shaking his head. My plate is full. Yes, your little trip to NIC. I understand Riley Weaver is marking his territory at an extraordinary clip over there. He'll make mistakes, of course, and let's just hope not too many people die when he does. And the FBI wants a piece of you, I understand.
Popular gent,
added Chapman. McElroy and Stone exchanged a knowing gaze. McElroy said, I'm not sure popular would be my first choice as a description. Short leash, Oliver? Could be. Stone gave the older man a lengthy gaze. I wonder if he knows about my meeting with the president, about me going back in. Stone had no reason to think that McElroy wished him any ill will, but in this business simply saving someone's life did not ensure a permanent allegiance. And Stone was also quite certain that the PM, and hence James McElroy, would sacrifice him if requested to do so by the Americans. And then something else occurred to Stone. That's why I'm here. McElroy was told to deliver the message directly to me from the president. He decided to verify the speculation. I already have an assignment. I'm supposed to leave tomorrow, in fact. Yes, well, plans are fluid, aren't they? One has to account for recent events. Does one? A new arrangement is possible because of what happened in the park, McElroy said bluntly. Why? Simply because I was there? Partly. Plus, in the circles in question, I'm not without influence. And I thought you could be better deployed here than in more southern parts of this hemisphere. So he does know about the Russians and the Mexican pipeline, Stone thought. You became my advocate? That's dangerous. So was Iran in 1977. Didn't stop you, did it? My job. You owe me nothing. Actually, you're not telling the truth. Stone cocked his head slightly. McElroy continued, I did some investigation afterwards. You had already been authorized to return home. In fact, you were technically off duty. The actual team that was supposed to come to my aid were ambushed en route, killed to a man. Why do I think I'm not telling you anything you didn't already know? With this observation, Chapman eyed Stone with even deeper interest. You were in trouble. I was there. You would have done the same for me. Not, I'm afraid, with the same successful results. He added quickly, not for lack of will, but I could never shoot that straight. So just give me the basic outline. You investigate, you succeed, then... McElroy shrugged. What you were promised before will remain unchanged. And if I don't succeed? McElroy said nothing. Okay, said Stone. Okay, you'll do it? Yes. Excellent. So, how is this all going to play out? Asked Stone. I've been on the outside a long time. You don't just jump back in. I pulled some professional strings with the PM's blessing. He and your president are wonderful friends. They golf. They go to war together. You know how that is. So you're saying? I'm saying that they decided it would be spot-on brilliant for you and Mary here to poke around a bit on this. Just so we're clear, I'm not what I once was. McElroy studied his old friend. Some remember you only for your extraordinary feats of physicality, for the aim that never missed, the courage that never wavered. But I also remember you as one of the cagiest operatives that ever wore the stars and stripes. Many tried to get you, some close to home, but no one ever succeeded. I'd say you were just what the doctor ordered, and I think it would be personally beneficial for you too, and not just for the obvious reasons. So keep my enemies closer. Friends and enemies closer, corrected McElroy. Stone looked at Chapman. How do you feel about this? She said flippantly,
My boss has spoken, and I play by house rules.
That's not what I asked you, he said sharply. Chapman lost her playful look.
I need to find out who wanted my PM dead, and if you can help me do that, I'll go the last mile with you.
Well put, McElroy said as he rose, clutching the armchair for support. I can't tell you what a pleasure it is to have seen you again. It has really done my old heart good. One thing. Weaver showed me the video feed of the park surveillance. Unfortunately, it cut off after the explosion. Went to static. Did it now? McElroy peered at Chapman. Mary, perhaps you can provide Oliver with the full video. I thought there might be more. McElroy smiled. There's always more. Stone's mouth edged upward. Been back to Iran? McElroy smiled. I wouldn't dream of it unless you went with me. Mary will provide you with our files to date. Good luck. A few seconds later, he disappeared into an interior room, leaving Chapman and Stone alone. I need a ride back to my place, he said.
And then?
And then we'll go over your files.
Okay, but we may be running out of time.
Oh, there's no question about it. We are running out of time. Chapter 12. When he and Chapman returned to the caretaker's cottage, Stone put on a pot of hot water for tea, while the MI6 agent took the files from her briefcase and spread them out over Stone's desk. She also loaded a DVD into her laptop. With a frown, she said,
You know, I would prefer to meet in a more secure place. These files are all classified.
Stone looked up from the stove and said cheerfully, Not to worry. I don't have any security clearances, so as soon as I look at them, they'll be immediately declassified.
Bloody hell,
murmured Chapman. Teacups in hand, they sat at the desk and began to go over the documents and reports. Stone's gaze flew swiftly over the papers and photos, his agile and experienced mind separating the important from the trivial. After he was finished, Chapman said,
Would you like to see the full feed?
He nodded. I'm wondering why I was shown the edited version at NIC.
Don't ask me, it's your bloke's doing, not mine.
I'm also wondering if the edited version is the only one they have. To this, Chapman simply stared stoically at the screen. They watched the feed. It was picture only, no audio. After the explosion happened, the feed went to static, but only for a second, as though the detonation had momentarily disabled the electronic surveillance's signals. When the video resumed, Stone saw the remainder of the feed. Flames and white smoke covered Jackson's statue, or where it used to be. The fence and cannons have also been flung away like feathers. It was a miracle no one had been killed. Luckily, at that time of night, the park had been nearly deserted, and the security teams typically kept the perimeter of the park. Stone saw himself lying on the ground unconscious, while the British agent slowly rose and staggered away. Your man looks all right, except for his tooth.
He's a tough chap, but he did say colliding with you was like hitting a brick wall.
Stone continued to focus on the feed. The suit and woman were no longer visible. He saw people running. The security bollards on Pennsylvania retracted into the street, and police cars and Secret Service vans raced off. Blair House was quickly sealed off. Can you show me the last 30 seconds again? She hit a couple keystrokes, and Stone watched the explosion happen again. He sat back, puzzled.
What's the problem?
Said Chapman, as she stopped the video. Can you slow it down even more?
I'll try.
She worked some keystrokes.
This is the best I can do, I'm afraid.
They watched it again with everything in ultra-slow motion. Stone followed the path of the jogger as he passed by a pair of uniformed Secret Service officers and a canine before entering the park.
Fat chap to be in trainers. Doesn't look like a runner, does he?
People who wear jogging suits aren't always runners. He might have just been out for a walk.
If you say so.
Bomb could have been on that iPod. Chapman nodded.
I was thinking the same thing, C4 or Semtex, or something even more powerful. If so, there will be evidence of that in the debris field.
Yes and no. Yes, the iPod will be blown apart, but it would be regardless of whether it was part of an explosive device or not.
But they'll be able to tell, from scorching marks, from the deformity angles of the parts, outward as opposed to inward and so on.
Stone turned to her. You know about explosives?
Another reason they sent for me. I spent 3 years chasing some nasty Irishmen who didn't believe the IRA had actually signed a peace treaty. They liked to make things go boom. Learned a lot.
I'm sure. Stone looked back at the screen. He dove into the planting hole.
And the explosion happened a few seconds later. Maybe a suicide bomber, then.
Stone looked skeptical. Who kills only himself by diving in a hole?
So what do you think the lay of the land is, then?
He looked at her curiously. Lay of what land?
Your land of too many bloody American agencies. I've only been on this case less than a day, and already I feel claustrophobic.
Ever heard of Hell's Corner? Chapman shook her head. Stone leaned forward and tapped the frozen screen, which showed Lafayette Park. This is Hell's Corner, he said. Pennsylvania Avenue, the actual street, belongs to the D.C. Metro Cops. The sidewalks around Lafayette Park are the Secret Service's turf, and the park itself comes under the jurisdiction of the Park Police. Secret Service agents are actually taught to grab a person of interest from the street or park, carry him to the sidewalk, and then arrest him there to prevent a pissing contest over jurisdiction.
Okay.
Hell's Corner, he said again. The feds and cops hate it, but they all have to dance to the same song. The explosion is a case in point. The Park Police will control the scene, but the FBI and the ATF, because an explosive was involved, will control the investigation. And Homeland Security, Secret Service, NIC, and CIA will be hovering like vultures. Chapman took a sip of tea.
So what now?
We'll have to go to the park, talk to the investigators, and track down the jogger's identity, and that of the woman and the guy in the suit, too. He gazed at Chapman. Your guy? Where is he?
Available for questioning, but we have his full report. He saw less than you.
All right. She reached for her jacket.
So, on to the park?
Yes.
You want to use my car?
I think we should, since I don't happen to own one. Chapter 13. Annabelle Conroy rode the elevator up to the second floor, stepped off, turned and entered the rare book reading room in the Jefferson Building of the Library of Congress. She surveyed the large room and spotted Caleb Shaw at his desk in the back. She caught his eye, and he quickly came forward. Annabelle, what are you doing here?
Can you take a break? I've got Reuben and Harry Finn out front. We want to talk.
About what?
What do you think? Oliver. Those guys took him from the hospital, and we haven't seen or heard from him since.
If anyone can take care of himself, it's Oliver.
But he might need our help.
All right, give me a minute. As they rode down in the elevator, Caleb said, "This has been quite an exciting day for me."
Why's that?
We just got an F. Scott, and not just any F. Scott. The F. Scott.
The F. Scott what?
Caleb gazed at her in horror. F. Scott Fitzgerald, one of the greatest American writers of all time. He sputtered, "My God, Annabelle, where have you been all these years?"
Nowhere near a library, I guess.
The book is The Great Gatsby, arguably his greatest achievement, and certainly his most well-known work. And it's not just any Great Gatsby, of which we have several. It's a first edition, first state, of course. But it has the very rare, scarcely obtainable dust jacket cover. Annabelle looked at him blankly. You know, the one with the haunting pair of female eyes? It is one of the most uniquely famous covers in classic literature. You see, the cover was actually conceived before Fitzgerald finished writing the book. He loved it so much he wrote a scene in the novel that included that image.
Very interesting,
said Annabelle politely. But her tone actually showed little interest. She had once shared a van with Caleb for nearly 2 days, during which he had regaled her nearly non-stop with literary scuttlebutt. She had never really recovered from the onslaught. They got off the elevator and walked toward the exit. Caleb continued, "And that's not the best part. The best part is that it's Zelda's copy. The provenance is absolutely certain."
Who's Zelda?
"Who's Zelda?" sputtered Caleb again. "His wife, of course. Scott and Zelda, a more tragic couple you would be hard-pressed to find. She died in an asylum, and Fitzgerald drank himself to death. He inscribed a book for her. What a coup for the library, and one of one. We love those."
Totally unique?
"Absolutely."
How much did you pay for it?
Caleb looked taken aback. He blustered, "Well, I mean, that's not for public."
Come on, just an estimate.
"It was well into the 6 figures. I'll have to leave it at that," he said a bit pompously. Annabelle now looked interested.
My grandmother left me her personal copy of Wuthering Heights. I wonder how much it might be worth. It is in excellent condition.
Caleb looked intrigued. Wuthering Heights? First editions of those in pristine condition are rare. Where did you get it?
At a bookstore 8 years ago. It's a paperback. Is that a problem?
Caleb gazed stonily at her and said stiffly, "Funny." Outside, they met up with Reuben and Harry Finn. Finn was a decades younger version of Stone, lean and lethal. Unless he needed to move fast, he never seemed to even flinch, as though storing his energy for when a crisis occurred. Reuben had changed from his loading dock uniform into his usual garb of jeans and his sweatshirt with moccasins on his feet. They sat on the broad steps leading into the library. Annabelle said,
"So what are we going to do?"
"What can we do?" said Reuben.
"Oliver may be in trouble."
"Oliver is often in trouble," responded Caleb.
"Those men who took him from the hospital,"
began Annabelle. Finn cut in. "NIC, Riley Weaver's boys. Heard it from a buddy of mine. It was a catch and release. I doubt Oliver gave them what they wanted."
"Then he is in trouble, and we have to help him."
"Why don't we wait for him to ask for that help?" said Caleb.
"Why?"
Annabelle shot back. "Because every time I help him, I get in trouble," he said, looking back at the enormous library building. "I'm actually on probation, a positively horrendous situation for someone of my age and level of experience."
"No one's asking you to risk your job, Caleb, but I did find something out. In fact, it's why I wanted to meet with all of you today."
"What did you find out?" asked Reuben.
"That Oliver was leaving to go somewhere."
"How do you know that?"
"I found a packed bag in his cottage, along with several books written in what I think is Russian."
"You mean you broke into his cottage and found it?" said Caleb heatedly. "You have absolutely no respect for property rights, Annabelle Conroy. None. It's outrageous. It really is." She slipped a book from her pocket and showed it to the librarian. "Yes, it is Russian," said Caleb, as he glanced at the title. He looked more closely at the title. "It's a book on Russian politics, but it's decades old. Why in the world would he be taking that with him?" "Maybe he was going to Russia and he needed to bone up on his language skills," suggested Finn. "One way to do that is read the language." "Why would Oliver be going to Russia?" asked Reuben. "Wait a minute. How would he even get there? He doesn't have a passport. He doesn't have any idea at all, not to mention money for the trip."
"There could only be one way he could go."
"You mean on behalf of the U.S. government?" replied Finn.
"Yes."
"On behalf of the government," exclaimed Caleb. "He doesn't work for the government. At least not anymore."
"Maybe that status has changed. I mean, they offered the man the Medal of Honor."
Reuben mused. "Oliver going back inside. After all these years, I can't believe it." "And after all they did to him," added Finn quietly. "Why would he do that?" asked Caleb. "If there's one thing we know about Oliver, is that he really doesn't trust the government." "Maybe he really didn't have a choice," said Finn.
"But it's not like he's 20 anymore. He was almost killed last night. If he goes to Russia, he may never come back."
Reuben said, "He may be older, but he's also wiser. I wouldn't discount how much he has left in the tank."
"He almost died in that prison in Devine, Reuben. And Milton did die,"
she added with brutal frankness. Reuben, who'd been very close to Milton Farb, glanced down at his hands. "Maybe we're all too old for this shit anymore." Finn said, "So how do you want to play this with Oliver? We all know he won't ask for help, not after what happened in Devine." Caleb said, "That's right. He'll do nothing that puts us in any danger."
"Then maybe we don't wait for him to ask for our help. Maybe we just become proactive."
"Meaning what exactly?" asked Reuben. "Not spy on him."
"No, but we can show a united front and tell him what we think."
"I'm not sure that's a great idea," Reuben said. Annabelle stood.
"Fine. If you guys want to wait for his death notice, great. I'm not."
She turned and walked off. "Annabelle!" Reuben called after her. She never turned around. "She's very stubborn," grumbled Caleb. "Like most women. It's probably why I never got married." Reuben glowered at him. "Oh, I think there were a few other reasons for that, Caleb." Chapter 14. Traffic in D.C. was much worse than normal, Phone calls were made at every checkpoint as the MI6 agent's documents were scrutinized and her incremental passage authorized by off-site higher-ups. Stone could understand that none of the street cops or agents were willing to fall on the sword because they'd passed them through in error. This was why supervisors cashed the larger paychecks and had the slightly bigger offices. Their asses would be fried if someone further up the food chain decided to throw his weight around. They finally cleared the last hurdle and approached Ground Zero, Lafayette Park. To Stone, who knew it perhaps better than anyone else, it was nearly unrecognizable. The center of the park was a blackened mass, trees and plants destroyed, the grass burned, the dirt piled up in mounds. The Jackson statue lay in ruins. A cannon wheel had nearly reached the sidewalk on the Pennsylvania Avenue side. A section of fence had embedded in a tree a good 70 feet away. The ATF had set up its mobile command post in the middle of Pennsylvania Avenue. The FBI's counterpart unit was set up in Jackson Place to the west of the park. Dogs and armed security were everywhere. All the businesses and government offices located on Jackson Place and across the park on Madison Place had been shut down. While the park looked like a cops' convention, the people in uniform were still outnumbered by the swarm of suits. Stone and Chapman passed by a large alcohol, tobacco, and firearms National Response Team, or NRT truck. Stone knew that there were only 3 NRT vehicles in existence. The NRT members constituted the best bomb experts in the country and could go into any scenario and within a couple days tell what had gone boom and how. Stone caught sight of some techs in hazmat suits parsing through the explosion site. He also eyed people in hermetic gear who looked like surgeons preparing for the OR. They were scrounging the area, looking for trace evidence. Small colored tents were scattered everywhere. He assumed each one marked a bit of evidence that had been found. The men in some of the suits clearly represented the FBI. This was not a guess, since they were also wearing their FBI windbreakers. Other jacket and ties beyond that inner circle were members of the Secret Service, this given away by their earbuds and dour expressions as these outsiders trod their turf. Stone and Chapman walked toward the group of FBI agents. However, before they reached the circle of investigators, a tall man intercepted them. "Mr. Stone?" Stone eyed him. "Yes?" "I need you to come with me, sir." "Where?" The man pointed directly across the street. "The White House? Why?" "I believe you know Special Agent Alex Ford. He's waiting there for you." Stone gazed at Chapman. "She's with me." The man looked at her. "Agent Chapman?" She nodded. "ID, please." She produced it. "Let's go." They were escorted through the front gates, although Chapman had to surrender her gun.
"I want it back,"
she said to the confiscating officer.
"in the exact same condition. I'm very partial to that weapon."
"Yes, ma'am," responded the man politely. They passed by a backhoe and a crew of men in green and khaki uniforms who were removing the stump of a tree inside the White House grounds. One of the men winked at Chapman. She scowled in response. As they entered the building and were led down the hall, Chapman whispered,
"So, this is the White House, eh?"
"Never been here?" Stone asked.
"No, you?"
Stone didn't answer. At that moment, Alex Ford stepped from a doorway and joined them. He nodded to the agent escort. "Chuck, I've got it, thanks." "Okay, Alex." Chuck broke off and headed back the way they had come. Stone made introductions and then said, "Why are we here?" "I understand you met with Sir James McElroy earlier," said Alex. "Sir? He didn't tell me he'd been knighted."
"Didn't really want it. But you don't turn down the Queen now, do you?"
Stone said, "Yes, I met with him. Just so you know, the decision for you to come back inside has not been very popular with certain other agencies." "Including yours?" "And including some other folks here." "Who are we meeting with?" "Chief of Staff and the VP. "I'm impressed." I think the VP is there to give it a bit more gravitas. Have they been fully briefed? Don't know. Above my pay grade. They arrived at a door. Alex knocked. Enter, a voice said. Ready? Said Alex, and Stone nodded. Chapman adjusted her cuffs and whipped back a stray bit of hair. She muttered,
What the hell have I got myself into?
I was thinking the same thing, commented Stone. Chapter 15. From the anteroom, they were admitted into the office of the vice president. He was a tall, white-haired, and well-fed man, with a reassuring smile and a strong handshake. No doubt built up over thousands of campaign stops. The chief of staff was short and wiry, with eyes that continually swept the space around him, like a radar array. It suddenly occurred to Stone that the VP being here made sense beyond providing gravitas. He was on the President's National Security Council. Still, Stone was actually surprised the man would agree to meet with him directly and not through an underling. But then again, it was hard to refuse your president. The pleasantries were made and quickly dispensed with. Alex Ford stood by the door, a security presence now, and not a friend. The VP said, The president asked that we meet with you. He nodded in Chapman's direction. With you both. We obviously want to get to the bottom of this, delicate matter as quickly as possible. In his mind, Stone translated this into plain English. What the VP had actually just communicated was, This is not my idea, and though I'm being somewhat loyal to my president, I won't take the blame if it blows up. That's why the chief of staff is here. My boss might go down, but not me. Stone wondered if either man had been made aware of the original plan to ship Stone off to Mexico to help deal with the Russian cartel nightmare. American vice presidents often had been kept in the dark by their chief executive. Chiefs of staff typically knew everything the president did. The VP inclined his head at the chief of staff, who held out a black leather card case to Stone. Your credentials, said the man. Stone slowly took the offered items, opened it, and gazed at his face, which was staring back at him from the depths of the official photo that was part of his new commission. He wondered when they had taken his picture. Perhaps when he was sitting in the room at the NIC, which meant that Riley Weaver knew all about this. He had to smile when he saw his typed name. Oliver Stone. Next to the photo was his ID card. On it, he had officially become a field agent of the National Coordinator for Security, Infrastructure Protection, and Counterterrorism. This all made sense, Stone thought. The National Coordinator worked within the National Security Council and reported to the President through the National Security Advisor. There was a link to the White House, but with one step in between. The President was covering all the bases, just as his savvy VP was now doing. He flipped to the next sleeve in the case, and there was his shiny badge with the agency insignia. He said, Interesting choice of agencies. The VP smiled his winning and inscrutable smile. Yes, isn't it? Yet Stone had managed to read 1,000 such inscrutable faces, and the VP was no exception. He believes this is all insane, and he's probably right. The Chief of Staff added, It carries the same weight as DHS and the FBI, if not a bit more, actually. There are few doors that won't open, and most of them are in this building. Well then, let's hope I won't have to try to open any doors here, thought Stone. He said to the Chief of Staff, You serve at his pleasure. Before the startled man could say anything, Stone turned to the VP, And you obviously trust your running mate's judgment, or at least hope he's not making a serious miscalculation by conferring this authority on me. Both men looked at Stone in a different light. The VP nodded. He's a good man, so I hope that his trust is justified when this is all said and done. I assume you feel the same way. Stone pocketed his new credentials without answering. The Chief of Staff said, You will be sworn in after this meeting by a representative from the National Coordinator's office. Thus you will also have arresting authority. You are also entitled to a sidearm, if you so choose," he added in a dubious tone. It was clear the Chief of Staff, too, thought it was madness to be handing over this much authority to a man like him. Stone briefly wondered how long the Chief of Staff had argued with the President over this decision before the latter had won out. Stone glanced at Chapman. "My friend from MI6 here has a very nice Walther PPK. I think that will do for now." "All right." The VP rose, signaling an end to the meeting. Stone knew that his working hours were measured in 15-minute increments, and that he had added incentive to have this particular encounter over. "Wait much longer, and the smell of all this might permanently attach to you, sir." They all shook hands. The VP said, "Good luck, Agent Stone." As they followed Alex back down the hall, Chapman said wryly,
Hell, if I knew it was this easy to become an American agent, I would have come over here a long time ago.
"It did go a bit too smoothly," said Stone, as he eyed Alex. The Secret Service agent said, "Things have changed in the last 15 years. We've got more contractors walking around with guns and badges than you can imagine. Both in-force protection and overseas military campaigns, and right here at home. Just the nature of the beast." Out of Chapman's earshot, he added, "Look, you need to understand that people know John Carr is back. I'm aware of that. You have a lot of secrets, Oliver, too many for some." "Yes, that had occurred to me too." "You don't need to do this." "Yes, actually I do." "Why?" demanded Alex. "For a number of reasons." Looking highly disgruntled, Alex said nothing. Stone said, "After we finish here, we're going back over to the park. Can you come with us?" Alex shook his head. "I'm on protection duty here, and like I told you before, I'm not allowed anywhere near this investigation. They've built a Chinese wall around this sucker for obvious reasons." Stone studied him. "Because someone believes there's a mole in the service?" The other man looked uncomfortable by this observation, but nodded. "I think it's a load of crap, but you have to cover all the bases." In another room of the White House, Stone was sworn in. Next, Chapman got her beloved gun back, and they left the White House. She and Stone headed to the park.
Pretty nice to have the president of the only remaining superpower on your side.
"Maybe."
Am I ever going to hear the full story on that?
"No, you're not." Chapter 16. Stone and Chapman flashed their badges and passed through the gauntlet of security at the park.
What first?
Stone pointed to a man encircled by suits. "Let's go right to the top." They again showed their IDs. When the man saw Stone's agency, he motioned the pair over to a clear space. "Tom Gross, FBI," he said. "I'm the case agent, out of WFO's Domestic Counterterrorism Unit." Gross was in his late 40s, a bit shorter than Stone, stockier, with thinning dark hair and a serious expression that had probably been permanently stamped on his features 1 week after joining the Counterterrorism Unit. Stone began. "We're here because," Gross interrupted, "I got a phone call. You can expect the Bureau's full cooperation." He looked at Chapman. "Really glad your Prime Minister was unhurt."
Thanks,
replied Chapman. Stone asked, "Has any group claimed responsibility?" "Not yet." Gross led them to the point of origin of the explosion, while Stone explained that he had been at the park last night. The small colored tents marking where evidence had been found had increased greatly in number, while they had been across the street. Gross said, "The media's been all over this thing, of course, even though we've kept them well back from the crime scene. Damn mess, really. We've had to shut down everything within a full block radius with the park as the center. A lot of pissed-off people." "I'm sure," said Stone. "The director has held a press conference in which he said very little, because we don't know very much. The ADIC will handle the rest of the media through the MR office," he added. referring to the assistant director in charge and the FBI's Media Relations Office. "We're taking the lead over ATF, but they're handling the heavy work on the bomb piece." Stone eyed Gross. "So you've concluded it's international terrorism as opposed to domestic?" "Can't say that, no," admitted Gross. "But because of the geographic proximity and the PM's presence." "Right," said Stone. "Have you seen the surveillance video of the park from last night?" "Got it all set up at the mobile command post. Unfortunately, the damn cameras were knocked out by the blast. Surprised about that because there's about a dozen recorders stationed all around here and manned by probably 5 different agencies. The bomb might have been designed to jam them, though, for some reason." Stone's face was inscrutable at this comment. The FBI had clearly not been privy to the unedited video. Stone filed that one away for now. "Source of the gunfire?" he asked. Gross pointed to the northern end of the park. "Rooftop garden of the Hay Adams Hotel. We found lots of shell casings. Tech 9 rounds." "Interesting choice of weapon," said Stone. "Why?" asked Gross. "Limited range, about 25 useful meters, which is shorter than the height they were firing down from. And it's hard to hit anything with a Tech 9 that's not standing right in front of you." "Well, they didn't hit anything." "But you found no guns?" Stone asked. Gross shook his head.
How was that possible?
Asked Chapman.
Do people just walk around in the States carrying machine guns? I thought the British press was making that up.
Not sure yet. And no, people do not walk around here carrying machine guns, Gross added indignantly. The hotel folks are cooperating fully. The garden is popular but not incredibly secure. Of course, we shut the hotel down until the investigation is over. We kept all the guests on premises and are interviewing them right now. Stone asked, were the guns set up remotely or were human fingers pulling the triggers? If they were operating remotely, all traces were removed. For now, I think we have to assume human involvement. You said you locked the hotel down, Stone said. Yes, but there was a time gap, Gross conceded. How long? It was pretty much chaos down here for a couple hours. When the source of the gunfire was confirmed, that was when the lockdown was set up. So easily enough time for the gunners to slip out, taking their hardware with them? Multiple machine guns wouldn't be exactly inconspicuous, Gross pointed out. Stone shook his head. If you know what you're doing, you can break down a Tech 9 very quickly and fit it inside a briefcase. We shut things down as fast as we could. But it is what it is.
Hopefully someone at the hotel will remember seeing people leaving, perhaps with a bulky case,
noted Chapman. Gross didn't look too confident. An event they had there was just letting out. Lots of people with briefcases leaving about that time, apparently. That wasn't a coincidence, said Stone. That was good prep work. A guy in a hazmat suit walked over to them. He tugged off his head covering. He was introduced as an agent from the ATF, Stephen Garchick. Gross said, Good to go? Garchick nodded and grinned. Nothing that'll kill you. Stone looked at the tent markers. They were divided between orange and white. The orange were far more numerous and were spread out relatively evenly around the park. The white markers were almost all on the western side of the park. Orange is bomb debris, and white are locations of found slugs? Stone ventured. Garchick nodded approvingly. Yep, obviously there were far more bomb hits than bullets emanating out from the blast seat. What kind of explosive device was it, Agent Garchick? Stone asked. Just make it Steve. Too early to tell, but by the size of the debris field and damages to the statue, it was some powerful stuff.
C4 or Semtex, maybe. They can both do serious damage in relatively small footprints.
Garchick said, well, this is a lot of damage for a stick of TNT or a pound of Semtex. Maybe it was a cocktail of components. Maybe HMX or CL-20. That stuff is scary powerful. They're in the family of the most potent non-nuclear high explosives. But it most likely wasn't military ordnance. How do you know that? Asked Stone. Chapman answered.
White smoke on the video. Military grade is oil-based, leaving a black smoke trail. White is usually commercial.
The ATF agent smiled appreciatively. You know your stuff. We're bagging and tagging now, taking residue from the blast seat. He pointed at two burly black Labradors being walked around the grounds by their handlers. Roy and Wilbur, he said. Those are the dogs' names. He added, dogs are the cheapest, most reliable bomb detectors in the world. One of my dogs can screen an entire airport in a couple hours, so they'll burn through this whole park in no time. Find bomb residue my guys won't even be able to see with all our fancy technology.
Impressive,
said Chapman. Garchik continued with enthusiasm. There aren't even any machines in existence that can measure accurately the power of a dog's nose. But I can tell you that people have about 125 million smelling cells in their nasal passages. Our labs have twice that. We'll run all the evidence up to our Fire Research Center in Maryland. We can torch a 3-story building up there and have a hood large enough to capture every molecule of the burn-off. Be able to tell you exactly what was used. Stone said, anything left of the guy in the hole? Garchik nodded. Bombs throw debris 360 degrees. We've pulled body parts out of tree canopies, off surrounding rooftops, 2-3 blocks away. Found a piece of a foot on the White House lawn, a partial index finger on the roof of St. John's Church, and then there was tissue, brain matter, the usual stuff. DNA field day. Guys on a database somewhere, we'll know soon enough. He nodded at the NRT truck. Of course, the first thing we did was shut down the area and send in our dogs.
Secondary strikes,
noted Chapman. Right. They've made that a fine art in Iraq and Afghanistan. Trigger off a bomb, everybody rushes in to help, and they pop the secondary strike to take out the first responders. But we found nothing. Garchik added in a proud tone, and our labs are exceptional. They're mostly service dog school dropouts that can sniff out 19,000 different explosives, based on the 5 major explosive groups, including chemical compounds. We train them with food. Labs are land sharks, do anything for food.
They can never be fooled.
Let me put it this way. Roy over there found a 4-inch square C4 block that was covered in dirty diapers and coffee, packed in Mylar bags and cement-lined crates, sealed in foam and locked in a storage room. And he did it in about 30 seconds.
How is that possible?
Smells occur at the molecular level. You can't seal them up no matter how hard you try. Plastics, metals, pretty much any container or cover-up method can't trap molecules because those materials are still permeable. They can hold solids and liquids and even gases. But smell molecules are something altogether different. They can pass right through those substances. If the detection method is sensitive enough, it really doesn't matter what the bad guys do. Trained bomb detection canines have an olfactory capacity that is humanly impossible to fool, and believe me, lots of people have tried. How do you think this bomb was detonated? Asked Gross. The ATF agent shrugged. Basic rule of 3. To make a bomb, you have to have a switch, power source, and the explosive. Bombs are just basically something you can violently expand at extremely fast speeds while trapped in a confined space. You can detonate a bomb any number of ways, but the basic 2 are via a timer and by what we call command detonation. Chapman said,
Meaning the person doing the detonation is present?
Either the bomber or someone else, and the someone else is usually to safeguard against the bomber getting cold feet. Probably half the suicide bombings in Iraq are detonated by third parties for that very reason. I take it you've been there, said Gross. Garchik nodded. 4 times, and to be frank, I hope I don't have to go back. So, where was the bomb? Asked Stone. On the blown-up jogger? Nope, don't think that's possible, said Garchik. Why? Asked Stone. He went to the dogs. What? Said Gross. I'll show you. Come on. Chapter 17. Garchik led them to the ATF's command unit. Inside, he fired up an array of electronic equipment. Moments later, they were watching some of the video feed from the night before. When a particular scene came up, he froze it and pointed his finger at the screen. There, like I said. He went to the dogs. Or dog, in this case. The image was of the man in the jogging suit. He was entering the park from the north. He was frozen right next to two uniformed officers, one of whom had a dog. The jogger was perhaps a foot from the canine. Chapman said,
"Is that a bomb detection canine?"
"Yes, it is. Secret Services. No, I don't think their dogs are better than ours. But I can tell you, any person carrying an explosive walking that close to a bomb detection canine trained in this country is going to get busted. I don't care how he tried to hide it. That dog would be going nuts, or else doing a passive alert, meaning he'll sit right down on his butt. This dog was doing neither. And you'd think if he was carrying a bomb on his person, he wouldn't have walked right next to the dog in the first place," said Stone. "He couldn't assume it wasn't a bomb sniffer." Gross added, "Which means this wasn't a suicide bomber. The guy jumped into the hole to avoid the gunfire. Looked like the bomb was in that hole." "Well, that's progress anyway," said Stone, "ruling out the jogger."
"Was it a pressure switch? Jogger hit it and boom?"
suggested Chapman. "That's possible," conceded Garchik, though he didn't look convinced. "Accidental detonation, you mean?"
"Maybe. Did you find any evidence of another type of detonation switch?"
"There's a million pieces of stuff lying around here, and we're still looking. But to complicate matters a bit, Lafayette Park is home to a lot of static electricity."
"And static electricity can set off a bomb,"
said Chapman. "That's right. But if you go to all the trouble to get a bomb into Lafayette Park, why would you build the bomb in such a way that it might trigger off accidentally?" said Gross. Garchik said, "Might be as simple as the folks who managed to get the bomb in here were better than the guy building the bomb. That's not as implausible as you might think. Or it could have been on a frequency switch, and something interfered with it." "The jogger was wearing an iPod," Gross pointed out. "That could have interfered." "That's possible, yes."
"But are we really sure the tree hole was the source of the bomb? We're sort of jumping to conclusions here that it was."
"We haven't finished our analysis, but it's a safe bet that was the bomb seat," said Garchik. Stone said, "Then are we sure that the bomb going off was an accident?" They all looked at him curiously. Gross said, "It had to be. Otherwise, why would they set off a bomb that had no chance of killing the Prime Minister?"
"Unless it was set on a timer. The PM was supposed to be in the park last night. If it was set on a timer, there's no way to take that back."
"And it was a coincidence that the man jumped in the hole and it went off when it did," added Garchik. "That works." "No, it doesn't work," countered Stone. "You're forgetting the gunfire. Why have both the gunfire and the bomb? And if the gunfire wasn't done remotely, then the shooters would have known the Prime Minister wasn't in the park."
"That's not necessarily true. I'll show you."
She led them back outside, where she pointed to the trees in front of the Hay Adams Hotel.
"If they were on the rooftop garden back there, then the trees would have hidden the park from their view. They hear the sirens and the motorcade coming. They wait for it to pull in, the Prime Minister to get out and walk to the park. Then they start shooting."
Stone did not look convinced. "So you're saying this elaborate plan was put together and the gunners were firing blind?" He shook his head. "If I were going to do this, at the very least, I'd have one spotter with a clear view of the PM's movements, stationed somewhere near the park, with a secure line of communication. I'm not shooting blindly through tree canopies, and if the PM doesn't come to the park, I call off the mission. But if he does set foot in the park, I can't afford to miss." "And they did miss everyone," Gross pointed out. The ATF agent nodded. "It's a puzzler, all right." Stone turned to him. "So, if you were going to pull off this bombing, how would you detonate, Steve?" "Pressure switches can be problematic, particularly under these conditions. I mean, you've got a tree in a hole and a bomb somewhere near it. Maybe in the root ball, maybe under the tree. That's a lot of weight. And people moving stuff around, digging. Chances are that pressure switch gets tripped accidentally. And once you cover the bomb with dirt, What's going to trigger it? Something has to cause the switch to engage. It's called the pressure switch for a good reason. No, if I were going to do it, I'd use a command-controlled device, meaning remote detonation. Now, if they did that, they might have used a cell phone, which would make our job a lot easier. Cell phones have a SIM card, and all the components are serialized so we can reconstruct the phone and maybe track down where and who purchased it. Of course, if a cell phone was used, you actually have two phones. One planted on the bomb as the switch, and the other to call that phone. We did find some bits of wire, corner of a transistor, plastic shell casing, leather. Leather? Stone exclaimed. Yeah, tiny patches of it. About a dozen pieces. Had some black markings on them, so the probability lies with it being part of the explosive. Still trying to determine what it is, but we will. And then we have to definitively determine if it was tied to the explosion. Not all the junk we find out there will be.
Could have come off the jogger's trainers. His shoes were made of leather, right?
Yes, but the color's off. I saw the video feed and the guy's shoes were blue.
The black marks could be scorching from the bomb.
No, the rest of the leather was brown. Probably has nothing to do with anything. So right now, Gross said, you still can't tell us how the detonation was done. That's right. Why are you thinking the bomb was in the tree hole in the first place? Gross said, apart from the location of the damage. Garchik said, follow me. He led them to the site of the detonation and pointed into the hole. Unless I'm reading this wrong, this is ground zero. Blew that tree right out of here, and it wasn't light. They all stared down at the hole, which had become even wider and deeper because of the explosion. Okay, so what are we looking for? Asked Gross. Well, there was already a crater here, the excavation for the tree. Okay, said Gross. So? Garchik made a fist and swung it downward. When you smack the water with your fist, a certain amount of water shoots up on both sides of the hand. Simple concept of volume displacement. Same thing happens with a bomb. If the bomb is above ground, it acts like the fist. It'll push downward, sideways, and also up. But a bomb buried in the ground has a different effect. It will propel mostly upward because it's enclosed by dirt. Path of least resistance for all that stored energy. Causing a crater. A bigger crater than if the bomb had been above ground, said Stone slowly. But the bomb in this case was buried in the dirt, right? Said Gross. He looked at each of them as though waiting for their collective affirmation. I wish I could tell you for certain, said Garchik. Normally, making that determination is one of the easiest parts of the equation. But here we have a complicating factor. There was already a big crater here before the bomb went off. Gross looked confused. I'm not exactly following you here. Stone said, he means he can't tell if the bomb was buried in the dirt or may have been in the root ball or even under the tree. He looked at the ATF agent. Right? That's right.
Does it matter? In any case, the bomb was placed in the park, in that hole.
Gross said, that's true. The question is, how did they do it? This is Lafayette Park, not some back alley in Baghdad. Stone looked around. Guns and bombs right across from the president's house. There could only be one answer. We've got a traitor somewhere. Chapman added,
And if the PM hadn't turned his ankle, he'd be dead.
Stone looked at her. But more to the point, they got a bomb into Lafayette Park, across from the White House, the most heavily guarded piece of land in the world. How? Chapter 18. After a minute of silence, as they each thought about this question, Gross said, I just don't see how anyone could have managed that. This place is under surveillance 24/7. That's true, said Garchik. It is very true, thought Stone. But all the evidence seems to point to that being the case. A bomb was planted in that hole. Gross looked at Chapman, and then at Stone. Do you realize how many people would have been potentially involved in something like that? Stone said, Well, for starters, we need a list of anyone involved with the process of digging that hole and planting that tree. The National Park Service handles all that, but there would have been others involved, too. Gross pulled out his phone and walked off a few feet as he punched in a series of numbers. Stone turned to the ATF agent. Once you determine what sort of bomb it was, what then? We'll put it on BATS, Bomb and Arson Tracking System. ATF maintains it. It has worldwide reference. Bombers don't like to deviate from their formula, so they develop signatures. Pretty practical reason. Once they find a method that works, they don't change it.
Because they might blow themselves up with a new method,
said Chapman, with a knowing look. You got it. Bombers typically like to test out their stuff beforehand, and that's another way to catch them. Blowing stuff up in the woods and somebody reports them. They never think to realize that they can check all their connections and switches without detonating, because the bomb materials themselves will go off. The only weak points are the connections and the power source.
Maybe these guys like to blow stuff up for the hell of it. Like to see the boom.
I do think that's part of it, replied Garchik. So anyway, we'll run it through BATS to see if the same signature appears on there. Then maybe we'll know who our bomber is. I know a lot of signatures from memory, but nothing about this one is striking me as familiar. Anything else? Asked Stone. Not right now. Okay, thanks. And let Agent Gross know as soon as you have anything. After Garchik walked off, Gross rejoined them, slipping his phone back in his pocket. All right, I just set off a shitstorm back at WFO. Stone eyed the blast seat. Getting back to basics, who was the target? Gross glanced at Chapman and said, Pretty clear, British PM. He wasn't in the park, replied Stone. But he was scheduled to be. At just about the time the bomb went off, it was probably on a timer, despite what Garchik said. It got accidentally triggered probably when that guy jumped in the hole. Stone shook his head. A mission like this requires precision. By detonating even accidentally, they give away their whole plan. They won't get a second shot. They put everyone on alert for no reason at all. And your theory doesn't explain the gunfire. It doesn't make much sense when you explain it like that, admitted Gross. Stone looked at Chapman. You keep saying he was scheduled to walk across the park. Who told you that?
Got it from the PM's office.
Stone looked toward the northern edge of the park and tried to recreate in his mind exactly what he'd seen the previous night. But for some reason the most vivid details just wouldn't come. Maybe it was his concussion, or maybe, he admitted to himself, I'm just getting old. They joined Gross in examining the rooftop garden at the Hay Adams Hotel. The trees did block the line of sight into the park. They were firing blind, said Gross, because if they had a spotter in the park, he would have known the PM wasn't there. There were markers on the floor showing where all the casings had been found. Gross said, Tech 9s, like I said before, over 200 rounds, so it was probably multiple guns. Agreed, said Stone as he gazed at the floor. And no one below or in the hotel heard or saw anything. I think lots of people heard and saw lots of things, but whether they can remember it correctly and communicate that to us effectively is a whole other question. You'll obviously match the casings to the slugs found in the park, said Stone. Already done, replied Gross. Not that there was much doubt about that. Good, because there's plenty of doubt about everything else, noted Stone. Chapter 19. Later that night, Stone and Chapman drove back to Stone's cottage. When he opened the door, he glanced to his right when he saw her. Annabelle was sitting in a chair by the fireplace. He ushered Chapman in as Annabelle rose to greet him. After introducing Chapman to Annabelle, Stone was about to say something when Annabelle held out the book written in Russian.
I guess you'll be wanting this back. Are you still planning to go on your trip?
Stone frowned as he looked down at the book. There are personal boundaries, Annabelle, and I've always respected yours.
You're not going to make me feel guilty about this, Oliver, so don't even try. I haven't known you all that long, and I think we've nearly lost you about 5 times at least by my count.
Chapman gazed at Stone in surprise.
I didn't think you were working anymore.
Annabelle answered.
He wasn't, so just think what his mortality rate will be now.
Stone laid the book down on his desk. I think I'm clearly old enough to make that decision for myself. And to answer your question, my trip has been postponed.
What trip?
Asked Chapman. Stone ignored her. Annabelle said,
But you are back, working for the government.
Like I said, I'm old enough to make that decision.
Why, Oliver? Why would you, after all they did to you?
Yeah, why, Oliver? I think we deserve an answer. They all turned to see Reuben Rhodes, Harry Finn, and Caleb Shaw at the door to the cottage.
I feel like I'm at bloody Waterloo Station,
muttered Chapman as the men came forward. Stone looked down. It's not easily explained.
At least tell me you're not working this damn park explosion case, said
Annabelle. That's exactly what he's doing. This came from Alex Ford as he walked into the cottage.
Blimey, I think you need to change the locks on your door.
Alex stood near the fireplace. Should I tell them, or are you going to?
Tell us what? Said
Annabelle. That Oliver was presented with a commission and badge today. He is now a duly sworn-in member of the federal government working with Agent Chapman here from MI6. They've been asked to find out who tried to blow up the British PM. Stone looked coldly at his friend. Thank you for maintaining confidences, Alex. Reuben said, Since when the hell are there confidences among us? How many times have I covered your back, Oliver? Risked life and limb. And you, the same for me.
The same for all of us,
added Annabelle. This is different, replied Stone. Why? Because you got a badge now? Growled Reuben. Annabelle added,
You've joined up with the same folks who hurt you so badly. Don't you see why we're all stunned? Especially after what happened in Devine. They were just going to let you rot in that prison.
And I would have, except for all of you. I know that, Stone said quietly.
So why?
Annabelle asked him. As I said, it's hard to explain. Actually, it may be impossible to explain.
We're all waiting for you to try.
Something seemed to stiffen in Stone's features. You're assuming that I owe you an explanation. I don't. Annabelle looked like Stone had slapped her. Even loyal Reuben looked stunned, and Caleb's mouth gaped.
Well, I guess that's all the explanation I need,
said Annabelle. She turned and left. Reuben glanced at his old friend. She didn't deserve that, Oliver. None of us do. This is just the way it has to be. I'm sorry, Reuben. Fine. I'll be sure to come to your funeral. Reuben also left. Caleb started to follow behind, paused, and looked back at Oliver. This is the only time I've been relieved that Milton isn't alive. To hear this. Harry Finn said, I hope you know what you're doing. Then he followed Caleb out. Now only Alex was left, except for Chapman. Stone gazed at the Secret Service agent. Do you want to tell me I'm wrong, too? No. I figure you know what you're doing, even if I don't particularly like it. But there's a problem with your bomb plant scenario. How do you know what our theory is? Asked Stone. I didn't think you were involved in the investigation. Technically, I'm not, but you still hear things.
So what's wrong with our theory?
The Secret Service Canine Unit did a sweep of the park earlier. When exactly? Asked Stone sharply. I'm not sure of the precise time, but you probably noticed a canine unit at the north end of the park. We did, on the video, said Stone. They don't bring the dogs out for their health. Would they typically cover the entire park? Asked Stone. Usually, with a dog it doesn't take that long.
So the dog would have detected a bomb?
That's sort of the point, answered Alex.
Well, it's also sort of the point that a bloody bomb did go off in the park.
I'm just telling you what I know. I guess I'll be going now. Alex, this is not how I wanted things to go down, said Stone. Yeah, but they did, didn't they? I hope you make it, Oliver. I really do. A moment later, he was gone. A few seconds later, they heard his car start.
Nice group of mates you have. Seems like they really care about you.
And I care about them.
Who are they, really?
Not important.
Who was this Milton bloke the little fellow mentioned?
A friend.
But he's dead. How? Accident?
No. Large caliber rifle round. Chapman was about to say something when Stone's cell phone buzzed. It was FBI agent Gross. Stone listened and then clicked off. The woman from the park last night is turned up.
You mean they caught her?
Asked Chapman. No. She walked into the FBI all on her own. Chapter 20.
I'm Marissa Friedman,
the woman said, as Stone and Chapman took seats opposite her and Tom Gross in an interior office of the FBI's Washington field office, which all agents referred to as the WFO. Stone took a few seconds to study her. In good light, and with only a few feet separating them, he decided she was closer to 30 than 40. She was Chapman's height, or a bit taller, with blonde hair that curled around her neck. It was not her natural color, Stone could tell. Her eyes were blue and striking, her face interesting with elegant bone structure, the chin sharply angled, and the two sides of her jaw perfect bookends for the expressive mouth. Her clothes were clearly expensive, but she wore them in a casual manner. Minimal jewelry and makeup completed the attractive package. Gross added, Miss Friedman voluntarily came in when she learned we were looking for anyone who was in the park last night. Friedman shook her head and looked troubled.
I have to tell you, I was shocked at what happened. I'd just gotten to H Street when the gunfire started and then the explosion.
She shivered uncontrollably. How did you find out the FBI was looking for you?
A friend of mine saw an item on the news and phoned me.
Stone looked at Gross, who said, In situations like this, we call in the media and ask for assistance in getting the word out. Usually very effective.
Well, it certainly was in my case.
In any event, you probably would have assumed the police would want to talk to you, said Stone.
I guess so, yes. Although I don't have any experience in things like this. My home was broken into years ago. That's really the only contact I've ever had with the police.
Can you tell us what you saw? Asked Gross.
Smoke and people running and screaming.
She looked at Stone and her voice shook.
I've never been that frightened in my life.
But before all that, you were sitting on one of the benches in the park, said Stone.
Yes, that's right.
Little late at night for that, wasn't it? Asked Stone.
My office is located in a line of townhouses on the west side of the park.
Jackson Place? Said Stone.
Yes. Most of the offices there are linked to the White House, but I was able to snare one of them for my business through more luck than skill. I was working late. Left the office. The night was so nice I sat down and might have even dozed off. I don't usually do that, but I did last night. It was a long day and I was tired. And I know the park is about the best protected space in the city, so I felt very safe.
She gave a hollow laugh.
That turned out to be quite ironic. It really was bad timing all around.
She added with another little shiver.
Nice, relaxing time in the park that turned into a war zone. For a minute there, I thought I'd stumbled onto a movie set.
Only the bullets and bomb were real, said Stone.
Yes.
What is your business? Asked Gross. She flashed a smile.
In this town, that close to the White House, you're one of the two L's.
Lawyer or lobbyist, answered Stone.
You win the prize.
She crossed her legs and flicked at the hem of her skirt, revealing briefly a glimpse of her pale, bare thighs. From the efficient way she did it, Stone deduced this was a tactic of hers during a meeting, at least a meeting with men. He glanced at Gross and saw that it had gotten his attention, too. When he looked at Chapman, she was just finishing rolling her eyes at this same act. Mars, Venus, thought Stone. So which are you? He asked Friedman. Lawyer or lobbyist?
Both, actually.
Gross cleared his throat. And who do you lobby on behalf of? Her gaze shifted to the FBI agent.
Lobbyists are the most regulated beasts on Earth, so my client list is a matter of public record. But it has no relevance to last night. If I hadn't decided to sit on the bench instead of going right home, I wouldn't even be here.
We still need to check, said Gross.
Check away. It's all part of the public record. There's nothing particularly remarkable about them. The usual businesses, trade associations. I have some foreign clients, but their businesses are mainstream.
Who were you calling last night? Asked Stone. She seemed surprised by the question. I was in the park last night, he explained. And the park is also under video surveillance 24/7. You were seen on the phone.
Wow, Big Brother is alive and well,
she said casually, but her long forehead bunched into neat rows of skin.
Can I ask why it's relevant, who I was talking to?
Gross said, we can easily enough get that information, but you can save us time by cooperating. However, if you don't, she looked at him with a weary expression.
I know, then you think I'm up to no good. Look, it was just a friend.
Gross poised his pen over his notepad. Your friend's name?
Do you really have to check that out? I mean, it seems silly. It was just a friend.
Gross said, Miss Friedman, a bomb exploded across from the White House. No detail is too small in an investigation like this, and the question is not silly. Now your friend's name and the subject of your conversation.
It's just a man that I know.
Name? Gross said again, this time with a harder edge to his voice. This obviously would be the last time the FBI agent would ask politely. She sat forward and her voice dropped.
Look, this friend I was talking to is married.
Okay, said Stone.
And so?
Prompted Chapman with a malicious look.
And not to me, obviously. And maybe we're more than just friends.
She did the leg cross skirt flick again, but this time her hands jerked, and she didn't seem nearly as confident. Stone saw Chapman shoot the woman a contemptible look at this bungled ploy to distract. Even Gross didn't drop his gaze to her legs this time. Gross said, we're not really concerned with your, friend's marital issues. Friedman sat back relieved.
Okay, thank you.
But I still need his name and what you were talking to him about. She sighed resignedly.
Fine. Willis Kraft, he lives in Potomac. We were just talking about personal stuff. And his wife doesn't understand him,
said Chapman, still gazing at the woman in disgust. Friedman's gaze hardened, and she and Chapman did a brief stare-down that the Brit ended up winning.
I didn't voluntarily come down here to be judged on my personal choices,
Friedman said to Gross as she broke off looking at Chapman. And that's not what we're concerned about, said Gross quickly.
So does it all have to come out?
As I said, your friend's marital issues don't concern us, and we can be very discreet. Give me his contact information and we'll take it from there, said Gross. She did so, and then Stone said, the guy in the jogger suit in the park.
Yes, I saw him. What about him?
Did you get a good look at him?
Not really.
She wrinkled her nose.
He was so overweight, I remember thinking he was the last person you'd expect to see in workout clothes.
Did you see the man in the suit with the briefcase? Asked Stone. He was over near the statue for von Steuben in the northwest corner.
No, I don't think so. There are some trees there, and even with the park lights, it was dark.
Yes, it was, agreed Stone. But you left about the same time, heading towards H Street.
I wasn't aware of his movements. I was fumbling in my bag for my Metro card.
McPherson Square? Asked Stone quickly. Or Farragut West Station?
McPherson. It's a bit closer to the park. I live in Falls Church. I don't own a car, so I always take the Metro.
So you didn't actually see the explosion? Asked Gross.
No, I wasn't facing the park, obviously. When the guns started firing, I instinctively ducked and ran. Hell, everybody did.
Did you have any sense of where the gunfire was coming from? She thought for a few moments.
It all happened so fast. I was just trying to get low and out of the way. It was somewhere above me, at least I think so.
Stone said, did you look back toward the park when the bomb exploded? She nodded. What did you see exactly? Friedman sat back, furrowed her brow again, and pursed her lips in concentration.
A lot of smoke. Some flames shot up really high. It was near the Jackson statue in the middle of the park. It was hard to tell at night, and because of the trees in the way, but at least that's where it seemed to be.
Chapman asked,
"Did you see anyone running away from the scene?" "Like I said, everyone was running once the gunfire started up, and they ran faster when the bomb went off. There were a couple of cops and a dog I remember seeing. The dog was barking and the cops pulled their guns, and I think they headed toward the park. I couldn't swear to that because I was going the other way, fast."
"And the man in the suit?" asked Gross. "He must have been somewhere close to you at that point."
"He might have been, but I never saw him."
"Okay. Anything else?"
"I felt the ground shake a bit. It must have been a very powerful bomb. It seems ridiculous that with all the police down there, no one noticed an explosive somewhere in the park. I mean, how did that happen?"
Gross sat back. "What did you do after that?"
"Grabbed a train home. I got lucky. I heard they closed the metro station a few minutes after I got on."
Gross rose and handed her a card. "If you think of anything else, let us know." After she left, Gross looked at the others. "Well?" "She didn't add much to what we already knew," said Stone.
"What a simpering sot. I was surprised she didn't pull her bloody dress up over her fake blonde hair."
Stone ignored this barb and said, "Okay, we have gunfire that should have never happened, a bomb that shouldn't have gone off, and a target that wasn't even there." Gross's phone rang. 10 seconds later, he clicked off. "Okay, this sucker just got even more complicated. A group in Yemen has claimed responsibility for the attack." Chapter 21. The next day, Stone watched along with Tom Gross from the latter's office as the media reported that a group based in Yemen had opened fire on Lafayette Park and also set off a bomb. It was done to show that it could reach inside the very heart of the American government. At least that's what the loose translation of the group's message released to the Western media had implied. Afterwards, there was a brief press conference at which the FBI director spoke, and then the ADIC answered a few questions from the media, without really telling them anything at all. Stone asked, "Are we sure the Yemen message is authentic?" Gross nodded. "Whoever called it in had the proper authorization codes." Stone added, "But that just authenticates the group making the statement. It doesn't prove they actually did it." "That's true, and they sometimes lie." "I don't suppose they gave any helpful details on how they managed the guns and the bomb right under our noses?" asked Stone. "No. What scares the crap out of me is that if they can hit Lafayette Park successfully, what's next? What place is safe? It's like they said, it's symbolic, and you know every American is right now thinking the same thing." Stone said, "And can the terrorists hop across the street and hit the White House?" Gross nodded. "That possibility is on the mind of every person in this building." "In lots of buildings," added Stone. Gross said, "Where's your British sidekick?" "Not really sure," said Stone. "What's your take on her?" asked Gross. "She's one of their best, or she wouldn't be involved in this." "A good asset for us, then?" "I think so. Any hits on the jogger or the suit?" "None. Unlike Marissa Friedman, the images on the video of the guy in the suit weren't really clear. I'm not surprised no one has recognized him. He was never looking at the cameras, just was sort of staring at the ground." "You think he knew where the cameras were posted?" "Not even I know where all the cameras are posted," replied Gross. "But we did put out a notice to the media outlets for all people in the park that night to come forward. That's how Friedman came in. So I am surprised we haven't heard from him." "Well, we wouldn't hear from him if he were involved in this somehow," Stone pointed out. Gross sat down at his desk and fiddled with his stapler. "How close a look did you get of him?" Stone searched his mind. 5'7", balding, slightly stooped shoulders. Never really saw his face. His skin color might have been more dark than light. Whether that was race, ethnicity, or a tan, I couldn't tell. Obviously no turban, kufi, or Palestinian keffiyeh. You would have clearly seen that on the video. Your description tallies with what we have of him on the feed. Heard from Agent Garchik? Stone asked. I've been harassing the guy every half hour. He did say he was going to go back out to the park today for some follow-up searching. When exactly was he going back out? Stone asked. He said this afternoon. Stone rose. Gross gazed up at him. Going somewhere? Running down a few things. And you'll share whatever you find? I play fair. I looked you up on the official database, but didn't find anything. I would be surprised if you had. Why? Because officially, I don't exist. Chapter 22. 30 minutes later, Stone was back at Lafayette Park. The area was still shut down, and security was the tightest he had ever seen, tighter even than after 9/11. Someone had penetrated the very heart of the national leadership, and in the stunned countenances of the security forces, Stone could sense anger, embarrassment, and fear. He had just reached ground zero when Chapman joined him. She was dressed in black slacks and a matching short jacket that was cut a bit large to accommodate her shoulder holster. Stone said, "All female agents I've ever met use a belt holster."
Is that right? Well, I find I get a quicker pull from the shoulder, and that means I don't have to stuff my damn gun in my pantyhose when I'm using the loo, and I have an extra layer of material sewn into my blouses at that spot.
Why? She gave him a fierce look.
Because I have breasts, Stone, in case you hadn't noticed.
Actually, I was trying to remain gender neutral, Agent Chapman.
Very PC of you. So, Yemen.
You believe it?
Bloody convenient for some.
And your boss?
He doesn't believe much anymore, actually.
That comes with age, noted Stone. Agent Garchik is coming here later today to do some follow-up.
Follow-up? Didn't he get enough the first time round for his super-duper debris analyzer?
That's what I thought, too. I believe his follow-up means he actually has some concerns.
Oliver?
Stone immediately turned when he heard the voice. It was distinctive, unforgettable, really, and he hadn't heard it in a very long time. Adelphia? The woman was standing behind the barricades on 8th Street. She had 4 police officers and 2 Secret Service agents in her face. Stone hurried over to her while Chapman followed. One of the agents said, "The lady said you asked to meet with her here, or else she wouldn't have gotten this far." "Adelphia?" he said again, as he stared at her. The agent said, "So you do know her, sir?" "Yes, I do." "Still can't let unauthorized persons inside the tape. The scene hasn't been released yet." "Right," said Stone. "I'll step out and escort her from here." He passed through an open. "Where have you been all this time? You just disappeared."
I had to, Oliver. It was time.
Her voice was not nearly as accented as it was before. Her command of the English language, always a bit ragged, had improved markedly. "What do you mean it was time?"
I need to tell you something.
"What?"
A question first. Are you once more working for the government?
"Once more? How do you know I ever did?"
There are many things I don't know about you, Oliver. But there are some things I do know about you. Such as your real name is John Carr.
He sat back and studied her in a new light. "How long have you known?"
You remember when that man attacked you when I was trying to give some money to that poor homeless person?
"I remember."
You defended yourself using a technique that I had only seen once before, when some elite Soviet commandos came to Poland to round up dissenters.
"Did you suspect me of being a spy?"
The thought did cross my mind, but events proved otherwise.
"You were made aware of certain events?"
I know that your country betrayed you, but you once more work with them.
"Yes."
Then I can help you.
"How?"
The man in the suit that was here 2 nights ago?
He leaned closer. "You know where he is?"
Yes.
"And do you know why he was at the park that night?"
Yes.
"Was he there to meet with someone?"
Yes.
She paused.
He was there to meet with me.
Chapter Chapter 23.
His name is Dr. Faud Turkakul.
A doctor of what?
Not medical. He's a PhD of both political science and economics. He is a very well-known man in elite academic circles. He is multilingual. He spent years at Cambridge, the London School of Economics, the Sorbonne. Now he's a visiting scholar at Georgetown.
Turkakul. Where is he from originally? Adelphia snagged a bit of hair out of her eyes.
Why does it matter?
Adelphia, you know what happened here.
And Faud being a foreigner, he goes to the top of the suspicion list?
Why was he meeting you in the park that night? When she didn't answer, he said, "You mentioned there were many things I didn't know about you. Would one of them be the real reason why you were in the park all those years?"
I knew who you were while I was still at the park. What does that tell you?
That you were not working with or for the Americans. Otherwise, I would have been taken away.
My allegiances were to another country, but one that was an ally of America.
Which one?
Does it matter?
Perhaps not to me, but it will to others.
Her,
she said, indicating Chapman. Not so much, no.
Your best ally in the Middle East. That was my master.
Stone slowly nodded. All right, that I can understand. But getting back to Faud.
He is not simply a scholar. He has other interests, but again, these interests are in line with the Americans' goals.
So you say. But what happened 2 nights ago doesn't make me believe that.
He had nothing to do with that attack. As I told you, he was there to meet me. If he hadn't left when he did, he would have been killed.
Yes, his timing was very fortuitous, said Stone, in a skeptical tone.
I tell you, he had nothing to do with it.
Why didn't you meet with him then? You weren't there. That I know for sure. She appeared nervous.
It is not easy to say why, but I couldn't. The time for me to come passed, and so he left. We adhere to an exacting schedule.
You've talked to him since then? She looked warily at him.
I didn't say that.
Adelphia, I need to speak with him, now.
I'm sure he knows nothing about any of this.
If that's the truth, he has nothing to fear.
Famous last words coming from you.
You don't trust me?
You've gone back in, you said so yourself. I may trust you, but not them.
She glanced once more at Chapman as though she represented them. If Turkakul had no connection to the attack, he has nothing to worry about. Her look was clearly one of skepticism.
I saw you yesterday with the FBI agent. I will not take them to Faud. Nothing can make me do that.
Your words are not assuring me as to his innocence.
There are many agendas out there, Oliver, and most of them have nothing to do with pure guilt or innocence. You know that.
All right, then take me. Just me. She nodded at Chapman.
And what of her?
Just me, Adelphia. But I need to speak with him now. She drew a long breath.
This is not easy, Oliver.
We knew each a long time. You can trust me, just as I've trusted you. And after all, you came to me.
Let me make a call,
she finally said with great reluctance. Chapter 24. On the way, Adelphia told Stone that Faud Turkakul was staying on the Georgetown campus at the residence of a full-time faculty member who was away on a sabbatical overseas. Stone looked where they were headed. "This is not the way to Georgetown," he remarked.
I would not take you to where he is staying, in case we're being followed. He will meet us near the George Washington University campus.
All right.
Your friend did not appear pleased to be left behind,
said Adelphia as they walked along. Stone had asked Chapman to stay back at the park. I wouldn't either. Tell me more about Turkakul.
What do you want to know?
She asked in a cautious tone. The car horns arose from the snarled traffic as they slowly made their way west of the White House and toward GW University. Everything.
That is impossible.
You said he's a scholar and a friend of this country. You said he is also far more than an academician. and that he was meeting with you at the park that night for a reason you won't disclose.
See, I have already told you much.
You have really told me nothing.
I didn't have to come to you at all.
But you did. Don't let it be for nothing.
I will let Faoth decide what to tell or not to tell. It is up to him, really.
And she would say no more. They arrived on the GW campus, and Stone followed Adelphia to the place where Turcakel would meet them. They were let into the building after Adelphia pushed a buzzer and identified herself to a man Stone assumed was Turcakel. They walked up one flight of stairs. Turcakel was waiting for them at the open door to an apartment. He wore a white dress shirt with a cardigan over it and gray slacks. He was taller than Stone had gauged, about 5'10", and bald, as Stone had correctly remembered. Up close, Stone could now see that Turcakel was his age, or slightly older. Adelphia introduced them, and Stone showed his badge to the man. Turcakel studied the credentials and then closed the door and motioned them to take seats on the white couch in the main room of the apartment. As Stone looked around, he was intrigued by the piles of books and typewritten pages scattered everywhere. From some of the titles he was able to read, it became clear that Turcakel was a man of diverse intellectual interests, who was versed in at least 4 languages that he could see from the book titles. From what Adelphia told me, you're not staying here, but rather at Georgetown. I also maintain a flat here, just in case. One can never be too careful, said Turcakel. I'll never argue with that. He offered them hot tea. Adelphia accepted. Stone declined anything. Turcakel fetched the tea and settled across from them. Adelphia has told me some of the situation, and she let me make the decision to meet with you. For that, I thank her. Turcakel's voice was firm, commanding. He was obviously used to lecturing. Stone tried to diagnose the underlying accent and inflection to determine the man's origins. Though normally quite adept at that, he came away with no definitive answer. Why do you thank her? Asked Stone. From the way she told it, she didn't want to meet at all. Then you misunderstood her. I thought it better to clear the air now, instead of having what you call the loose threads. You knew the park was under video surveillance, said Stone, and also where the cameras were arrayed? Adelphia clenched her teacup a bit more tightly, while Turcakel finished a sip of his drink before setting the cup down and carefully wiping his mouth with a handkerchief pulled from his sweater pocket. Why do you say that? You kept your back to them. You stooped over, your face pointing down. I remember that. That maneuver threw off my estimate of your height, and you were pretending to read the plaque on the statue, to give you some reason to not look toward the bank of cameras. He glanced at Adelphia. Did you tell him where the cameras were located? Before she could answer, Turcakel said, You are mostly correct. However, I was not pretending to read the plaque. I did, in fact, read it. The German von Steuben has long been of historical interest to me. Why? My maternal grandfather was German. He was also in the military. German and in the military? The Third Reich, yes, but with a twist. What twist? He was a Jew. Stone said nothing. And he was a spy. They discovered his real identity in 1944. They didn't bother sending him to a concentration camp to join his fellow Jews. They simply executed him on the bombed-out streets of Berlin. The incensed and war-weary crowd of Germans tore his body apart, I was told. It was indeed tragic. A few more months and the war in Europe would be over.
He died a hero,
added Adelphia, though she was looking at Stone. Adelphia told me you were meeting with her at the park that night, only she never showed up. She also told me that you have interests outside of academia. That is true. What are those interests? I cannot see how they have relevance to what you seek. I'd like to be the judge of that. I can see that. But we can start with what you saw that night in the park. Turcakel spoke in great detail for the next 10 minutes as he patiently laid out what he had observed. I was past the Decatur house when I heard the guns commence firing, he added. And what did you do? What any sensible person would have done. I ran in the other direction. So you could tell from where the gunfire was coming? Yes and no. Yes, in that I saw the bullets ripping through the trees in the park. Thus I assumed that the origin was coming from H Street or thereabouts. I did not stop to look and gauge exactly the shot's origins. I have some nerve, but not enough to stand pat when guns are firing. And the woman who left the park about the same time you did? I saw her once. She too was running across the street. Stone glanced at Adelphia. So what were you two planning to meet about? If we refuse to tell you, I suppose you will turn us in, said Turcical. No. Turcical looked surprised. Why not? Because Adelphia is an old friend of mine. She's helped me in the past. She kept secrets about me to herself. I don't betray my friends. Even though, as I understand it, you now work for your government. I don't betray my friends, Stone said again. An admirable trait, opined Turcical. He remained silent for a few seconds, his index finger tapping absently on the arm of the chair. Finally, he sat forward. I have been given a mission, Agent Stone. A very difficult one. One that no one else has been able to accomplish. Which is? To help us find Osama bin Laden. The voice did not belong to Faout Turcical. Stone turned to see Sir James McElroy stroll into the room. Chapter 25. McElroy sat down across from Stone. Stone said, It's comforting to see that you still lie as well as ever. A necessary skill in our line of works, as you well know. So how big a lie was it? I have known about Faout here for some time now. We actually worked with the Americans to bring this whole mission up to snuff. I can tell you that your keeping me in the dark forced me to waste an incredible amount of time, but then you already know that. Without seeming to make excuses, Oliver, I also have a higher authority to answer to. And they wanted to keep the truth from me? Yes. However, I decided to bring this charade to an end for two reasons. One, it wasn't fair to you, and second, it's inefficient. Stone looked at Adelphia. I take it he asked you to come to me. Adelphia nodded.
But I've wanted to for a long time. I miss our chats, our friendship.
Stone looked back at McElroy. Are you here simply to say you're sorry and pat me on the head, or do you intend to fill me in? And is Chapman aware of this? McElroy blew his nose into his handkerchief and shook his head. He had on the same blue blazer but a fresh shirt and pants. His face, despite his attempted levity, was pinched, and the eyes evidenced the physical pain he was suffering. No, she's not. All right, Stone said wearily. To get back to your first query, we decided to tell you because you might have figured it out on your own. I know how tenacious you can be. It was the most extraordinarily unfortunate timing that Faout was in the park when it happened. And you see no connection? Stone asked. Actually, I wish I did. It would at least make some sense out of what so far is inexplicable. You sure about that? That Faout was not the target? Reasonably sure. The mission has hardly begun, and Faout is not in the front lines. It would be counterintuitive to expect a man to be hunting Osama bin Laden from the United States. It's merely in the planning stages, a delicate operation between several like-minded countries, but it does involve a fresh approach with new assets on the ground. Hence, the need for secrecy. Adelphia represents one such entity. My interests are self-evident. And what are your interests, Mr. Turcical? Stone gazed at the other man. Turcical said, After the end of World War II, my mother left for Turkey, where she met my father. I don't believe he knew of her ethnicity. The war destroyed the official records of millions of people. I only found out when I was an adult. I was born in Turkey, just outside of Constantinople, but I grew up in Pakistan, although for a time my family lived in Afghanistan. I am a Muslim, but I despise the people behind 9/11. They have taken the concept of jihad and twisted it into something ugly and indefensible in furtherance of their own hatred for others. Faout is our ace in the hole, as it were, said McElroy. He has intimate contacts not only within the Muslim community, but also in the area of the world where we believe our quarry to be. The mountains between Pakistan and Afghanistan? Replied Stone. Turkical smiled. You will not get the man with the Predator drone strike. He is too cunning for that, and perhaps he is in those mountains, and perhaps not. And it was decided to deploy you now, and not before? Asked Stone. Turkical was about to say something in response when McElroy broke in. Not something that we need to go into, Oliver. Just take my word on that. All right. But if you are so well connected, Mr. Turkical, there are those who would suspect you may be of help to the West. They may have attempted a preemptive strike. Machine guns and bombs, and they missed poor Faout standing out in the open? Hardly credible, said McElroy. I don't disagree. But the Yemen group taking responsibility? In my eyes, equally incredible. But the Yanks, I have to admit, see it differently. Why a meeting in Lafayette Park? McElroy glanced at Adelphia, who said,
No one expects you to go to so conspicuous a place to conduct a clandestine rendezvous.
Dark alleys and darker pubs, chimed in McElroy with a fake shudder. Like in the cinema. Rubbish, actually. That's where all the coppers are looking for the spies. Between pints. Why didn't you show up that night, Adelphia? Stone asked again.
It was called off by my superiors. I was not given a reason. I knew that when I did not appear by a certain time, Faout would leave by prearrangement. Do they know the source of the bomb?
No, not yet. Was it a suicide bomber? Asked Turkical. That is their preferred choice of attack, other than an IED. I know of this group in Yemen. They stick to that playbook religiously. Stone eyed McElroy, who made a slight shake of the head. Stone shifted in his seat. It's an ongoing investigation. Will you have to report this contact to your superiors? Turkical said. McElroy cleared his throat. Oliver, I cannot officially tell you what to do, but I would ask that you think about that question carefully. A report at this juncture, even a censored one, could well lead to the termination of this mission before it's ever had a chance to succeed. McElroy bowed his head and seemed to be waiting for an answer. Stone didn't deliberate for long. He turned to Turkical. I'll say nothing for now. However, despite what you've said, if it becomes apparent that you were the target, I would assume you would want to know that. Turkical said, You assume correctly, and I thank you for that. I'll fill Chapman in. Actually, she needn't know, McElroy said quickly. Stone shook his head. I don't keep things from my partner. I know, she knows. McElroy looked indecisive. I'll leave it up to you then. Stone rose from the couch. One last question. Adelphia, how was the communication made between you two as to the location?
I left a message up on the main notice board in the middle of Georgetown campus. It was in a code that Faout and I worked out.
The same code we used to use when we both were at the park?
Very close to it.
Don't trust secure electronic communications? Asked Stone. There are no such things, my friend, said Turkical. Several of my colleagues have found that out, to their great detriment. McElroy added, The insecurity of electronic systems has forced us all back in some ways to the old spy dodges. A bit less efficient, but we all get to use our ingenuity instead of relying on machines to do it for us. I actually like it a lot better, but then I'm an old Cold War relic. McElroy walked Stone out. I'm sorry it had to be done this way. I would have preferred otherwise, Oliver. It wasn't fair to you. Life is rarely fair. I understand the investigation proceeds slowly. If at all. It has to make sense somehow. If it doesn't, much of what I believe in life goes up in smoke. Can I expect any more surprises along these lines? I hope not. As for Chapman, I'm going to tell her, and you won't convince me otherwise. Okay, you're probably right anyway. Take care, Sir James. Oliver, watch your back. He paused and added, and your front, too. You know something I don't? No, but the old relic antennae are tingling something fierce. One more time, said Stone. Are you withholding anything else from me? Good luck, Oliver. And please take my advice. Chapter 26.
So, what did you learn?
Chapman asked Stone when he returned to Lafayette Park. Stone led her off to the side and away from the other investigators in the park. He told her everything that had happened, including her boss's appearance and Faoud Turkukul's mission.
Good God. I can't believe it.
What? The underlying facts, or that you weren't in the loop?
Both, I guess.
Her gaze was downcast, her look one of lost confidence. Realizing what she was thinking, Stone said, McElroy plays things very close to the vest, and he compartmentalizes, and he withholds when he deems it necessary. I expect you know that.
I do, it's just...
He gripped her arm. Don't let this destroy the faith you have in yourself. That will help no one, least of all you. Keeping you in the dark is not a reflection on your ability. It's just the way it is. We've all had to suffer through that. She looked up, drew a breath, and her resolve seemed to stiffen.
You're right.
She put a hand on his shoulder.
I do appreciate you telling me, though.
She removed her hand.
Did he ask you to do that?
Do you want the truth?
Yes, please. It would be refreshing, actually.
Initially, he didn't want you to know. But when I told him I don't keep things from my partner, he agreed with my decision to tell you. Chapman studied him closely, evidently trying to determine if he were telling the truth.
Good. Enough said on the subject.
So, where were you this morning? She looked sheepish.
I was actually having a lie-in. I've had about 2 hours sleep in the last 48, and the jet lag really kicked in. I was a bit knackered, and I didn't think I could manage to be much help when I could barely stay awake.
Stone glanced over and saw Agent Garchik striding toward them. Maybe he'll have some answers. They met him at the barriers and followed Garchik back to Ground Zero. The ATF agent's expression was both curious and concerned. You have some developments? Prompted Stone. Garchik nodded as he stared down at the crater. You could say that. Those pieces of leather we found came from a Wilson basketball.
A basketball?
You're sure it was involved in the explosion? Stone asked. I can't think of another reason why bits of a basketball would be in Lafayette Park, and the scorch marks showed that they were quite near the blast seat. You could say right on top of it. They all looked down at the hole. Your conclusion? Stone asked. I think the bomb could very well have been in the basketball, and the ball was placed inside the root ball of the maple. That location would tally with the debris field and other indicators we found.
A bomb in a basketball?
It would work, said Garchik, and it's actually been done before. Cut it open, put the bomb inside, reseal it, pump it up with air so that if anyone held it, it would feel legit. I wouldn't advise dribbling the sucker, though. How is it detonated? Asked Stone. Remotely would be my best guess right now, not a timer. Stone said, but we have information that the bomb dogs had patrolled the site the night of the bombing. Wouldn't they have sensed it? You said they couldn't be fooled by anything. They can't, but they do have limits.
What exactly are those limits?
Typical scent radius for the dogs is about 3 feet in all directions, above ground, and they can sniff out explosives buried up to roughly the same distance below ground. Garchik pointed at the crater. This hole before the bomb went off was over 4 feet deep and well over 8 feet across. But uncovered, Stone pointed out. Yeah, but the root ball was huge, 6 feet wide by nearly 3 feet high. Stone realized something. And there was yellow warning tape up, cordoning off this area, so the dogs might not have gotten within 10 feet of it. That's right, said Garchik. So whether the bomb was here when they made their pass or not, chances are good they wouldn't have detected it unless their handlers took them past the tape and let them climb right on top of the root ball, which I sort of doubt was the case. Stone's gaze immediately swung toward the White House. Then we need to talk to the people who installed it as soon as possible. But first we need to look at the video.
Video?
Said Chapman. The video feed will show when that tree went in and who did it. It will also show if anyone went back in there afterwards and what they had with them, like a bag big enough to place a basketball in. Garchik said, "It would be pretty hard to slip a basketball inside a root ball and not have someone see you. There's a burlap sack around it to hold the dirt and roots together, but it would still be complicated. You'd have to get the ball there somehow, get down into the hole, slit the sack, put the ball in, and somehow patch the sack back up."
And he couldn't exactly waltz it past the White House guards. I'm assuming the workers have to go through checkpoints.
Yes, they do, answered Stone. And I would imagine an X-ray of the basketball would reveal the bomb inside. Absolutely, said Garchik. Then, if one of the groundspeople was involved, he didn't take the ball through White House security. He looked around. But he could have come directly to the park to begin work on the tree. Someone could have given him the ball then. The White House wouldn't be involved at all. Which would be captured on the video, said Garchik. We'll have to check that angle, but it seems way too easy to detect on our part. Stone said, which means we're missing something. He looked down at the crater. Let's check that video feed. Right now. Chapter 27. A few minutes later, they were standing in the FBI's command post on Jackson Place. They had called in 2 Secret Service agents who huddled with them around the large TV screen. The feed they would be looking at had come from the Secret Service's archives. "We keep the images for a minimum of 15 years, explained one of the Secret Service agents. "You're not the only agency with electronic eyes on the park, though," said Stone. The same agent smiled. "We all have peepers on our little slice of Hell's Corner. In an ideal world, we all share what we see. But this is far from an ideal world." "What exactly are you looking for?" asked the other agent. Stone explained about the tree being planted, and also about the bomb dog going near the tree. Agent Garchik had stayed behind in the park to keep going over the crime scene, but Tom Gross had joined them after being called by Stone. The FBI agent said, "We need to see the entire feed from the time the tree was delivered to the moment the bomb went off." They were shown this feed from 3 different angles. It took a long time, even though the security guard was able to speed up the frames without any significant detail being missed. At the end, they stared at the screen with the same unanswered questions. Gross said, "The dogs did make a pass, but they stayed outside the tape line. That was a big hole in the security wall. Secret Service is going to get dinged for that." The 2 agents exchanged glances and grimaced, but said nothing.
And there wasn't even a hint of anyone planting anything in that hole,
added Chapman. Stone said, "You're sure this is all the footage?" One of the agents said, "That's it." Gross, Stone, and Chapman left the command center. On the way back to the park, Gross said, "I can't remember the last case I had where not only haven't I taken a step forward, I keep taking steps back." Stone closed his eyes and recalled what he had seen on the video. A crane had lifted the large tree up into the air, Then a crew of National Park Service personnel in their green and khaki uniforms had moved in and helped direct the placement of the maple into the hole. He opened his eyes. There had to be a staging area for the tree, where it was kept before being installed. That wasn't on the video. "That's right," said a hopeful-looking Gross. Chapman added,
"And the timestamp on the video shows that the tree was put in a day before the bombing happened, so why was the hole still uncovered?"
Gross said, "I think we need to find answers to those questions." A moment later his phone rang. He talked for a few moments and then clicked off. "We got a hit on the jogger. Missing persons report was phoned in a few hours ago. Family member. Matches the description, and he was in the vicinity of the park." "Why so long to call it in?" asked Stone. "Something we'll have to find out when we talk to them." "I think we should split up," said Stone. "You and your men can handle the grounds people, and Chapman and I can talk to the family members. You have the address?" Gross gave it to him. As they were parting company, the FBI agent said, "Now we've only got the suit to track down." Stone never turned around. "Yeah," he said over his shoulder, as Chapman marched along beside him. When they got to her car, she said,
"You know, you could be charged with withholding vital evidence in an investigation, with obstruction even."
"If you think that's the case, feel free to report me." The two looked across the width of the rental at each other. Chapman finally sighed.
"I don't think it would further my career to pull the rug out from under my boss, so just get the hell in the car."
When the doors plunked closed, she threw it into gear.
"Where to?"
Stone gazed down at the slip of paper that Gross had given him with the address. "Anacostia, make sure you keep your gun handy."
"Is it dangerous, then, this Anacostia?"
Stone thought for a few moments before replying. "I guess less dangerous than Lafayette Park, actually." Chapter 28. Carmen Escalante lived in a duplex a few blocks from the river. The neighborhood was within sight of the ballpark of the Washington Nationals, but had not benefited from the gentrification that was going on in other areas around the stadium. They reached Escalante's address, and Stone knocked on a door that was scarred by at least 3 old bullet pocks by Stone's quick count. They heard curious sounds approaching. Footsteps and something more, something that clunked. When the door opened, they were looking down at a petite woman in her 20s who had metal braces on each arm to support her twisted legs. Hence the strange sounds. "Carmen Escalante?" Stone asked. She nodded.
"I am Carmen."
Stone and then Chapman showed her their badges.
"We're here about your report of a missing person,"
said Chapman.
"You don't sound American,"
said Carmen curiously.
"I'm not."
Carmen looked confused. Stone said, "Can we come in?" They followed her down a short hall to a tiny room. The furniture was third-hand, the floor littered with junk. Stone could smell rotting food.
"I haven't had a chance to clean up lately,"
Carmen said, but her tone was unapologetic. She dropped onto the couch and stood her braces against the arm of the sofa. On either side of her was stacked what Stone could only politely describe as crap. Stone and Chapman remained standing because there was nowhere else to sit. "I'm sure you've been worried about," Stone said in a prompting manner.
"My uncle Alfredo, but we call him Freddy."
"We?"
"The family."
"Are they here?" Stone looked around.
"No, they're back in Mexico."
"So you live here with him?" She nodded. Stone said, "And his last name?"
"Padilla." "When was the last time you saw him?"
asked Chapman.
2 nights ago. He went out for dinner." "Do you know where?" "At a place on 16th Street near F. He come from España originally, my uncle. My father's family, the Escalantes, they come from España originally too, a long time ago. Good paellas in España. He liked his paellas, my uncle. In this place, he goes to eat his good paellas.
Stone and Chapman exchanged glances, obviously thinking the same thing. That would have put him close to Lafayette Park. "Can I ask why you waited so long to call the police about him?" Stone asked.
I have no telephone here, and I cannot get around too good without Uncle Freddy. I think he will come home any time, but he does not. I finally asked a neighbor to call for me.
"Okay. Do you remember what he was wearing when he went out?"
His blue sweatsuit. He liked to wear it, but he didn't like to work out. I thought that was funny. Was he not in good shape?
Asked Chapman. Carmen made a motion with both hands to indicate a large belly.
He liked his comida and his beer,
she said simply. "How would he usually get home? Did he have a car?" asked Stone.
We have no car. He used bus or train. Did he tell you he might go for a walk after dinner?
Asked Chapman. Carmen's face started to tremble, and she pointed to the little TV perched on a particle board stand.
I see what happened. The bomb. Uncle Freddy, is he dead?
A tear slid down her cheek. Stone and Chapman again exchanged a look. "Do you have a photo of your uncle here?" Carmen pointed to a lopsided bookshelf against one wall. There were a half-dozen framed photos on it. Stone went over, checked them out. Alfredo Freddy Padilla was in the third from the right. He wore jeans, but also the same blue warm-up jacket in which he had been blown to bits. Stone picked it up and showed it to Chapman, who nodded, instantly recognizing the man from the countless times she'd watched him on the video. Stone put the photo back down and turned to Carmen. "Do you have any family who could come and stay with you?"
Then he is dead.
Stone hesitated. "I'm afraid so." She put a hand up to her mouth and started to quietly sob. Stone knelt down in front of her. "I know this is a really bad time, but can you think of any reason why your uncle would have wanted to take a walk through Lafayette Park that night?" The woman finally composed herself, finding some internal strength that Stone was frankly surprised she possessed.
He loved this country. We only recently come here. Me for the medicos to help with my legs. Uncle Freddy, he come with me. My parents are dead. He get job. He'd not pay much, but he was doing the best he could. Your English is very good for only recently coming here,
commented Chapman. Carmen smiled.
I take it in school from when I was little. And I travel to Texas. My English is best in mi familia.
"So, Lafayette Park," prompted Stone.
He liked to go and look at your White House. He would tell me, "Carmen, this is the greatest country on earth. A person, he can do anything here." He had me go one time. He carried me on his shoulders. We look at the Grande Casablanca. He say your president lived there, and that he was a great man.
Stone stood. "Again, I'm very sorry." Chapman asked,
Is there anyone who can come and stay with you? It is all right. I have been by myself before. But do you have any other relatives?
Persisted Chapman. Carmen sniffled, but nodded.
I have people who can come and take me back to Mexico.
Back? But what about your doctors? Asked Stone.
Not without Uncle Freddy. My parents were killed in a bus accident. I was also on the bus. That was how my legs came to be like this. Uncle Freddy, he too was on the bus. They take out his spleen and other things, but he got well, and he was like a father to me.
She stopped.
I don't want to live here without him, not even if this is the greatest country in all the world.
If you need any help, will you contact us? Stone wrote his phone number down on a piece of paper and handed it to her. He paused. If you could give us something of your uncle's, a comb or a toothbrush, so we can... His voice trailed off. They left with a couple of articles containing Alfred Padilla's DNA to compare to the man's remains. They sealed them in evidence bags Chapman had brought, Stone was certain it was the man, but the DNA would be conclusive. As they were walking back to the car, Chapman said,
"Okay, I'm an old cynic, but I want to start crying my bleeding eyes out."
Alfredo Padilla was clearly in the wrong place at the wrong time, and she has to pay the price.
He paid a pretty big one, too.
They got back in the car.
What now?
We hope Agent Gross has better luck than we did. But something tells me not to count on that. Chapter 29. They left a message for Gross and grabbed some Chinese takeout on the way back to Stone's cottage. The weather was nice, so Stone carried his little round kitchen table and 2 chairs out to the front porch. He laid out 2 plates and utensils and pulled 2 beers from the small refrigerator in his kitchen. They sat down, and Chapman held up her beer and clinked it against Stone's.
"Cheers. You know how to treat a lady."
"You bought the food, and I have no idea how old the beer is." She took a spoonful of wonton soup, extra spicy that made her eyes water, and retreated once more to her beer. "Too hot for you?" said Stone, as he eyed her with some amusement.
"Actually, I'm into pain. One of the reasons I do this job, I reckon."
"I worked with MI6 back in the day. Didn't know any female agents then."
"Still aren't that many. Testosterone world, plain and simple."
"Clear career path, or did you stumble onto it by accident?"
"Bit of both, I suppose."
She took a mouthful of chicken and rice.
"My dad was a copper, and my mum was a nurse."
"That still doesn't explain the MI6 connection."
"Sir James McElroy is my godfather."
"Okay," said Stone slowly, as he lowered his fork.
"He and my grandfather were in the army together before Sir James went to the intelligence side. I guess he took a fancy to me, really became a father figure to me when my dad was killed."
"How did your father die? In the line of duty?" Chapman shrugged.
"That's what they said. I never really found out the exact details."
"And that's how you came to be part of law enforcement?"
"I guess Sir James was grooming me all that time. Right schools, right training, right contacts. It seemed inevitable."
"In spite of what you wanted, you mean?" She took a sip of the beer, holding it in her mouth a moment before swallowing.
"I ask myself that from time to time."
"And what's the answer?"
"It changes. And maybe I'm right where I need to be. Maybe I can even find out what really happened to my poor dad."
She pushed her plate away and sat back, put her feet up on the porch railing.
"What about you? You and Sir James obviously go way back. And he knows things about you I guess I never will."
"They would mean nothing to you."
"What did it feel like, to do what you did?"
Stone rose and stared out at the tombstones in the fading light. The weather in D.C., miserably hot and humid in the summer, and uncomfortably raw in the winter, could suddenly evolve to times like this, when the climate was perfect, and you wished the day would never end. She stood next to him.
"Look, I won't push it. It's really none of my business."
It got to the point where I didn't feel anything anymore.
"But how did you get out?"
"I'm not sure I ever did."
"Was it your wife?"
Stone turned to her. "I thought your boss was more discreet."
"It wasn't him. I just made a guess based on my own observations."
"What observations?"
"Of you. Of things that matter to you, like friends."
Stone turned away. "Good guess."
"So why did you come back in the fold, after that?"
"I guess I could say I had no choice."
"I think someone like you would always have a choice."
Stone didn't speak for a long time. He just kept staring at the graves. A breeze rippled over them, and Chapman wrapped her arms around herself. "I have a lot of regrets," Stone said finally.
"So this is about making amends?"
"I don't think I can ever make amends, Agent Chapman."
"Please, just call me Mary. We're off duty now."
He glanced at her. "Okay, Mary. Have you ever killed anyone? Intentionally?"
"Once."
Stone nodded. "And how did you feel?"
"Happy at first. That it wasn't me dead. And then I felt sick. I'd been trained to do it, of course, but—"
"No training can prepare you for it."
"I guess not."
She clenched the porch railing.
"So how many people do you reckon you've killed?"
Why does it matter to you?
Well, I guess it doesn't. And it's not morbid curiosity. I don't know what it is, exactly.
Before Stone could answer, his cell phone buzzed. It was Tom Gross. "We're back on duty, Agent Chapman," said Stone. Chapter 30. They met Gross not at his office at the FBI, but at a coffee shop near the Verizon Center. The federal agent was dressed casually in khaki pants, a polo shirt, and a Washington Capitals zippered jacket. They bought coffee and sat at a table in the back. Gross looked pale and nervous, his gaze flitting around the small space, as though he suspected he was being followed. "I'm not liking how this is shaking out," Gross said. His hand went to his jacket pocket and then pulled back. "You used to smoke?" said Stone. Gross nodded. "Right this minute. Sorry I gave it up." "So talk to us." Gross hunched forward and bent his head low. "First, tell me how it went with Carmen Escalante." Stone and Chapman alternated filling him in about the bereaved and crippled young woman. "Sad stuff. But then she's a dead end?" "We never had any high hopes for that line anyway," said Stone. "She's a victim, just like her uncle. Wrong place, wrong time, poor sucker. Loves America, and look what happens to him."
"How'd things go on your end?"
Gross shifted in his seat and took a swallow of coffee before answering. "I decided to cut to the chase and snag the whole National Park Service crew that worked on the installation, including their supervisor, and sat their butts down at WFO. Supervisor's named George Sykes, career government service. Guy has 6 grandchildren. Background clean as anyone's. He was with his team the whole time and swore on a stack of Bibles that none of them were involved. And I tend to believe him. There were like 7 people around the entire time from the moment the tree was delivered to the staging area. No way they all got bought off." "So why was the hole still uncovered?" Stone asked. Gross smiled. "Got a real education on that. The National Park Service is very particular about the plantings in Lafayette Park. Apparently only specimens available during George Washington's era are installed there. Those guys are really historians who dig the occasional hole. I learned a lot more about that today than I needed to. But the reason they left the hole open was because they had to prepare special dirt. An arborist was going to look at the tree and make sure the transition hadn't damaged it, yada, yada. They were scheduled to close the hole the next day." Chapman spoke up.
"So the bomb was in the tree's root ball before it was even delivered to the site. That has to be it. The National Park Service folks aren't involved at all."
Stone looked from her to Gross. "Do we know the timeline with the tree? Where it came from? Who was involved on that end?" "Running that down as we speak. The thing is, I don't see how a tree gets from that point to Lafayette without it being checked for a damn bomb. I mean, at the very least, you'd think they'd let a canine take a sniff when it got to the staging area. That tree was big. As you saw in the video, they had to crane the sucker in." Stone said, "Well, is there a record of a dog going over it for explosives?" "Not that I can find. And none of the installation crew recalls that happening."
"Another big hole in security, if that's true."
"Yeah, but a bomb in a root ball?" said Gross. "Who'd figure that one?" "Yeah, like jumbo jets flying into skyscrapers," said Stone. "Or explosives in underwear or shoes. We have to start being ahead of that curve or more innocent people will die." Gross took another swallow of his coffee, his brow a mass of wrinkles. "Something else?" prompted Stone, who was studying the man carefully. When Gross spoke, he lowered his voice to a level where Stone and Chapman had to lean forward to hear. "I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think our side is watching us, screwing with us, I mean. That's why I asked to meet you two here." Chapman said,
"Our side? Why do you think that?"
Gross looked at Stone warily. "I know you with NSC, and frankly I've pulled too many years to blow my career. But I'm also not going to sit pat and pretend everything is fine, either. Stone leaned forward more. My loyalties run to the people at this table. Now tell me why you suspect that your own side is against you. Gross looked irritated and sheepish at the same time. I think my damn phone is being bugged, for one thing. At my office and my house. And it's like when I ask questions, there are more fingerprints down the line than there should be. He eyed Stone and then Chapman. Tell me something, and I'd like the truth.
All right,
said Chapman quickly, but Stone remained silent, waiting. The video feed from the night of the explosion, after the detonation took place, I gotta tell you, I'm not buying the company line that the blast screwed the cameras permanently. Like the Secret Service said today, there are a lot of eyeballs on that park. But they all don't share. He stopped speaking and eyed them. So is there more? Chapman shot Stone a glance. Gross frowned. Yeah, I thought so. So you guys are screwing with me too. How the hell can I run an investigation with both hands tied behind my back? You know what? The only person I trust right now is my wife, and that's God's honest truth. I understand that. And why the hell were you two privy to the full video and I wasn't? He scowled at Chapman. Hell, you're not even an American. There's no good reason why you were kept out of the loop, admitted Stone. He looked at Chapman. Your laptop in the car? She nodded. Go get it. A minute later, she was back and fired her computer up. Seconds later, they were looking at the video feed. The full video feed. After they finished, Gross sat back, apparently mollified. Okay, I'm still pissed that I got the rug pulled out from under me, but I didn't see anything on there that deserved to make it off limits to the FBI. That was true, thought Stone. But in light of what he had learned, was there something there he just wasn't seeing? He said to Chapman, Run it again from the point where everyone starts walking off from the park, and do it in slow motion. She did as he asked. After a minute, Stone said, Freeze it there. He stared at the motionless video. He was angry for not having seen it before, particularly after what he had learned today. Can you enlarge the frame? She clicked some keys and the picture morphed larger in front of them. Can you swing the frame to the left? Chapman manipulated the built-in mouse and the image moved to the left. Stone put his finger on one spot on the screen. Do you see it? Gross and Chapman looked closer. What? They both said together. That car's headlights flicked against the window there. You can see a face clearly reflected in the darkened glass. The other two leaned closer.
Okay, I can see it now.
Gross nodded. But who is it? It's the man in the suit. That's why you didn't get this part of the feed. Wait a minute, said Gross. How do you know it's the guy in the suit? Because I met him today. Gross's face turned red and he stood. You know where he is? Son of a bitch. You guys keep holding shit back from me. Maybe you're the ones bugging my phones. Stone stared up at him. Agent Gross, keep your voice and your temper in check and sit down. Now. There was something in Stone's manner that made the federal agent obey. He sat, though his expression was still angry. Stone continued. The man in the suit was in the park that night to meet with someone about a very high priority mission for this country. And how do you know that? I'm telling you what I was told earlier today from a source that I trust. As I said, I met the man whose face is reflected in that window. His mission involves tracking down someone who is the enemy of this country. Perhaps its greatest enemy, Stone added. Realization slowly spread over Gross's features. He said, Damn, do you mean? Stone held up his hand. A highly secret mission. Secret enough for the FBI to have been given an incomplete video feed of a major crime scene to keep his features off the video. Let's leave it at that. Gross exclaimed, But then this guy might have been the target. No, if he were, they wouldn't have missed him. And where is this guy? Nearby. Okay, Gross said. And where does that leave us?
With not much,
said Chapman grumpily.
with not bloody much.
Chapter 31. Chapman dropped Stone off at his cottage and then went on to her lodgings. Stone walked around the cemetery, tidying up things at the same time he was thinking about the day's events. They had hit dead ends pretty much in every direction. Each person in the park that night had been checked and found to have nothing to do with the bombing or the gunfire. Alfredo Padilla had been blown up by mistake. Marissa Friedman worked nearby and had been calling her lover. Faout Turkokul was there to meet Adelphia to discuss their very important operation. The British cop had been there on orders from MI6. 4 promising leads turned out to be worth nothing. Stone went inside and sat behind his desk. It was late, and he should sleep, but he wasn't tired. His mind was working too fast to rest. He attempted to read a book to try and relax, but his mind kept coming back to what had happened in Lafayette Park. Someone had carried off an incredible feat of terrorism smack in the middle of one of the most protected areas in the world, and they had done so for no apparent reason. He did not believe the statement from the organization in Yemen. This operation had to have taken a long time and required enormous resources. While Islamic terrorists had a lot of both, their assets were not infinite. They could not afford to waste them. Therefore, you did not undertake all that for symbolic reasons, no more than you would go to all the trouble of hijacking a jumbo jet and symbolically fly it close to a tall building instead of directly into it. And he also didn't buy the theory that he had seen some pundits bandying about on TV, that people would be scared to come to D.C. now. So what? The government wouldn't be crippled because busloads of tourists from Iowa or Maine decided to go somewhere else on vacation. It was not a replicable act, as some counterterrorism specialists like to say. This wasn't a shopping mall or an airport ticket counter. You detonate in one of those places and you terrify people all over the country who will stay away from their malls and airports. That would severely disrupt the economy. But there was only one White House, only one Lafayette Park. If it doesn't make sense the way I'm thinking it through, it means I'm thinking it through wrong. But then, what way is right? He was about to try a different tack when he sank down in his chair after putting out the desk lamp with a flick of his hand. There was someone outside. He dropped to the floor and smacked a part of the plank floor in the knee-hole section of his desk. The short plank spun on a swivel. Inside a holster, clipped to the underside of the plank, was a custom pistol that he had carried for many years on the job. Back then, it was as much a part of his body as his hand. Stone gripped it and swung the board back into place. He crawled to the rear window and peered out. There was a moon, and even though the men were moving stealthily through the underbrush, Stone still saw them, because he knew where and how to look. He slipped his cell phone from his shirt pocket and was about to text a message when he heard the voice. "Stone, I'd like to talk to you." Stone's finger was poised over the send button. He recognized the voice. His mind was moving swiftly over the possible reasons why the man would have come here to see him. "What about?" he called back. "I think you know. I'm sure you have a gun, and I've been told how well you wield one. And I'm sure you've spotted my men despite their best efforts. So that no one gets hurt, I propose that I come inside and meet with you. Just one-on-one. Is that amenable?" "And if it isn't?" Stone shot back. "I could say we would just leave." "Why don't I believe that? We're both on the same side here." "It doesn't feel that way right now." "I give you my word. I just want to talk." "Then why come late at night with a strike team?" "It's just the way I travel. Don't take it personally. But I do just want to talk." Stone thought rapidly. He really had no leverage here at all. and information could be a two-way street. "Just you," he called back, "and I do have a gun. If I see even one red dot floating in the air, things will get ugly very fast, understood?" "Understood. I'm coming in." "Slowly." "Right. Slowly." A few moments later, Riley Weaver, the head of NIC, appeared in the doorway of Stone's humble cottage, which was surrounded by the dead, and also now at least a half-dozen armed men. Chapter 32. "Close the door behind you," instructed Stone, "and move away from it to your left." He rose from behind the desk, keeping out of the line of fire from the window. "Open your jacket." "I'm not armed." "Open your jacket." Weaver did so. He was startled when a hand swiftly searched him. "You're light on your feet," said Weaver. Stone stepped back from the man, keeping his gun aimed at him. "Can we turn on a light?" asked Weaver. "I'm walking blind here." "If you hadn't shown up with a platoon of firepower, I might treat you with more courtesy." All the time he was talking, Stone had kept moving, circling the man. He assumed the former Marine would have excellent night vision too, and he was not proved wrong. "Okay. I can see you now, and I know you can see me," said Weaver. "How do you want to do this?" "You see the chairs by the fireplace?" "Yes." "You on the left." "And where will you be?" "Somewhere else." Weaver moved forward and sat in a rickety wooden chair. He turned his head slightly to the right. "I can't see you anymore." "I know. What do you want?" "Our last meeting ended too abruptly." "Entirely your doing." "I know. I admit that. You're working with NSC now, and the FBI. So? So how would you like to be part of a joint effort with NIC?" "I already have enough alphabet letters, thanks." "You guys are no closer to solving this than from the moment that bomb detonated." "Okay. You have your interagency spies in place. The man you replaced did the same thing. Not always to positive effect." "I'm not Carter Gray. I know you two went way back, and not in a good way. He was excellent at what he did. I just didn't happen to agree with all he did. I read up some more on John Carr." "Good for you. Why are you here? And it's not just to offer me a job you know I wouldn't take." "You have the president's backing. I know why." Stone stared across at the man in the dark. He was 10 feet from Weaver, behind and slightly to the man's right. A perfect killing angle, since most people were right-handed, and to fire back they normally wouldn't turn to their right. It was too awkward. They would turn to the left, and then, of course, it would be too late. "And where does that get us?" he said. "I'm not one to dwell on ancient history. A bomb and machine guns in Lafayette Park are what I'm focused on. Some are calling it symbolic." "Do you believe that?" asked Weaver. "No. Terrorists are only into symbolism so long as there are lots of casualties." "I agree. Too much time and assets went into this. There had to be a reason." "I was just trying to think of one when you showed up." "If we work together, we might just get there sooner rather than later." "I told you. I already have a team on this one." "We're all on the same team." "You snatched me from my hospital bed before the FBI could get to me, played the bully at NIC, ridiculed my attempt to tell you what I knew or thought, and then turned out the lights when I asked a question. If that's your version of foreplay, you'll never get lucky." "Okay, I deserve that. I played the heavy with you and it backfired. I realize that now." "And you're here now to play nice?" "Is that too hard to believe?" "Yes, it is. This is Washington, where they eat their young and their old. So one more time. Why are you here?" Stone counted 10 seconds off in his head, and the silence persisted. He lined up the silhouette of Weaver along his gun sight, He strained to hear the sounds of black boots moving in on him. He can't be that stupid, thought Stone. Acting as a distraction, it didn't matter to Stone that the men outside worked for the same government he did. He had enough experience to know that citizenship was no protection when you were in the middle of someone else's agenda, or conspiracy, which in Stone's mind were one and the same. "I'm scared, Stone." This unexpected comment caused Stone to glance up from his sightline. "Why?" "Because something is going to happen. Something big, and I'm clueless about what it might be. And if the nation's intelligence chief is clueless, well, it's not good. I don't want to be remembered for missing the big one." Stone relaxed a bit more. "Something big based on what? Chatter?" "That and my gut. How did that bomb get in that hole? Why machine guns that hit nobody? And I've got another question that I don't even think you've thought of." "What?" "What happened to the original maple tree in the park? My sources tell me it just died. Overnight. That's why it had to be replaced. It had been there for decades, hale and hearty, and then it just up and died? And no one knows why." Stone seemed paralyzed by this statement. He'd been gone from Lafayette Park for some time. Still he remembered that maple. Tall, huge canopy, beautiful specimen. It had seemed healthy. And then it just died, thought Stone. And no one knows why. He sat down next to the man and slipped his gun in his waistband. When Weaver eyed the weapon, Stone said, "I'm authorized to carry one now. No arguments from me, and you're probably gonna need it before this is over." "So you think the tree was deliberately sabotaged?" "Either that or it's a pretty big coincidence. No new tree needed. That bomb ain't going to Lafayette Park, because it came inside that tree. I think we all realize that now. Agent Gross with the FBI said they were tracking down that angle, but they aren't finding much." "That's interesting. You're telling me you didn't know that already?" "FBI has always gone its own way. I keep my ears to the ground, though, and I think what they'll continue to find on that end is a big zip." "Why? Tracks too well covered?" Weaver gazed over at Stone through the darkness. "They didn't X-ray that root ball. It's going in the park, in the dirt. It's not the Christmas tree for the White House." "Canine sweep?" "Not sure, but don't think so." "Why not?" "No definitive answer on that. ATF thinks it was a remote detonation setup." You disagree?" "Let me put it to you this way. No bomb is foolproof. I almost got my hand blown off once dealing with a foolproof explosive when I was in the Corps." "So what's your theory?" "Can we turn on some lights? I feel like I'm back in high school sneaking some of my old man's hooch." "I prefer the dark." "Okay, suit yourself." The bomb goes in with a remote detonator, probably a cell phone. Tree hole gets covered up. Then it's detonated at the precise time they want. But instead, we got a guy running from gunfire who jumps in a hole to save his ass and boom. But how did the bomb detonate? Like I said, bombs are tricky things. Fat guy jumps and lands right on it, or maybe one of the slugs hits it, detonates. We'd actually discussed that possibility. "So I'm here wasting your time?" "No. I hadn't thought of the tree being killed on purpose. That's one for you. It only occurred to me tonight. ATF thinks the bomb was in a basketball and then placed inside the root ball. Doesn't matter. Still could have gone off accidentally." "But that makes no sense. The only reason the guy jumped in the hole and, according to your theory, prematurely detonated the bomb was because he was running from the gunfire. Why go to all the trouble to get a bomb there and then screw it up by shooting off the guns?" "It makes perfect sense if you look at it in a different way." A few seconds later, Stone said slowly, "You mean if the gunners and bombers were different?" "Exactly. And if so, the bombers are pretty pissed off right now at whoever started shooting." Stone said, "The Yemeni group?" Those guys claim credit for lots of shit they had nothing to do with. Maybe they did the guns okay. But then the bomb goes off and they figure, hell, let's take credit for that too. Raises their profile with other terrorists. More street cred equals more funding. That's how it works. Sort of like turf and budget wars in D.C. Then that means the bomb was meant to kill someone else at the park at a completely different time. That's right. Only the question is who. Chapter 33. 2 hours after Weaver and his men left, Stone could still not fall asleep. Weaver was obtaining a list of events to be held at Lafayette Park in the upcoming months, and told Stone that he would share that information with him. For his part, Stone told Weaver all that they had uncovered about the jogger's background and the other information he had learned from ATF and the FBI's inquiries. He did not tell Weaver about Faoud Turkakul. If the NIC chief was meant to know about the operation to catch Osama bin Laden, people other than Stone would have to so inform him. Stone lay on his cot thinking all of this through, while the night burned onward to dawn. Finally his thoughts turned to the Camel Club. Caleb and Reuben had been friends of his for years. They had literally been through hell and back together. Alex Ford had been a more recent arrival to the ranks of the club, but he had twice saved Stone's life and risked his career on at least 5 other occasions to help him and the others. Annabelle had blown into their lives only recently, but had quickly proved her loyalty to Stone. And Harry Finn had stood shoulder to shoulder with Stone in a firefight with a team of trained assassins, even though Stone had killed Finn's father more than 3 decades ago. And I basically told all of them that I didn't trust them, that I didn't need their help. But that's not the whole story. Only a handful of people knew that Stone had taken his old rifle and killed 2 prominent Americans who had destroyed his life, costing him his wife and child. Stone had killed many people on behalf of his country. He had dutifully followed orders. Yet these 2 men he'd killed on his own, judge, jury, and executioner. He felt he was justified for what he'd done. He felt no remorse for ending their lives. But still he had a conscience. All those years of killing had never managed to totally rid him of one. And with his strong sense of justice, Stone knew that he would have to make payment one day. It was only right. But he was not going to take his friends down too. They didn't deserve that. He was living on borrowed time. His friends were not. The Camel Club, he knew, was coming to the end of its run, at least with him as its de facto leader. He showered, dressed, and headed out as the sun was just starting to creep upward. He stopped at the front door when he saw Chapman sitting on the hood of her rental just outside the wrought iron gates, sipping on a Starbucks coffee. He zipped up his jacket against the cool morning air and walked over to her. She was dressed in jeans, a heavy black sweater and boots, looking very unlike a proper MI6 agent. Her hair was tied back, revealing a small mole near her temple. She slipped off the car hood, leaned in the driver's window, and pulled out another cup of coffee and handed it to him.
Figured you for an early riser?
She explained, as he drank down some of the Java. Thanks, he said curtly.
Interesting night.
Why do you ask?
Just wondering.
Wondering enough to watch my place last night?
Could be. Late night visitor.
Are you asking or confirming?
Just asking.
Riley Weaver, NIC. Wanted a chat. Had some interesting theories.
Can I hear them?
Let's head on to the park. Chapman put the wheels in gear and they drove off. On the way down to M Street, Stone explained to her what Weaver had to say.
Pretty good stuff, actually. Weaver seems to be on top of this.
If he can narrow down who the target was, it'll be even better.
Shouldn't be too difficult. How many events are there at Lafayette Park?
More than you might imagine. And it's not just government folks like the president. Private groups can apply to be there. For a special event or to protest, it can be quite a lengthy list.
Still, we should be able to narrow it down, and at least the threat has been removed.
No, it hasn't.
What do you mean?
Because we don't really know what the threat is yet. We have to assume they'll try again. Getting the bomb in the park took a lot of work. The target has to justify that level of effort. They won't leave it like this. They arrived near the park, and after passing through various security checkpoints, they walked onto the grass at Lafayette Park. Stone looked around. It was still early, and there were few folks about, all of them authorized, of course. The park and vicinity were still shut down to the public. Stone sat down on a bench and finished his coffee, while Chapman hovered in front of him.
Is it true you used to sort of live in the park?
Yes.
Why?
Why not?
Okay, this is going nowhere.
I was protesting. You're allowed to do that in this country.
What were you protesting about?
Everything, pretty much.
What, taxes and stuff?
No. I never made enough money to pay taxes.
So what then?
Stone stared over at the White House. Just things that I thought weren't right.
Are they right now?
I doubt it.
But you stopped protesting?
Just because I'm no longer at the park full-time doesn't mean I'm not still protesting.
Do you trust Weaver? From what you've said, the man was pouring his heart out to you. Seemed legitimately concerned.
He was legitimately concerned that somebody was going to perpetrate another 9/11 on his watch. I'm sure he will do all he can to stop that from happening, and I'm sure he will try and capture all the credit for doing so while leaving the rest of us in the dark if he can.
No honor among thieves or spies?
I see that as a case of splitting hairs, actually. Chapman threw her empty coffee cup away in a trash can and sat down next to him.
So we're waiting on the FBI's follow-up on the trail of the tree and who had the opportunity to put a bomb inside it. And Weaver is going to find out who might have been the real target at the park. Doesn't leave a lot for us to do.
Why inside a basketball? Asked Stone suddenly.
What?
If the bomb is inside the root ball, why bother to put it in a basketball? It would take up more room, and the hump through the burlap might have raised suspicions. So why not just wedge the bomb in the root ball?
I actually think I have the answer to that. Moisture.
He looked at her. Go on.
That tree is obviously going to be planted in the dirt, and watered. Probably soaked, since it's a new planting, and they want to get it established. Unless it's a completely encased mechanism meant for underwater use, presumably military in nature, explosive devices do not much like water. In fact, a little bit of liquid seeping in can foul a switch in no time, or even render the explosive element useless. You put it in a basketball, it's sealed watertight, or at least watertight enough.
Okay, but would a basketball be the first thing that occurs to you as far as a watertight compartment?
I don't play the game, so no, it wouldn't for me.
She sat up straighter.
But you're thinking the choice of the basketball might be a clue as to the bomber's identity?
It's certainly a possibility. And since clues have been particularly hard to come by with this case, we can't afford to ignore any possible ones.
Then you've bought into Weaver's theory that the guns and the bomb were done by two separate organizations? Guns possibly by the Yemeni group and bomb by person or persons unknown?
I won't go so far as to say I agree with it, but it's intriguing enough to check out.
So why did they fire all those bullets and not hit a damn thing?
I wish I could tell you the answer to that. In my mind, it's critical.
This basketball thing is not so popular in my part of the world.
True, though I can't imagine a bunch of millionaire NBA players have banded together to blow someone up at Lafayette Park.
But the bombers might have some other connection to the game.
Stone pulled out his phone and made a call. Agent Gross, Stone here. I'm down at the park and I have some information for you and a question. He told Gross about his meeting with Weaver and the NIC chief's theory on the case. Then he told Gross about his basketball idea. Gross said, "Okay, I'll pick you up in 20 minutes, and we'll go talk to the folks where that tree came from." Stone clicked off and looked at Chapman. "He's coming to get us. We're going to check out where the tree came from."
Good. I'm getting bored doing nothing.
Stone rose and looked around. He started pacing off in different directions in the park as Chapman watched him curiously. Some of the damage from the blast had been cleaned up, and the small tented markers were still laid out, giving the effect that both white and orange snow had fallen on the park. Weeks from now, they would probably continue to find things, possibly even years from now. He imagined a tourist happening on a bit of ear, nice souvenir from their visit to the capital. He finally ended up at the crater. Chapman joined him at the edge.
So what's going on in that noggin of yours?
I'm missing something. Something obvious. But I don't know what. Chapter 34. Didn't know you and Riley Weaver were so tight, said Gross, as the FBI agent deftly handled the wheel of his Crown Vic on the way out of D.C. Stone sat next to him. Chapman was in the back seat. Only met the man twice in my life, and neither time voluntarily. That doesn't constitute tight for me. Gross shot him a glance. So why'd he come to you, and not me? You're his competitor. I'm just the man in the middle. Gross made a face. We've got to cut this competitive shit out if we're really going to protect this country.
Sounds good to me. You blokes are on the same side, after all.
It's a little more complicated than that, Agent Chapman, said Gross, as he glanced at her in the rear-view mirror.
Just because you say it's complicated doesn't make it so.
Anyway, if NIC would cooperate with us, it would make all of our jobs easier. And you don't think every agency out there doesn't say the same thing about the FBI? Said Stone. Gross gave a resigned laugh. I guess you're right. Weaver is still learning his way over there, said Stone. He doesn't want the hammer to come down on his watch. He's probably working this thing 24/7, using all conceivable methods. I was just one of them.
So where are we headed?
Asked Chapman, after a few seconds of silence, as the nearly empty streets of D.C. flew by. Pennsylvania, answered Gross. That's where the maple came from. A tree farm up near Gettysburg. Do they know we're coming? Asked Stone. No. Good.
Shouldn't you surround the place with agents? Said
Chapman. Whoever was involved in this won't be sticking around. We go in with heat, the people left behind might clam up. I want some answers, and a bit of finesse never hurts. Many miles later, they pulled past the gates of the Keystone Tree Farm. The paved road led them to a long, one-story building painted white with a green metal roof. In the background were various outbuildings, both small and large, with several big enough to accommodate 50-foot-tall trees. The parking lot held a few dusty pickup trucks, a compact car, and a black Escalade SUV. The three climbed out of the Vic and headed to a door marked Office. A plump woman in too tight jeans directed them to a small room where a large man sat behind a metal desk, a phone to his ear. He waved them in and pointed to two chairs. When Gross flashed his badge, the man said into the phone, "I'll have to call you back." He put down the receiver, rose, tucked in his shirt where it had ridden out, and said, "Can I see that badge again?" Gross moved closer and held his commission and badge out to the man for several long seconds. Even after the man looked away, Gross held up the FBI shield as though to convey the significance of their presence. "What can I do for you?" said the man uneasily. Gross said, "A name would be good for starters." The man cleared his throat. Lloyd Wilder." "And you run this place?" "I'm the foreman, yeah, 10 years now. What's this about?" Gross perched on the edge of the man's desk, while Stone leaned against one wall and Chapman sat in a chair. All of them peered at Wilder, who swallowed nervously and nearly fell back into his chair. "Look," Wilder began, "those guys told me they were legal. Okay, maybe they didn't have all the paperwork, but do you know how much red tape there is? Take me all day, every day, just to read through the stuff, and I can't find anybody else willing to do this sort of work, and—" Stone, catching on to this before Gross did, said coldly, "We're not with immigration. The shield said FBI, not ICE." Wilder looked from one to the other. "FBI?" Gross leaned down so his face was uncomfortably close to Wilder's. "FBI, That fellow over there is with the counter-terrorism folks. The lady with MI6 out of the UK. Wilder eyed Chapman with an incredulous look. MI6? Like James Bond?
Better than Bond, actually,
said Chapman.
Like Dear James on steroids.
Gross added, and we could give a crap about your illegal aliens, but if you don't cooperate, ICE sure will be interested. Wilder's face sagged. But if you ain't hear about them, what do you hear about? You watch the news? Yeah, I check out ESPN every night. I mean the real news. Oh, I mean some days. Why? Explosion at Lafayette Park, added Gross. You hear about that? Hell yes, it's all over the place. They all stared at him pointedly, and he looked back, puzzled. But what's that got to do with me? He finally blurted out. We believe the bomb was planted in the tree that came from this place of business. Come on, you gotta be kidding me. Wilder grinned weakly. Wait a minute. You guys ain't really feds, right? This is some kind of a joke, ain't it? Gross moved closer to him. When a bomb goes off that close to the President of the United States, I can't find anything remotely funny about it, Mr. Wilder. Can you? The smile faded. So, this is the real thing? You guys really are cops? We really are. And we want to know how a bomb got in one of your trees. As the full weight of what was happening descended on him, Wilder appeared to be hyperventilating. Oh, Jesus. Oh, sweet Jesus. The man started rocking back and forth. Stone moved around beside him and placed a calming hand on his shoulder. We're not accusing you of anything, Mr. Wilder, he said, and from your reaction it seems clear you don't know anything about it. But you may be able to help us nonetheless. Now take a couple of deep breaths and try to relax. He squeezed the man's shoulder. Wilder finally calmed and nodded. I'll do whatever I can to help you. I mean that. I'm a patriot down to my bones. I've been NRA all my life. Hell, my daddy was a Union man. Gross sat down across from him while Stone remained standing. Stone said, Tell us about each of the people who work here. For the next 20 minutes, Wilder pulled out employment records and went over each worker with them. That's it, he said when he'd finished. And there's not one on that list that's smart enough to do anything with no bomb, hard enough to get them to hold the right end of a shovel, although that may be because my Espanol's not too good. Stone put his finger on one name on the list. John Kravitz. He doesn't sound Latino. Well, he's not, of course, but you're barking up the wrong tree there, no pun intended, he added hurriedly. Why? Asked Stone. He's college educated. I thought you intimated they were all stupid. And nothing against your line of work, but why is a college grad digging up trees? We do more than that here. John's degrees in landscape design, horticulture, stuff like that. He's a good arborist, sees stuff no one else does. Why we hired him.
How long has he been with you?
Asked Chapman. About 7 months. Didn't expect him to stay that long, but he seems content. Has he been into work this week? Every day, like clockwork. Where is he now? Here? Wilder checked the clock on the wall. He'll be here in about 30 minutes. He only lives about 5 miles down the road in a little trailer park off the highway. What else can you tell us about him? Asked Gross. He's about 30, thin, tall as you, he said, pointing at Stone, with brown hair and a goatee. He get along with everybody? Look, the other guys can barely put 2 words of English together, and I'm not sure they're even literate in their own language. Like I said, John is a college boy. He usually spends his lunch hour reading. Know anything about his personal life, political beliefs? Asked Gross. No, but I'm telling you, John is no bomber. Does he play basketball by any chance? Asked Gross. What's that got to do with anything? Just answer the question. He told me he played in high school. We have a hoop out back. Boys play at lunchtime if they're not out making a delivery. Whose ball do they use? Asked Stone. Ball? We've got a couple around here. John, I know, has one. Wilder looked flustered. What's a basketball got to do with a damn bomb? We're going to wait for John. When he gets here, you have him come back to your office, okay? Said Gross. Do we really have to? Okay, Gross said firmly. Wilder managed to whisper, okay. Chapter 35. While they were waiting for Kravitz to arrive, Stone and Chapman explored the grounds. A few Latino workers watched them wearily from a distance, probably fearing they were from ICE. Stone didn't pay much attention to them, but something did capture his interest. Over a building behind the office, there were some holes in the wood and the outline of what once had been bolted there. Stone pointed to it, but Chapman only looked quizzical. Basketball hoop, said Stone, or where one used to be.
So someone took it down?
But didn't fill in the holes or paint over it. When they went back inside and asked Wilder about it, he professed to know nothing about the missing hoop. I know it was up yesterday. Some of the guys were playing. 30 minutes passed, and while a half-dozen other people arrived for work, John Kravitz was not among them. We'll need his address now, said Gross. I'm sure it's nothing, said Wilder. Stone pulled Gross to the side. Chapman and I will pay him a visit while you stay here with Wilder. You think he's in on it? I'm not sure what to think right now, so we have to assume he is. Wilder said, I can call him at home, see if he's okay, tell him to come on in. No, said Stone. No calls. Just sit tight with Agent Gross. Stone nodded at Gross, and the FBI agent's hand dipped to the butt of the gun in his belt holster, while Wilder, seeing this, started hyperventilating anew. Gross said, You want me to get some LEOs as backup for you? Some local cops wouldn't hurt, said Stone. Just tell them no sirens, and to stay back until we signal them. Gross nodded. Good luck. A minute later, Stone and Chapman were in the Crown Vic on the way to the trailer park. Stone was driving. The sedan streaked down the highway. They passed a police cruiser going the same way. The cop driving was about to hit his lights at the speeding car when Stone slowed, dropped back, and held his badge out the window. The cop in the passenger side slid down his window. You the LEOs they called in for us as backup? Stone asked. The cop nodded. Possible suspect in the Lafayette Park bombing? Stone nodded. Just follow our lead, okay? Yes, sir, said the obviously excited young deputy. Stone rolled his window back up and hit the gas. Chapman glanced over and saw the gun in a shoulder holster Stone was wearing.
What are you carrying?
You wouldn't recognize it.
Why not?
For starters, it's older than you are.
I know most of the major makes, American and European, Chinese, Russian.
It's not a major one.
I know some of the lesser-known models.
It wasn't mass-produced.
Limited run?
You could say that.
How many were made?
1. When they got to the trailer park, Stone left the car by the side of the road, and they made their way to Kravitz's trailer on foot. The park had about 25 trailers mounted on permanent foundations and was bracketed by thick woods. The cops were 10 paces back and on either side of the narrow gravel road that constituted the only ingress and egress.
If he is the bomber, he might have his trailer wired with a booby trap.
That thought had occurred to me.
So are we going to just knock on his door, then?
We'll play it by ear. Chapman looked put off.
Okay, pleased to see you have the plan all formulated.
In a situation like this, plans usually are for shit. You react professionally to what comes at you. That's the best plan of all. The trailer was set off by itself, a small patch of gravel in front. An ancient and battered Chevy pickup was parked in front, its metal corroding, its paint disintegrating. They checked to make sure the truck was empty, and then took cover behind it. Stone eyed the 2 cops, and motioned with his hand where he wanted them to take up position. When they were in place, he called out, John Kravitz? There was no answer. John Kravitz, federal agents. We need you to come out, hands in clear view, right now. Nothing. Chapman looked at Stone. The two cops stared at him, too.
What now?
We do it the hard way.
Which is?
Stone eyed the white tank attached to the front of the trailer. He took out his gun. Kravitz, you have 5 seconds to come out, or I'm going to put a round into your propane tank and blow you right to hell.
Are you mental?
The two cops looked at Stone like they were debating whether to arrest him. 2 seconds, Kravitz, called out Stone. He assumed his firing stance and lined the tank up in his sight.
Stone, you could blow us all up.
1 second, Kravitz. The door to the trailer opened, and Kravitz came out, his hands in the air. He looked like he'd just gotten out of bed. Don't shoot. I don't have a gun. Hell, what do you want with me? I just overslept. Do they send the feds out for that now? Stone saw the flash of light in the reflection of the trailer window. Immediately realizing what it was, he screamed, "Everyone down, now!" He grabbed Chapman's arm and pulled it to the ground. From the corner of his eye, he saw the two cops hit dirt. Kravitz still stood upright, looking stunned. Stone let go of Chapman and whirled around, pointed his gun at the woods and fired. At the instant he did so, a bullet was fired from somewhere deep in the woods. The two shots together sounded like a mini explosion. Following his lead, Chapman had her gun out in a second and fired off 6 rounds from her Walther in the same direction. The round fired from the woods hit Kravitz squarely in the chest, exiting out the back and smacking into the side of the trailer. Kravitz stood stock still for about a second, his eyes wide, as though he didn't even realize he'd been shot and killed. Then he toppled to the ground. Stone knew he was dead before he hit the gravel. Long-range rifle ordnance was almost always fatal with a center chest shot. Before anyone else could move, Stone was up and sprinting toward the woods. He scanned the tree line and called over his shoulder. "See if he's still breathing. If he is, do what you can and call an ambulance. Then secure the crime scene and call in backup. Chapman, with me, keep low." She raced after him as he entered the woods. "That was a long-range rifle round," he called out. "Look for any movement, 500 yards and out."
How did you even know anyone was out here?
Saw the optic signature and the reflection on the trailer window. I had no chance of hitting the sniper with a pistol round. I was just hoping to screw up his shot. After several minutes of searching and coming up empty, they ran back toward the trailer. On the way there, Chapman said,
"You probably saved my life."
"You weren't the target."
But still.
"You're welcome." When they got back to the trailer, Stone said to the cops, "Anything?" One cop shook his head. "Dead. We called in backup." "Okay. Set up roadblocks and search teams along a mile perimeter. It's probably too late, but we have to try." The cop grabbed his radio to do this. Stone said to Chapman, "Keep low and follow me." They made their way stealthily up to the body. Kravitz was lying on his back, his arms and legs splayed, his eyes open and staring lifeless up at a blue sky. A patch of crimson was on his shirt where the bullet had gone in. "Single tap," observed Stone. LV.
LV?
Left ventricle. For torso shots, I preferred the aorta myself.
You're kidding, right?
Stone didn't even glance at her. His gaze was skimming over Kravitz. Working knowledge of the human body is part of any good sniper's curriculum.
Well, I guess we know now that Kravitz was part of the bombing plot.
And somebody shot him to keep him from talking to us. That seems clear. The part that isn't so clear is how they knew we were coming for him this morning. Chapman looked around.
I see what you mean. We haven't told anyone. Gross picked us up at the park on the spur of the moment. Wilder couldn't have called anyone because Gross is with him.
Stone stiffened. Damn it!
What?
Stone didn't answer. He punched in the number for the FBI agent. The phone rang and then went to voicemail. Instructing the cops to stay at the crime scene and wait for their backup, Stone did 100 on the way back to the tree farm, while Chapman white-knuckled the armrest. Along the way, he called in more LEOs to meet them at the tree farm. When they pulled in the parking lot, he knew something was wrong. He pointed to the tread marks on the parking lot asphalt. "Those weren't there when we left. Somebody got out of here in a hell of a hurry." Stone didn't wait for the other cops to arrive. He pulled his gun and kicked open the door to the office. The woman who'd ushered them in to see Wilder was lying on the floor, a bullet in the middle of her forehead. Stone motioned to Chapman to cover him as he approached the door to the interior office. Crouched down and using the wall as a shield, he turned the knob with his free hand and pushed the door inward. Then he backed away and took up position where he had a clear firing line into the office. From her vantage point, Chapman had already seen it. She caught a quick breath as Stone moved next to her. Wilder was on the floor just inside the office. Even as far away as they were, Stone and Chapman could see that a good portion of his face was gone. "Shotgun," said Stone. He moved forward, keeping his gun trained straight ahead, ready to fire in an instant if something came at him. A few seconds later, he gave the all-clear. Chapman joined him as he gazed down at the body of Special Agent Tom Gross, where it lay behind the desk, his gun in his hand. There were 2 bullet holes in his broad chest. Stone knelt and checked the man's pulse. He shook his head. "He's gone. Shit. Damn it!"
"What the hell is going on?"
said Chapman as she stared down at the dead man. Stone looked around. "They split us up and played us out," he said. "It's like they know what we're going to do even before we do." He knelt down and touched the barrel of the gun. Warm. He fired it. Very recently.
Maybe he hit one of them.
Maybe. He scanned the room for other signs of blood, but found none. He pointed to the opposite wall where a bullet had lodged. Probably Gross's one shot before he went down. At least he died fighting.
What the hell do we do now?
They heard sirens coming. "I don't know," said Stone. "I don't know." Chapter 36. Whose idea was it to leave Special Agent Gross alone? Stone and Chapman were at the FBI's WFO, where they sat on one side of a long table, and 4 grim men and 1 dour woman sat on the other side. Stone said, "It was my idea. Agent Chapman and I went to the trailer to find John Kravitz, and Agent Gross stayed behind with Lloyd Wilder."
Did you know whether any of the other workers at the tree farm were involved in the bombing conspiracy?
Asked the woman, who had identified herself as Special Agent Laura Ashburn. She was dressed in a black suit, and her brown hair was pulled back in a ponytail. About 40, she was of medium height, had pleasant features and a trim figure, but her eyes were black dots that bored through everything in their path, and right now, the only thing in that path was Stone. "We didn't know that, and we still don't." "And yet you left him there with no backup," said one of the male agents. Before Stone could answer, another man said, "You left with Agent Chapman, and you also had LEO support, and yet Tom Gross had none of that. He was alone." "I should have had Agent Chapman stay with Gross, and then call in backup for them while I went to the trailer park," conceded Stone. Chapman interjected.
There was nothing stopping Agent Gross from doing that.
All FBI agents looked at her. One said, "When you're trying to control a potential hostile situation, and you have one potential bomber in your presence, you don't really have time to yak on your phone." The same man turned back to Stone. "I understand that you are a recent hire by the adjunct agency to NSC." "I am. But you're a little old to be jumping into the game, aren't you?" Stone said nothing to this, because what could he say, really? Ashburn opened a file and added,
Can't find much on you, Oliver Stone, other than an illustrious film career.
The derision in her voice was mirrored in the expression of her 4 colleagues. "Pretty rookie mistake for such a man of your years," added the agent at the far left of the table. Leaving an agent in a vulnerable situation. He leaned forward. What would you suggest that we tell his wife, his 4 kids? Got any suggestions? Love to hear them, Agent Stone. I would tell them that her husband and their father died fighting. As a hero. That's what I would tell them.
I'm sure that'll make it all better,
sneered Ashburn. Another agent said, Have you ever been left all alone on assignment? I doubt it, since a guy like you probably covers himself at all times. Plenty of firepower at your back. Chapman spoke up.
You have no idea what you're talking about. He saved my life and the lives of 2 police officers today. He figured out there was a shooter in the woods while we were standing around with our thumbs up our arses. And if you knew half of this man's history, you wouldn't be sitting here grilling him for... I don't care about his history. I'm only concerned with the present.
Ashburn shot back.
Well, then maybe you need to check with your superiors, because...
Stone put a hand on her arm. Don't, he said quietly. Ashburn closed her binder.
We'll be filing a detailed report on this, the chief element of which will be a strong recommendation that you be removed from this case, and a full investigation launched to see if any disciplinary or criminal charges should be imposed against you. This is utterly ridiculous,
snapped Chapman. Ashburn leveled a withering gaze on her, the black dots resembling hollow points about to be launched.
I don't know how it is across the pond, but this is America. Here, we have accountability for our actions.
She glanced at Stone.
Or inaction, as the case may be.
She looked back at Chapman.
Piece of advice? I'd find a new partner if I were you.
The agents all rose as one and filed out of the room. Chapman glanced over at Stone.
Do you blokes routinely beat up on each other like that?
Usually only when it's deserved.
And do you think it is here?
A good man is dead. He shouldn't be. Someone has to be blamed for it, and I'm as good a selection as anyone. He rose. And maybe they're right. Maybe I am too old for this.
You don't really believe that, do you?
Stone didn't answer. He just left the room, left the WFO, hit the streets and kept walking. The night air was crisp, the sky cloudless. There was snarled traffic and honking over near the Verizon Center because some event was going on there. As he walked along, Stone thought of the last few moments he'd been with Tom Gross. He hadn't really focused on the man's safety. He'd wanted to go after John Kravitz. In truth, he'd believed that he was keeping Gross safer by going after the alleged bomber at his home berth and leaving Gross behind. It had never occurred to him that they would attack at the tree farm and kill Kravitz. They definitely had manpower and intelligence and nerve, a formidable combination. A sudden thought struck him, and he called the number Riley Weaver had left for him. He wanted to know if Weaver had a list of the events that had been scheduled at Lafayette Park. If there was a lead in that list, Stone wanted to run it down. Someone answered the phone. Stone identified himself and asked for Weaver. The man put him on hold, but was back within 10 seconds. Please don't call this number again. The line went dead, and Stone slowly put his phone back in his pocket. The explanation for that brusque put-down was easy. Weaver knew that Stone had screwed up and cost an FBI agent his life. Because of that, Stone was off the cooperation list with NIC now. And forever. As he passed block after block, his focus continued to deepen, even as the D.C. nightlife went on all around him. Runners along the mall, tourists with maps in hand, partiers packed in groups, heading to the next entertainment, and office-dwelling men and women in suits, lugging thick briefcases and burdened with wary countenances as they trudged home, probably to keep working. Taking out Kravitz made perfect sense if he were involved in the bombing. One less mouth to betray the people behind it. They must have staked out the trailer park and were there ready to kill the man when Stone had shown up. But there was an alternative theory that, if true, was far more disquieting. They knew we were coming. In order to do that, they would either have needed to follow them or had been ahead of them. Both scenarios carried serious implications, and also the possibility of a mole in their ranks. But why the tree farm? Had Lloyd Wilder been involved as well? If so, the man was a consummate actor. The woman in the office? A long shot. Tom Gross. But why take him out? He was the lead investigator, but he would simply be replaced with another. And the murder of an FBI agent would only result in the formidable Bureau tripling its already heightened effort to find those behind the Lafayette Park incident. It made no sense at all. None. He arrived at his destination, flashed his badge to gain admittance, and entered Lafayette Park. At least his credentials hadn't been pulled. Yet. He sat on a bench, surveyed the surroundings where the investigative work was still going on. His mind swirled with recent events, not one bit of it solidifying into something useful. It was just mist, vapor. As soon as he focused on something promising, it vanished. His gaze shifted to the White House across the street. The bombing had no doubt popped the president's bubble of safety that he believed he had here. Every security force involved in defending this bit of earth had suffered a hard blow to their professional egos. Hell's Corner, Stone thought, was indeed living up to its name. When he looked up, he saw the man approaching. A part of him was surprised, but another part was not. He drew a long breath and waited. Chapter 37. The Camel Club, minus its leader, sat around Caleb Shaw's condo in Alexandria, Virginia, overlooking the Potomac River. Caleb had just finished serving tea and coffee to everyone except Reuben. The big man had brought his own hip flask with something presumably stronger in it than Earl Grey or Maxwell House. Annabelle was dressed in a black skirt, loafers, and a jean jacket. She spoke first, and her tone was blunt.
How bad is it, Alex?
Alex Ford, still wearing a suit and tie from his workday, leaned forward on the hassock, took a sip of coffee, and said, "Pretty bad. An FBI agent is dead along with 3 other people, including at least 1 bombing suspect." "And they're blaming Oliver?" asked Caleb, with an air of indignation. "Yes," Alex said, "whether rightly or wrongly. I told Oliver that there were many people unhappy with him being involved in this case, and now it's come home to roost." Harry Finn was leaning against the wall. He finished his coffee and put his cup down. "Meaning making a scapegoat out of Oliver is a great way to kick him off the case." "Right. Although knowing Oliver, he probably does blame himself for what happened." Reuben growled, "You go after terrorists, people can get hurt. And they damn well asked him back into the fold, not the other way around."
That's what's so infuriating, Alex. He didn't have to do this at all. Now he's in there risking his life, and they blame him for someone getting killed.
Alex spread his hands. "Annabelle, don't be naive. This is Washington. There's nothing fair about any of it." She flung her long hair out of her face.
That makes me feel so much better.
Caleb spoke up. "But what will happen now?" "An investigation is being conducted. 2 of them, actually. The search for the terrorists goes on, obviously. But now there will be a secondary inquiry regarding what happened that led to the death of Agent Gross and the others, to determine if there's any evidence of negligence or wrongdoing."
With respect to Oliver, you mean?
"Yes." "What might happen to him, worst case?" asked Caleb. "Worst case? He might go to prison, depending on how it plays out. But that's unlikely. He might be kicked off the case. That's far more likely. Even with his friends in high places, no one can stand that heat for long, especially if the media starts riding that horse right into the ground." "This is a nightmare," said Caleb. "If the media does enter the fray, then they'll start investigating Oliver and his past." "The man doesn't have a past, at least officially," noted Reuben in a deep grumble. "Exactly," said Caleb. "That's my point. They will be relentless in trying to find out exactly who he is." "The government won't want that," said Alex. Reuben nodded in a knowing fashion. "He knows too damn much. A lot of stuff that would be embarrassing if it came out now." Annabelle said.
666 stuff, you mean?
Exactly.
You don't think the government might try to silence him?
She said in a halting voice. Caleb looked incredulous. This isn't the Soviet Union, Annabelle. We don't assassinate our own people. Annabelle glanced at Alex, who quickly looked away.
All right. He's helped all of us in one way or another, which begs the question of why we're here, debating whether to help him or not.
That's not the question, Alex said. The question is, by trying to help him, will we make it even worse for him?
How is that possible? Right now he has everyone against him. He needs us. We're all he has left.
He made his position on that pretty clear, said Alex. He doesn't want our help.
Only because he doesn't want us in danger.
She shot back.
And speaking for myself, that's not a good enough reason.
She rose.
So I'm going to help him, whether he wants that help or not.
Chapter 38. James McElroy sat down next to Stone on the bench while the Brit security team hovered in the background. He leaned his cane against the edge of the metal armrest. Chapman has filled me in on the particulars, said McElroy. I'm sure. She said you saved her life. Stone didn't answer. Still not a particularly good day for any of us. You could say that. And do you blame yourself? Stone looked at him. And why wouldn't I? McElroy considered this. I suppose I would have been disappointed if you'd answered any other way. I've grown used to finger-pointing over the years, accepting it as just the way the world works now. But I know it doesn't work that way for you, and never has, and neither does it for me. So am I going to be pulled from the case? Do you want to be? I don't like unfinished business. I wish I could give you a definitive answer, but I can't. The president wavering on me? He's done it before. He's a politician. It's never easy. That's mostly why I never threw my hat into the ring. A spy's life is a bit easier in that department. So until I get the word either way, am I free to continue my investigation? The answer to that would be yes. That's all I needed to know. I understand that Riley Weaver came to visit you. He did. He's scared, as I understand it. Sees something big coming over the horizon. And he thinks that what happened here plays into it somehow? That it was merely a first step? I think he believes that, yes. And do you? Since the attack at the park made no sense, then it seems likely that it was part of something else. Bigger than exploding a bomb and scattering machine gun fire across from your president's humble abode? Goodness, we might be in serious trouble. The man's words were said in a jesting tone, but it was apparent from the look of concern in his eyes that McElroy, too, had a sense of foreboding. Any inkling as to what that something else might be? Stone turned to him. Faout Turkakul. What about him? I don't believe in coincidences. Meaning his being in the park at the same time of the attack. I think someone in your food chain knows something about it. So why didn't they kill him then? That would make the answer simple. This isn't simple. He eyed the security team. Feel like a bit of a walk? If you'll lend me a hand, yes. Knees aren't what they used to be, and what they used to be was never much, I'm afraid. The two old allies walked along the brick path. Stone supported McElroy with a firm hand under his elbow as the spy chief made his way slowly along using his cane. Theories, said McElroy. They know everything before we do. And more to the point, they seem to know what we're going to do at the same time we decide to do it. So a traitor, assuredly. Stone nodded. Any possibilities? I've looked that issue up one side and down the other, and I can't find a viable suspect. Damn infuriating. So you suspected something like that, too? I always suspect something like that, and it usually turns out to be true. I agree with you that the other side seems to be always ahead of us, but I don't know how they're doing it. We could lay a trap, channel information through one source only, and see if it ends up in the wrong hands. I don't think whoever it is will fall for that. Worth a try? Then we warn them we suspect. If they're as good as I think they are, they already know that we suspect. I'm afraid I'm going to have to sit down, Oliver. Stone helped his friend to another bench and then sat next to him. Tell me something, said Stone. Did what happened at the park cause Turkical to change his plans in any way? Was the mission altered at all? McElroy didn't answer right away. Of course, it would have been completely altered if Faut had been killed, he pointed out. Altered to the point of being abandoned. One would think that would have been the goal of the attack. Since the man didn't die, we have to think of alternative reasons. I can think of none. For now, but we have to keep trying. It won't be easy for you. The FBI is looking to crush you. Its director has already had a meeting with your president. I have also had the pleasure of your leader's company and have done my utmost to dissuade him from giving in to the entreaty that you be removed from the case. Until they make me stop, I'll keep going. Pretty much sums up our professional lives, Oliver. Yes, it does. I wish you luck. I'll need it. You'll also need this. McElroy took a memory stick from his pocket and handed it to Stone. What is it? The FBI's preliminary report on the attack at the tree farm. As Stone looked uncertainly at the USB stick, McElroy added, By the by, I had a computer delivered to your cottage earlier. He paused. You do know how to work a computer, don't you? I can manage, and thanks. Cheers. McElroy rose on stiffened legs and slowly walked off. Chapter 39. Stone sat back, rubbed his eyes, and yawned. He poured out a last cup of coffee and surveyed the minuscule interior of his cottage before his gaze alighted once more on his shiny new laptop computer. It looked almost as out of place in his dingy surroundings as a Picasso hanging on the wall would have. What was on the memory stick McElroy had given him was far more interesting than the computer itself. The FBI, motivated no doubt by the murder of one of its own, had done an intensely thorough investigation of the tree farm and the trailer. What they had found was interesting, if not wholly surprising. Stone ticked off the points in his head. A sharp-eyed agent had noticed that a narrow section of the cement blocks forming the foundation of Kravitz's trailer home was of a slightly lighter color. They had removed this stack and entered the open space underneath and found bomb-making materials, along with 2 basketballs, both of which had been cut in half. A review of John Kravitz's personal history had found him to be a college graduate, as his boss Lloyd Wilder had noted. But what Wilder hadn't told them, or more likely didn't know, was that Kravitz had been arrested twice in the past during rallies against the government for items ranging from anti-war protests to stem cell research. Also found on his cell phone were names and addresses of certain people on government watch lists. His neighbors had reported that Kravitz had acted suspiciously over the last few weeks, though Stone discounted that as witness bias, since there had been no specific examples from any of these neighbors as to why they thought that, other than the police and FBI showing up at the man's door. From the records at the tree farm and the accounts of those working there, Kravitz had full access to the maple tree before it was loaded on a truck and sent to D.C. This included during after hours, because he had a key to the special storeroom where the tree was being prepared for shipping. The insertion of a bomb in the root ball of a tree that large, even housed inside a basketball, would not be difficult for an experienced hand like Kravitz, the report found. Any disturbance at the site of entry could be easily covered up and then further disguised by the burlap container. Kravitz had been shot with a rifle round that had ripped through his heart, killing him instantly. Stone had to admire the skill of the sniper, since the person would have had to make that shot with the distraction of Stone and Chapman shooting at him. The secretary at the tree farm had succumbed to a .45 round from a handgun, Lloyd Wilder from a shotgun blast to the face, and finally Tom Gross had taken 2 .45 rounds to the chest. He had fired his weapon once, hitting the wall. 2 different guns used in the attack meant 2 different attackers at least. A shotgun was problematic. It was unfailingly deadly at close range, but very noisy. The handgun could be used with a suppressor, yet no one had heard anything, the report added. This was not so unlikely as it seemed. When Stone had traveled there with Gross and Chapman, he'd observed that the tree farm was set far off the road, so no cars passing by probably would have heard the shots. And the other people working there at the time were far away in the fields. The office building was low and long. It would have blocked the view of any vehicle coming there from anyone working in the fields or other buildings. And tree farms were noisy places, with machinery on for much of the time. Still, everyone there had been interviewed and professed to have heard or seen nothing. There were only 3 people in the office, and they were all dead. Stone leaned back and drank his coffee, as outside the dawn began to emerge. So Kravitz was part of the bombing plot, and he was killed when the cops moved in. Short, sweet, made sense. Evidence all there. Signed, sealed, delivered. Check off the box. But why the attack at the tree farm in the first place? Was Lloyd Wilder part of the conspiracy? There was no evidence to point to that. And Stone had seen the man's face when they told him why they were there. Stone had seen many liars. Wilder, he believed, had not been lying. The secretary? No connection. No evidence of wrongdoing. Stone heard the footsteps outside the cottage. He quickly closed the laptop, sending the room into darkness. He pulled his gun from his desk drawer and crouched down in the knee-hole with his eyes barely above the top edge, just as he had with Riley Weaver. He was getting a little tired of late-night, unannounced visits. The silhouette at his door was that of a woman. He could tell by the hair, the shape of the face and torso. Agent Chapman? Too tall. Hair too long.
Oliver.
He moved his finger away from the trigger and rose. A few moments later he was staring at Annabelle Conroy as she walked into his cottage and plunked down in a chair by the fireplace, crossed her arms, and scowled up at him. Annabelle, what are you doing here?
We need to talk.
About what?
About everything, but let's start with you being in trouble and needing our help.
He said wearily, I can handle this, and I don't want all of you...
What? You don't want us to what? Care about what happens to you? You want us to just come to your funeral and wonder what if? Did you really think that was going to work?
He sat down next to her and slid his pistol into his waistband. No, I guess I didn't expect that.
Good. Because I'm here to tell you that we're going to help, whether you like it or not.
How? You can't meddle in an FBI investigation.
I wouldn't call it meddling. And since when are you against becoming involved in official investigations? From what I know, you've made a career out of doing just that.
It's different this time.
Why? Because you're now working for the government? I don't see how that really makes a difference. And since the government isn't really happy with you right now, I would think you'd need some unofficial help.
But still, I'm not sure what any of you can do.
That never stopped us before.
She turned to him and her tone became less aggressive.
All I'm saying is we want to help, just like you did with me and everybody else in the good old Camel Club.
But you've already paid me back for helping you. I'd be dead in Divine Virginia, but for you.
This isn't a tit-for-tat contest, Oliver. I'm your friend. I would be here for you at any time.
Stone let out a sigh. Where are the others?
Out in the car.
I thought so. Would you like to get them? I can put some more coffee on.
Don't bother. We brought breakfast, too.
She rose as he looked up at her in mild amusement.
Camel Club forever.
Chapter 40. It took the better part of 3 hours, but Stone finally brought them all up to speed on the case. Finn, Reuben, and Caleb sat in chairs ringed around Stone's desk, while Annabelle perched on top of the desk. Alex Ford was not with them because he was on duty. "So the bomber, at least one of them, has been caught," said Caleb. "Seems that way," answered Stone. "Only you don't look convinced," said Finn. He had on a dark blue windbreaker, jeans, dusty boots, and his Glock. "All the evidence is there," said Stone. "In fact, too much." "FBI see it that way?" asked Reuben. "I don't know, seeing as how I'm a bit out of favor with them right now."
If not this tree guy, who then? If you're saying he was set up, it's a hell of a setup.
Agreed. Stone was about to say something else when someone knocked on his door. It was Chapman. Stone said bluntly, "I finally come to my senses and asked my friends to help us out." Chapman looked around at them.
Help us? How?
She said, in a skeptical tone. "In the investigation."
And what agency are they with?
Caleb volunteered. "I'm with the Library of Congress." Chapman stared at him open-mouthed.
The bloody hell you are.
He looked taken aback. "I beg your pardon?" She turned to Stone.
What the hell is going on here?
"I spoke with McElroy last night. He gave me the FBI file on the incident in Pennsylvania. I've gone through it. With them."
With your friends? Who are going to help us?
She said slowly, as though not believing her own words.
A bloody librarian.
Caleb said with dignity, "I'm actually a rare book specialist. In my field, that's like being James Bond." Chapman drew her pistol with enviable speed and placed it against Caleb's forehead.
Well, in my world, little man, that means shit.
She put her gun away while Caleb looked like he might have a stroke.
Do I have a choice?
"In what?" asked Stone.
In working with them.
"If you want to continue to work with me, you'll have to work with them."
You lot do things a bit peculiarly over here.
"Yes, we do," agreed Stone. "So would you like me to fill you in on the FBI's report? Unless McElroy has done the honors already." 20 minutes later, Chapman was fully informed both of the content of the report and Stone's skepticism with its conclusions.
So if Kravitz might not have done it, who did?
That's what we have to find out. But I may be wrong and the FBI right.
And we'll be doing this how? With the FBI's knowledge and cooperation?
I would say with neither their cooperation nor knowledge, Stone replied. Chapman pulled Caleb from his chair and plopped down in it.
All right. Do you have any whiskey here?
Why?
Well, if I'm going to break the law and my oath of service, I'd like to do it in a bit more relaxed frame of mind, if you don't mind.
You don't have to do it at all, Agent Chapman, said Stone. This is my plan and my responsibility. Your boss will understand fully once I talk to him. Then you can back out gracefully.
And then what? I get my arse shipped back to the good old UK?
Something like that.
I don't think so. Unfinished business bothers the devil out of me.
Stone smiled. I can understand that. She sat forward.
So where do we go from here?
With a plan, an ever-evolving one, but one that involves no one else getting hurt, said Stone firmly.
I don't think you or anyone else can guarantee that, Oliver,
said Annabelle. Then at least a plan that allows maximum protection for all of you. Doesn't sound all that much fun, really, said Reuben. Chapman eyed him with interest.
So you're willing to die for the cause?
He faced her with a defiant gaze. I'm willing to die for my friends.
I like your way of thinking, Reuben, said
Chapman, giving him a wink. Well, there's a lot more of me to like, MI6. Caleb had watched this exchange with growing frustration. He turned to Stone. So, is there something we can do now? Yes, Stone said. I actually have something for each of you to do that will utilize your strengths. Caleb looked at Chapman. I usually get the dangerous stuff.
Really?
She said, looking bemused. It's my lot in life, I suppose. You should take a drive with me sometime. I think that will explain everything. I'm a real daredevil. Just ask Annabelle,
Oh, yeah.
said Annabelle.
If you want to drive yourself nuts, spend a couple of days zooming around country roads with Mr. Speedy, while he drones on and on about some dead writer no one but him has ever heard of. Sounds delightful.
Replied Chapman.
Sort of like gnawing off one's arm for sport.
Caleb, said Stone, I'd like you to research at the library all upcoming events to be held at Lafayette Park over the next month. Chapman's lips twitched as she stared at a red-faced Caleb.
I'd go in with at least 2 machine guns for that one, mate.
Stone proceeded to give out the rest of the assignments to the others. Before they left, Annabelle gave him a hug.
Good to be back where we belong.
Chapman was the last to leave. Stone said, I'll meet you at the park in 3 hours.
Do you really trust these people?
With my life.
Who are they? I mean, really?
The Camel Club.
The Camel Club? What the hell is that?
The most important thing in my life, answered Stone. Only I forgot that for a little bit. Chapter 41. You look puzzled, Agent Garchik. Stone and Chapman walked up to the ATF agent as he was staring over the grounds of Lafayette Park. Startled, he turned to them. I was sorry to hear about Agent Gross, he said as they joined him. He seemed like a real good guy. Stone nodded, while Chapman simply stood there frowning. Her hair was unkempt, and she looked like she'd slept in her clothes. And she had, for all of 2 hours. Stone, on the other hand, had shaved, showered, and pressed his pants and shirt. He also believed that his own side was watching him. Do you have the same feeling? Garchik looked nervously around. How did you figure that? I think of the highly unlikely, then push it to the practically impossible, and I often find I arrive at the truth, particularly in this town. He studied the man. Garchik's eyes were bloodshot, and his clothes were as wrinkled as Chapman's. But that isn't all that's bothering you, is it? Chapman added,
You were bragging before that. You could tell us what sort of bomb it was very quickly. We haven't heard a peep from you since. Did your state-of-the-art facility fail you?
Can we talk somewhere else? This place is starting to give me the creeps. They walked a couple of blocks to a bagel shop. Stone had some breakfast and Chapman a large coffee. Garchik twisted plastic stirrers into knots and ignored the bottle of orange juice he'd purchased. After swallowing a mouthful of eggs, Stone said, Do you feel comfortable talking here? What? Yeah, I guess. Chapman said,
You can trust us, Agent Garchik.
He gave a dull laugh. That's good to know. I thought I'd run plumb out of people I can trust. What happened to make you feel that way? Asked Stone. Little things. Reports not coming back. Pieces of evidence not where they should be. Clicks on my phone when I pick it up. Funny shit on my computer at work. Is that all? Asked Stone. Garchik snapped. Isn't that enough? It would be for me. I'm just wondering if there's more. Garchik drank some of his juice. He put the bottle down and took a breath. The bomb. What was it? Some components we don't usually see in an explosive device. What do you mean? I mean some unique combinations that were a surprise.
You mean undetectable?
Asked Chapman quickly. No, that would be impossible. Bombs have to have certain elements. Blasting caps, for starters. This bomb had all that. At least we found pieces that showed that.
So what then?
We also found some other stuff.
What stuff?
Said Chapman, her irritation growing. Stuff that nobody has figured out what the hell it is yet, which is why I'm just referring to it as stuff. Stone said, You mean you found debris from the explosive that you were unable to identify? That's more or less what I'm saying, yeah. What is ATF's official position on it? He asked. Official position? Garchik chuckled. Their official position is that they are officially baffled and scared shitless. We're actually getting NASA involved to see if they can figure it out.
NASA? So what are the implications for this?
I don't know. None of us knows. That's why we're keeping this on a tight need to know. I probably shouldn't even be telling you. Correction. I know I shouldn't be telling you." Stone thought about this as he munched on a piece of toast. Did Agent Gross know? Garchik eyed him warily. Yeah, he did. I told him myself. He was the lead investigator after all. Thought he had a right to know. And what was his reaction? He told me to keep him apprised. I think he had other things on his mind. Did you tell anyone that you'd told him? Garchik saw where this was going. You think he was killed because of what I told him? It's possible. But who would have known? Hard to say since we don't know if he told anyone or not. So did you tell anyone you'd informed him of that? Maybe a couple of people at ATF. I have people I have to report to, he added defiantly. I'm sure you do. Have you been out to the trailer owned by John Kravitz? Yeah, we checked the bomb material found there. And did it match the debris in the park? Yes, although it was a strange place to keep the stuff. Under the trailer, you mean, said Stone. Yeah.
Moisture. Not good for that sort of stuff.
Right, agreed Garchik. And not to mention it was difficult to get to. He shifted uneasily in his seat. Look, I'm no chicken shit. I've infiltrated militias and gangs and come out alive. But what I'm not used to doing is watching my own side. That freaks me out. It would me too, said Stone. What do you think is going on? There's a traitor out there somewhere, answered Stone, and people are aware of it, so they're trying to ferret the spy out. So they're basically watching all of us? Right. The only problem is if one of the watchers is actually the traitor. God help us if that's the case, said Garchik. So what should I do? Keep your head down, limit your conversations on your phone and with your colleagues, and if any other agency strolls into your space, play stupid. There are a lot of us at ATF. I'm not the only one who knows about this new stuff. Stone rose. Given the circumstances, I wouldn't necessarily count that to be a good thing. They left a troubled-looking Garchik in the bagel shop and headed back out. Chapman said,
So what about your fabled Camel Club? Have they started their work yet?
Stone checked his watch. Right about now, in fact. Harry Finn walked along like he had not a care in the world. Wraparound shades, jeans and a sweatshirt, sneakers, bedhead. He looked like a college student, which was what he wanted considering he was on the Georgetown College campus. It had stone buildings that looked craned in from Cambridge or Oxford, nice green spaces, students hurrying here and there or else lounging in between classes. Finn walked confidently among them all. He sipped on a cup of Starbucks, shifted the weight of his backpack over his left shoulder. He picked up the trail of Faut Turkakul within 5 minutes. He had done so by good prep work done earlier. This involved a little computer hacking onto the college's database, a couple of discreetly placed questions, and a thorough recon of the campus. The Turkish-born scholar walked along, books cradled under one arm, in deep discussion with another faculty member, while a trail of students brought up the rear. They went into a building near the western end of the campus. Finn did too. Stone's instructions had been explicit. Watch this man. And it wasn't entirely for Turkakul's protection. Stone had been clear that he was not convinced of his loyalties yet. It could go either way at this point, Harry, he'd said. If someone tries to get to him, stop it. But if he does something that suggests he's working for the other side, document it and let me know right away. Turkakul was teaching a class on the second floor of the building. It had 32 students. Finn slipped in as the 33rd, set up his recorder, as did many other students, took out his book and laptop, and settled back. If Turkakul noticed him, he gave no indication of it. Unlike some of the other students there, Finn listened to every word the man said, and also how he said it, which was often even more important than the actual words spoken. And unlike any of the students there, Finn assessed the room for threats and came away not entirely satisfied. One door in and out, little cover. Turkakul would be a sitting duck at the front of the class. Finn touched his chest and felt the Glock nestle there in the holster. If he'd been an assassin, Turkakul would already be dead. He wondered how a man tasked to hunt down Osama bin Laden was allowed to live so cavalierly. It made no sense at all. And things that didn't make sense bothered Harry Finn. They bothered him greatly. Caleb settled into his desk at the rare book reading room and eyed his other colleagues as they moved around doing assorted tasks. He nodded and smiled to several. "Morning, Avery," he said to one portly fellow. "Caleb, congrats on acquiring the Fitzgerald." "Thanks," Caleb said, beaming. He really was proud of that one. When things had settled down in the room, he lifted his glasses to his eyes, pecked some keys on the keyboard, and worked his way through several government databases, hoping with each click of the key that he would not run into insurmountable interference. His dear friend Milton Farb could have accessed the necessary database in seconds, but Milton had been one of a kind. Yet Caleb had gotten better over the years with electronics, and he approached the task Stone had given him with deliberation and calm. And he was an employee of the federal government, and thus had requisite passwords and authorizations. And it wasn't as though events at Lafayette Park were classified. At least he hoped they weren't. Within a half hour, he breathed a sigh of relief. He hit his print button, and the 2-page, single-spaced document slid into the catch bin of his printer. He picked it up and studied it. There were a lot of events on here, and some of them would be attended by some real Washington heavyweights. If his friend was hoping to narrow his search down by consulting this list, Caleb knew at once that it would not be all that easy. He slipped the papers in his briefcase and returned to work. Chapter 42. Annabelle and Reuben reached Pennsylvania around 3 that afternoon. They drove first to Keystone Tree Farm. It was obviously still secured by the FBI. Barricades and black SUVs were everywhere, and Pennsylvania state troopers were there to support the federal agents. Annabelle, who was driving, said,
"No surprise there. That place will be out of circulation for a long time. Let's keep rolling."
"You want to try the trailer park?"
"Might as well, but I have to believe it'll be the same crime scene scenario there."
And it was. Cops and feds in abundance. The road into the trailer park was completely closed off. "Want to bluff our way in?" asked Reuben. "If we say we live there?"
Something tells me that's way too risky for the potential reward, but I have another idea.
"Good, because Oliver wants information, and I'm not sure how we're supposed to get it."
There's always a way, Reuben. We just have to find it.
At 4:30 that afternoon, Annabelle found it. Parked outside the tree farm, they watched as a pickup truck pulled out with 4 of the Latino workers from the farm inside. "Quitting time," said Reuben.
No, I doubt there's much work going on there. Feds probably interviewed all of them and then let them go. If they try to leave the area, they'll probably be really sorry. Let's see if they're keeping them under surveillance.
The truck pulled onto the road and sped off. They waited for 30 seconds, but no other car followed. Annabelle put her car in gear.
Okay, the feds are very trusting, and we're not.
"Where do you think they're headed?" asked Reuben.
There's a bar in that direction. Let's hope they pull off for happy hour after all that interrogation.
They did go to the bar, and Annabelle and Reuben waited for them to go inside before slipping out of the car and heading in. "You speak Spanish?" Reuben asked.
I spent a long time in L.A., so yeah, pretty fluently. You?
"I know more Vietnamese than Spanish."
Then order your beer in English and let me do the talking.
"And my role?"
If a guy who we're not interested in hits on me, take him out.
"Great, thanks. Nice to use my finely honed skills." Inside, the 4 Latinos were huddled around one table, beers already in hand. They were talking in low voices and casting furtive glances at the few other people in the bar. Annabelle and Reuben sat at a table near them, and then Annabelle put some money in the jukebox. On the way back, she dropped her car keys near the table. One of the men bent down to pick them up. When he handed them back, she thanked him in Spanish. Then she pulled a map from her pocket and asked him directions, explaining that she and her friend were trying to find a tree farm. The man told her that he and his friends worked at this very same tree farm. Annabelle smiled and pulled up a chair, motioning Reuben to stay where he was. She sat down and said,
"We're looking to buy a dozen cypress, and we're told that your place had some excellent specimens. I work for a landscaping firm in Delaware."
She explained. All of this was spoken in rapid Spanish and seemed to put the men at ease. The first man told Annabelle that they indeed had such trees, but she could not get them.
"Why not?"
He explained about what had happened.
"Oh my God. That's awful. I read about it in the paper, of course, but they didn't say the name of the tree farm, so I never associated it with yours. I hope they caught who did it."
The men shook their heads.
"And was this John Kravitz a friend of yours? His name was the one I was actually given when I was coming up here."
Kravitz had not been a close friend, and the men seemed stunned to learn that he had been involved with the bombing in Washington.
"That's really a shame."
One of the men said that he believed John Kravitz to be innocent.
"But I heard on the news that they found bomb-making material at his home. That's pretty serious."
Whether the man had heard this too wasn't clear. He insisted that Kravitz was innocent.
"And were you all there when the people were killed?"
They nodded.
"That must have been horrible. I guess you're lucky you weren't killed too."
They had been out in the fields, they told her. They had heard and seen nothing.
"I guess the police have questioned you,"
said Annabelle. The surly looks on the men's faces confirmed that.
"Well, it looks like whoever did it might get away. Too bad."
Annabelle left that comment hanging out there to see what reaction it might inspire. One of the men whispered something to the first. He looked at Annabelle. "The police didn't ask about the basketball hoop," he said.
"Basketball hoop?"
Annabelle feigned ignorance even though Stone had told her about the missing hoop. "We had a basketball hoop up at one of the outbuildings. We would play ball there at lunch. John played too sometimes. He was good."
"And what happened to the hoop?"
The first man glanced over at his companion who'd whispered to him.
"What's up?"
Annabelle asked innocently. "Miguel saw something last night."
"What night?"
"The night before the people were killed. He came back to pick up his sweater he left there."
"What did he see?"
"He saw someone taking down the basketball hoop."
"Taking down the hoop? Did he see who it was?"
"No, but it wasn't John. It was a smaller man, and older. Then another man come, another stranger. They talked."
"Miguel, did you hear what they said?"
Miguel shook his head. "They spoke a funny language. I didn't understand it."
"Did you try and talk to them?"
"No, I was afraid."
"Did you tell the police this?"
"They didn't ask."
"Okay, well, I guess we'll have to look somewhere else for the trees. Thanks."
She returned to the table with Reuben and filled him in on the parts he hadn't overheard. "Taking down a basketball hoop. And speaking a funny language, huh?"
"Well, it obviously wasn't Spanish."
When they left the bar, a man who had been sitting near the jukebox, sipping on a beer, followed them. When their car pulled out, so did his. And then he clicked a number on his phone and spoke into it. A half-mile away, another vehicle started up and sped toward the direction Annabelle and Reuben were traveling. Chapter 43. Stone was sitting at a desk in Chapman's room at the British Embassy, listening to the sound of the shower running. A minute later, Chapman walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a white terry cloth robe, her feet bare. She was drying her hair with a towel.
"Getting a bloody night's sleep and bathing with regularity is a little tough around you lot."
"I'm sure it's the time difference," he said. Stone was going over some documents on the table and occasionally glancing at the laptop computer set up on the desk. He paused to look around the room. MI6 takes good care of its agents.
"The British Embassy is known for its first-class accommodations,"
noted Chapman as she sat on the couch.
"And a hotel just doesn't cut it when one is examining classified documents and carrying a laptop with highly secret data."
She rose.
"Give me a sec to dress, and we'll have a spot of tea."
She left the room, and Stone could hear drawers and doors opening and closing. A few minutes later, she came out dressed in a skirt, blouse, no hose, and no shoes. She was just finishing buttoning her blouse. He glanced away when she looked up at him. "Feel better?" he said casually.
"Loads, thanks. I'm famished."
She picked up the phone, ordered tea and some food, and joined Stone at the desk.
"Any word from your friends, the Camel Club?"
Caleb called during his lunch hour. He faxed the list over of upcoming events at the park. Stone picked up 2 sheets of paper. "Here they are. There are lots of potential targets on there, unfortunately." Chapman ran her eye down the list.
"I see what you mean. Any of them stand out among the others?"
"A few. 2 that the president was going to be attending. Other heads of state, congressmen, celebrities. But narrowing it down will be difficult."
"But my PM isn't in the mix."
She put down the papers and looked thoughtful.
"You know, chances are very good that I'll be pulled off this little caper."
"Because of no proven threat against the PM?"
"That's right. MI6 doesn't have unlimited resources."
"But the implications of what is being planned here could have global repercussions that reach to the UK."
"That's what I'll say in my next report, because I'd like to see this through. But I wouldn't be surprised if you have to carry on without me."
Stone didn't say anything for a few moments. "I hope that's not the case," he said. She looked at him closely.
"I'll take that as a compliment."
It was meant as one. When the tea and food came, they ate and drank while going over the evidence once more.
"Nothing from Garchik and his mysterious debris?"
Chapman asked as she took a bite of a hot scone. "No. Weaver from NIC has cut me off. FBI too, obviously. ATF may be next." He looked at her. "Guilt by association, I'm afraid. You won't be too popular either."
"I've dealt with worse. Got on the wrong side of the Queen once."
Stone looked intrigued. "How?"
"Misunderstanding that was more her fault than mine, but she's the Queen, so there you are. But it eventually got sorted out."
She took another bite of scone.
"But from what I've learned about you, you're a man who's used to rocking the boat."
"That was never my intent," Stone said quietly. She leaned back in her chair.
"You expect me to believe that?"
"I did my job, even when I didn't agree with it. In that regard, I was weak."
"You were trained to follow orders. We all are."
"It's never that simple."
"If it isn't that simple, our world goes to hell in a hurry."
"Well, maybe sometimes it should go to hell."
"And I guess it did for you."
"You ever been married?"
"No."
"Ever want to be?" Chapman looked down.
"I guess most women want to be, don't they?"
"I think most men do too. I did. I was married. I had a woman I loved and a little girl who meant everything to me." Stone grew silent. Chapman finally broke the quiet.
"And you lost them?"
"And the fault was entirely mine."
"You didn't pull the bloody trigger, Oliver."
"I might as well have. You don't voluntarily leave a job like mine. And I shouldn't have married. I shouldn't have had a child."
"Sometimes you can't control those things. You can't control love."
Stone looked at her. Chapman was staring directly at him.
"You can't."
She repeated softly.
"Not even people like us."
"Well, considering how things turned out, I should have tried."
"So you're going to blame yourself forever?"
He looked surprised by the question. "Of course I am. Why?"
"Just asking."
She put down the rest of her scone and refocused on the reports in front of her. Stone hit the TV remote and the news came on. They were just in time to hear a female reporter broadcasting near Lafayette Park.
And late-breaking developments have Alfredo Padilla, originally of Mexico, dying in the blast. Apparently, there was a bomb planted in a tree hole at Lafayette Park, and Mr. Padilla, unfortunately running away from the shots being fired in Lafayette, fell into the hole and accidentally detonated the bomb planted there. A memorial service is being planned for Mr. Padilla, who is being hailed as a hero, even if unwittingly. FBI Special Agent Thomas Gross, a veteran with the Bureau, was killed during a shootout at the tree farm, where the tree with the bomb in it was procured. He will be honored at this same memorial service, in what some are calling a political move to mend relations between the two countries. Another man, John Kravitz, who worked at this tree farm and was allegedly involved in the bombing conspiracy, was killed by an unknown person at his home in Pennsylvania as police closed in. We will bring you more details as they become available.
Stone turned off the TV. "Someone has been shooting off his mouth," he said. "Back in the old days, we never would have revealed that much about an ongoing investigation."
That was before the days of the internet and a frothing media that has to deliver content every second of every day,
remarked Chapman. "I wonder if they'll let me attend Gross's memorial service."
I wouldn't count on it if I were you.
5 minutes later, Chapman said,
Hold on.
"What?" Stone said, glancing at her. She held up a piece of paper.
Evidence listing from the crime scene at the park.
Stone looked at it. "Okay. What do you see?"
Read down that column,
she said, indicating a list of numbers and corresponding categories on the left side of the sheet. Stone did so. "All right. So?" She held up another sheet.
Now read this.
Stone did so. He flinched and looked back at the first sheet. Why didn't anyone put this together before?
Most likely because it was on 2 separate reports.
Stone looked between the 2 documents. 246 slugs found in the park and environs, matching the Tech-9s, he said.
Right.
He looked at the other piece of paper. But the casings found at the Hay Adams Hotel only numbered 240, he said.
Right again.
You would expect to have more casings than slugs, because some of the slugs might never be recovered, Stone began.
But you would never have fewer casings than found slugs,
Chapman said, finishing his thought.
Unless the bad guys took a few with them and left the rest, which they never would. They would either take none or all.
Stone looked up. You know what this means? Chapman nodded.
The casings were planted at the hotel and someone miscounted. The shots came from somewhere else.
Chapter 44. The submachine gun fired about the same time Reuben did. The sub was aimed at the car. Reuben was aiming at the front tire. The sub hit its target, blowing out the back window of their car. Annabelle hunched forward and down, her head near the steering wheel. Reuben fired once, twice, and then a third time as the guy holding the sub reloaded. The front tires on the SUV shredded. The car shot across the road, hit the shoulder, and flipped on its side. Annabelle sat back up.
Jesus.
Reuben turned back around. Look out! He screamed. A second SUV was coming from the opposite direction and heading right for them. Annabelle cut the wheel hard, and her car lurched across the road, cleared the shoulder, and landed in the dirt. She gunned the engine and steered the car toward a stand of trees. They reached it. She slammed the car to a stop, and they jumped out and ran for the trees as the SUV bore down on them. Reuben turned and fired a few shots in the truck's direction, causing it to veer off. The second they reached the trees, bursts of machine gun fire hit. Reuben grabbed Annabelle's arm and threw her into the cover of the woods. He wasn't as fortunate. A round slammed into his arm. Shit!
Reuben!
He wheeled around and fired at the now stopped truck. The windshield splintered, and the men inside took cover. Reuben turned and stumbled into the woods along with Annabelle. She held onto his other shoulder and helped him along. Between gritted teeth, Reuben said, "Now might be a good time to call the cops, Annabelle. I'd rather have to explain things to them instead of lying in a box after these guys finish with us." She slipped the phone from her purse and hit 911. Nothing happened.
Damn it, no bars.
Great.
But I had bars around here before.
Maybe they're jamming the signal.
Who the hell are they?
People we do not want to meet up close. They heard running feet behind them. They took cover behind a tree. Reuben fired off the rest of his ammo in the direction of their pursuers. A volley of automatic fire came back at them. "Load my pistol for me," said Reuben between gritted teeth. "Extra clip in my right pocket." She did so and handed it back to him. He studied the terrain around them. "Submachine guns against the pistol only has one outcome," he said.
So we're dead.
"Didn't say that.
I wonder what Oliver would do.
What Oliver would do is the unexpected."
So exactly what does that mean in this situation?
Reuben fired 3 more shots. Then they took cover behind a large oak as the machine gun fire raked across it. Reuben said, "When the rounds stop, you run that way." He pointed behind them. "Cut to the left and get back to the road. You should be able to make a call there or flag down a car."
And what about you?
The firing stopped as the men reloaded. Reuben grabbed Annabelle's arm and pushed. "Go."
There has to be another way.
"There is no other way. We can't con our way out of this."
Reuben, I can't leave.
He gripped her arm so tightly that she winced. "You will do what I tell you to do. One of us has to get out of this."
But...
The next moment he was running flat out right at their pursuers. Stunned, Annabelle turned and ran in the opposite direction. Tears streamed down her face as she heard the firing start up again. Annabelle ran, but she couldn't outrun the tears as the gunfire erupted. Chapter 45. It was dark in the city. Stone watched carefully from a spot he'd chosen in Lafayette Park. He checked his watch. 10 seconds to go. He counted down in his head. The lights started blinking from a distance. This was a little demonstration he and Chapman had come up with. She was clicking a high-powered, red-beamed laser off and on to simulate the muzzle flashes of a weapon. She was standing in the rooftop garden of the Hay Adams. The light was barely visible from where he was standing, and the trees were blocking any real sightline. He called Chapman and told her the results of his observations. She moved to the next spot in their experiment, a building behind and to the left of the hotel. Stone had chosen that building using the hotel as a base marker because of the bullet pattern in the park, and also because the windows in that building actually opened. He had recalled that all the markers denoting found slugs were on the left-hand or western side of the park. That didn't seem unusual at first, but now, coupled with the revelation that the shooters had not been at the Hay Adams, it was not simply unusual, it was enlightening. While Stone was waiting for Chapman to reach the next location, he felt a presence behind him. He turned. It was Laura Ashburn, the female FBI agent who had interrogated him over the slaying of Tom Gross. She was dressed all in black, except for her blue FBI windbreaker, with the gold lettering on the back. She wore an FBI ball cap and was staring at Stone. "Agent Ashburn," he said. "Anything I can do for you?"
I wanted to talk to you.
"All right."
We filed our report.
"Okay."
It wasn't very flattering for you.
"After our meeting, I didn't expect it to be. Is that all you wanted to tell me?"
I'm not sure.
He smiled.
You think something's funny?
He said, "Let me tell you what I think is funny. After all the assets that have been thrown at this case, no one knows what the hell really happened here, or why. You're all running around pointing fingers at everyone else, withholding information, spying on your own people."
What the hell are you...
Stone talked right over her. Spying on your own people and doing your best to try and get ahead of the other guy. The only thing that's lost in the process is actually solving the case and maybe saving some lives down the road.
Well, that won't help Tom Gross.
You're right, it won't. What might have helped Tom Gross was a little trust and cooperation from his own agency.
What exactly did he tell you?
Ashburn asked, her features full of confusion. Basically, that if he couldn't even trust his own side, how the hell would he ever solve the case? Ashburn looked down, and then cast furtive glances around the park where the investigation was proceeding, albeit at a more subdued pace.
I finally got some background on you,
she said, her gaze still avoiding him. I'm sure that will make its way into your amended report.
Did you really turn down the Medal of Honor?
Stone glanced at her. Why do you want to know?
My son is in Afghanistan. Marines.
I'm sure he'll serve his country well, just like his mother.
Look, you can be pissed at me, but leave my son.
I don't play that game. I meant exactly what I said. You're just doing your job. I don't fault you. If I were in your shoes, I'd be upset too. I'd want to strike back too. And if you want to use me as a target, that's fine. There's plenty of blame on my end, I won't deny that. With this brutal self-judgment hanging out there, the woman's features softened.
I've actually been going over things again about what happened in Pennsylvania. That's really why I came here to find you.
Why would you be going over things again? You already filed your report, as you said.
Look, I am pissed. Tom was a friend of mine. I do want a target, and you seemed like a very handy one.
All right.
The thing is, I'm not sure you actually did anything wrong. I interviewed the state cops. They said you probably saved their lives, acted before they even knew what was happening, that you got shots off at the shooter and was after him while they were still wondering what was going on.
I probably had a bit more experience than you have in those types of situations.
So I understand. And Tom could have called in backup when he contacted the LEOs. In fact, he should have.
I honestly thought the dangerous part would be at Kravitz's place, not the tree farm. Ashburn let out a resigned breath.
I believe you.
And I hope you believe me when I tell you I won't rest until I find out who did it. She stared at him for a long moment.
I do.
The two agents exchanged a firm handshake, and then Ashburn disappeared into the darkness. A few moments later, Stone gazed out at the red blinking light, and then over at imagined points on the grass, where he gauged that the bullets would be hitting, based on his roughly estimated trajectory. He punched in the number for Chapman. Go up one floor, he said. A few minutes later, the lights commenced again. He called her. I think that's it. Any evidence of the guns having been fired from there?
No casings, but I've got a patch of what looks like oil or grease. I'll collect some of it for examination. And when I opened the window, there was no squeak or creak.
Like it had been opened recently?
Yes, but Oliver, you didn't tell me it was a U.S. government building undergoing renovation.
I was hoping I was wrong. Chapter 46. Stone and Chapman returned to his cottage. They had just settled in to go over the latest discovery when Chapman hit the light on Stone's desk, plunging the space into darkness. What is it? Hissed Stone. She didn't have time to answer. The door burst open, and Stone counted at least 3 men hurtling through the door. They were masked, dressed in black, and carried MP5s. They moved as one unit, an unstoppable force. They were just about to meet the proverbial immovable object. Chapman hit the first man with a crushing blow to his knee, pushing it in a direction no knee was designed to go. He went down screaming and grabbing at his destroyed limb. Stone grabbed his gun from his desk drawer, but he didn't even have time to aim before Chapman cartwheeled across the space, dodging a wall of submachine gun rounds launched from the last 2 men in the unit. It was soon to be 1 left. Her fist drove up and through the man's throat, at the same time that she cantilevered her body to a seemingly impossible angle, whipping around him like he was a pole, and she was the dancer. She kicked his legs out from under him and delivered a crushing blow to the back of his neck. He coughed once, and lay still. Not missing a beat, Chapman launched herself at the remaining man, who was already halfway to the door in full retreat. When he saw what the man had thrown, Stone screamed, "Look out!" He fired. His rounds ripped through wood, plaster, but unfortunately, not flesh. The mini-explosion ripped through the place. The flash bang completed half its mission, the blinding flash. Stone had covered his eyes just in time. Chapman caught it full in the face and yelled in pain. Stone stuffed his shirt collar in his ears and then covered his ears with his arms. An instant later came the bang. Now they'll regroup and come back to finish the job, thought Stone. What they hadn't counted on was Stone not being paralyzed. He rolled right, snagged Chapman's Walther offer, and held it in his left hand. He grabbed Chapman by the arm and slid her behind his desk. He gripped his customized pistol in his right hand and waited. The first man came through the door, his submachine gun on full auto. Stone ducked down, slid sideways, and fired through the opening under the desk. His rounds hit their target, the shooter's knees. No Kevlar on legs. The man went down, screaming. The second man started to hit the opening, but Stone fired 3 shots through the gap. A few moments of silence, then a siren in the distance. Stone called out, "I'll make a deal before the police get here. I'll let you take your buddy out. You have 5 seconds. After that, we'll take our chances, and from what I've seen, you're good. I'm better." The siren drew closer. "All right," a voice said. The man was slid out. A few moments later, Stone heard a vehicle start. Then silence again. The siren also faded away. Going somewhere, apparently. He rolled Chapman over, checked her pulse. She was alive. He cradled her in his arms. A minute later, she opened her eyes and stared up at him.
"Bloody hell,"
she exclaimed. She looked around.
"I know I got 2 of them. I think I killed one of them. Where the bloody hell are they?"
"We came to an understanding." They both jumped up as something slammed against the remains of the front door. Stone aimed his gun at the doorway, and Chapman leapt to her feet as Stone tossed the Walther.
"Oliver?"
"Annabelle?" he said, when she appeared in the doorway. A second later, Reuben fell into the room, landing on the wooden floor. "Reuben!" exclaimed Stone. Annabelle helped Stone get the big man up and over to a chair. Blood was seeping down his forearm, and his face was pale. "What the hell happened?" said Stone.
"We were followed in Pennsylvania. Got into a gunfight. Reuben was shot. He needs a doctor."
Reuben put a hand on Stone's arm and pulled him downward. "I'll be okay," Reuben said weakly. "One in the arm went clean through, but it hurts like hell. Other one nicked my leg." Stone looked down at the hole in Reuben's pants leg. "You need to go to the hospital right now." He looked angrily at Annabelle. "Why haven't you already taken him?"
"He insisted on coming here. Reuben wanted me to run for help, but when I heard all this shooting, I had to come back and make sure he was okay."
Stone glanced at Chapman before looking back at Reuben. "Did you see anything that might identify the men?" "They were good, Oliver," he said. "Trained very well. That's what I wanted to come and tell you. I don't know how I got the jump on them. Better to be lucky than good. Got hold of one of their weapons, opened fire, and they all took off." "Trained very well? Meaning?" said Stone. He turned to Annabelle. "Go get it from the car."
"But Reuben, we need to get your—"
"Get it, and then I'll go quietly." She ran out to the car and was back in a few seconds. She was holding something. She handed it over to Stone. He looked down at it and then glanced at Reuben. "Do you know what this is?" Reuben nodded. "Figured you would, too." Chapman looked at it over Stone's shoulder.
"That's a 9mm Kashtan submachine gun."
"Yes, it is," said Stone. "Russian-made." Reuben grimaced and clutched his arm. "That's right. Russian-made." He glanced up at Annabelle. "The weird language those guys were talking when they took down the hoop."
"You think it was Russian?"
"I'd bet a year's pay it was. Not that that's a lot of money, but still," he grimaced. Weird language? Asked Stone. Annabelle started to explain what had happened, but Stone stopped her. You can fill me in later. We need to get him to the hospital. Stone put an arm under Reuben's shoulder and helped him to his feet. He turned to Annabelle. Stay here and call Harry and make sure he's okay, and then do the same with Caleb. Then join us at Georgetown Hospital.
Right.
Chapman got on the other side of Reuben, and the three made their way slowly to Chapman's car. The ride to the hospital was quick, and after Reuben was being checked out, Stone sat in the waiting room with Chapman and Annabelle, who had just gotten there. Did you get a hold of them? Asked Stone. She nodded.
Both okay. Finn is still on assignment. Caleb is at his condo. I told Harry to be extra careful, and Caleb to stay put.
Good. Now tell us what happened in Pennsylvania. She explained what had happened in the bar and afterwards. When she gave him the exact location of the attack, Stone hurried off to make a call. When he came back, she picked up the story again.
So after I came back and found Reuben, we circled back to the highway. Guy in a truck stopped, asked no questions, and let us hop in the back. I managed to get the bleeding to stop, but I was afraid Reuben was going to pass out on me. The guy dropped us off at a car rental place. I got us another ride and drove back to D.C. as fast as possible. I wanted to stop and get him medical attention, but he wouldn't let me. Said he had to get to you and show you that gun.
Did you get a look at any of them? Annabelle took a deep breath.
Not really, but one of their trucks flipped over. Some of them have to be hurt, or even dead. If you get some people up there to check on it, I gave you the location.
Stone said, I already made the call. They're heading there right now. 20 minutes later, Stone got a response. He listened, asked a few questions, and then put his phone away. The truck is gone.
That's impossible. It flipped over. I saw it. The people had to have been hurt or maybe killed.
But you can have all that cleaned up in less than 30 minutes. They did find some shell casings and an indentation in the dirt where the truck rolled and a few bits of wreckage, but that was all.
These people are good.
Stone looked at Chapman. Yes, they are. They clean up after themselves really well.
Submachine guns, heavy firepower. And he had what, a pistol? That's right. But he said he was going to do what you would do, Oliver. Be unpredictable, so he waited for them to start reloading and then he charged their position. I guess they didn't expect that.
She shuddered and let out a gasp.
I thought for sure he was dead.
Stone squeezed her hand. But he's not. The doctor said he's going to be fine. He's just out of commission for a while. Annabelle said,
But since it's a gunshot wound, won't the hospital have to report that to the authorities?
Stone took out his shield and held it up. Not after I showed them this and told them Reuben was working with me.
Oh. But if the blokes were Russian, how does that connect with what we found out tonight?
Said Chapman. Annabelle looked at her wide-eyed.
What did you find tonight?
Stone told her about the possible origins of the shots from a U.S. government building. It's undergoing renovation, so it's empty, but it's supposed to be secure nonetheless. We talked with the guards there. None of them remembered anyone coming to the building that night, certainly not carrying automatic weapons.
Is there only one entrance into the building?
The very question I put to them. They said not if one had a key card with the necessary authorizations. With that, someone could access other entrances.
Do we know if someone did that?
Checking it out now, said Stone. But I'm not hopeful.
Why?
Either the card will have been stolen or cloned or something else. And yet the next question is, why go to all the trouble of leaving evidence behind at the Hay Adams and not actually do the shooting from there? What did the office building have that the hotel didn't?
Well, the building was empty. The hotel wasn't,
pointed out Annabelle. They still had to get to the rooftop garden, and it was empty that night. No, they wanted us to think they were at the hotel. They needed that building. Why? Chapman said,
Just add it to all the other questions we don't have answers for.
But it is important, Stone said.
Why?
Asked Annabelle. Because right before you and Reuben got to the cottage, someone sent a team to kill us. They almost succeeded, and would have, except for my friend here. He indicated Chapman. How did you learn to move like that? He asked her.
I took ballet as a lass. Hated it back then, but I have to admit, It does come in handy when someone's trying to kill you. You think the attack had something to do with what you found out?
I think it had everything to do with the fact that we discovered the gunfire came from a supposedly secure federal building. Chapter 47. The next morning, Chapman was at Stone's cottage by 7 o'clock, and she wasn't alone. James McElroy slowly made his way into the cottage and took a seat in front of the fireplace. He'd changed his jacket and wore no tie. His open-collared shirt had a checked pattern. His hair was neatly combed and his slacks pressed, but his reddened eyes and saggy face spoke of the stress he was enduring. "Chapman told me about your little adventure here last night." He looked at the damaged door and eyed the bullet holes. "Not quite as civilized as a nightcap," he pointed out. "No," agreed Stone. "U.S. government building, eh?" "Yes. Complicates an already overly complicated situation. But it's the first time we've gotten under their collar, so to speak." "Well, that is something, I suppose." His expression changed. "Spoke to the PM this morning, Oliver," he began. And? And he's not pleased." "Well, for what it's worth, neither am I. But we've only been on the case a few days. And in that time, 4 people have died, and my friends nearly made it 6. Yes, Agent Chapman filled me in on your decision to use your... What was it again?"
The Camel Club.
"Right, this Camel Club group to help. I have to say I find the name quite imaginative." "And do you disapprove of my use of them?" "Personally, I found the utilization of irregular forces a stroke of genius, particularly when the paid troops are lacking. Whether that was the case here or not, I'm not prepared to say, but that's not the issue." "So what exactly is the problem?" "I understand that you put a man on Fayut Turkakul?" "Yes, Harry Finn, former Navy SEAL. He now works for a red cell team testing the security of sensitive facilities in this country and abroad, but he's taken some time off, and he's elected to use that time off to help me. I, of course, know all about his mother, Lesia, and the fate of his father, Raphael Solomon." Stone looked stunned. "I wasn't aware that was public knowledge." "It's certainly not," replied McElroy. "I would not have been advised of it, except that Solomon was a friend of mine from years back. We had done some joint operations together in both Asia and South America, and I knew Lesia from her days with the former Soviet Union. I was actually one of the first Western intelligence officers to know that she was a double agent." "Then you know the whole story. About me, I mean. What I did to Raphael Solomon." "Orders are orders, Oliver. You were following them. If you hadn't, you wouldn't have been simply put in the clink for insubordination. You would have been shot for treason. I know how the Yanks operate on that score, which is similar to how we do things." "I could still have refused." "But you can't change that fact now, no matter how much you may want to." "Then you also know about Harry?" "Not everything, no." He and Stone exchanged a long glance. McElroy said, "But you do trust him?" "He's proven his loyalty to me beyond doubt." "May I ask how you managed that, with what happened between his father and you?" "We worked it out. That's all I can say on the matter." "I see." McElroy did not look convinced. "Still making him privy to Fayut's presence and role? That was a reach, wasn't it? I have to say I'm surprised." "I can't ask a man to risk his life without telling him why. Harry knows what Fayut Turkakul means to this country. He will do everything in his power to safeguard him." "Which begs the question of why you think Fayut needs additional protection." "Agent Gross believed his own people were spying on him. Agent Garchik thinks the same. And we found out last night that the park shooters were not in the hotel but in a government-owned building that required a special security card to access." "I see. McElroy said, nodding his head. Did you know that ATF found something in the bomb debris that they can't ID? That they've had to call in NASA? Yes, Chapman reported that to me. Bombs to outer space? Of all the agencies you folks have, why that one? Maybe the substance is something that looks like it might be from a space program. Other than that, I don't know. You folks and the Russians are really the only ones with any space program to speak of, other than a few stray private entrepreneurs with lots of money. Chapman and Stone exchanged a glance. If McElroy noted this, he made no reaction. For all I know, NASA won't be able to determine what it is either, said Stone. Chapman spoke up.
Or they may know but won't say, or aren't allowed to say.
McElroy looked between them. Well, we seem to be in an appalling sticky wicket. I've had to look over my shoulder for my enemies before, but I'm not sure there's a degree on the compass right now that's safe. So what does your PM want? Assurances that we won't make a bad matter even worse.
Can it get much worse?
Anything can become worse, said McElroy. Oklahoma City to 9/11, the underground bombings in London to the attacks in Mumbai. This could be the tip of the iceberg, as Director Weaver intimated to you earlier. And I haven't heard from him since. I take it what happened with Agent Gross triggered that. If I had to speculate, I think our Mr. Weaver is truly running scared, afraid to turn to anyone, so don't take it personally. That's a hell of a situation to have with the head of our intelligence arena. And yet it's exactly the one we do have. It's like when the global financial collapse occurred. Credit markets were frozen, no one trusted anyone else. That's where we are in the intelligence world right now.
And the bad guys keep plugging away,
said Chapman hotly. Precisely. And we can't control what the bad guys do, said Stone. It depends on who they are, replied McElroy. Stone thought about this for a moment. Are you suggesting what I think you are? What do you think I'm suggesting, Oliver? That we back off because certain folks might not like what we find? I think that captures the spirit of the thing, yes. And that's what you want us to do? With difficulty, McElroy rose on shaky legs. When Chapman got up to help him, he waved her off. I'm fine. He straightened his jacket and turned to Stone. I'm telling you no such thing. As far as I'm concerned, it's full speed ahead and damn the torpedoes, I believe, is how your Admiral Farragut put it. But the PM, said Stone. Nice enough fellow, but he's out of his depth in the intelligence field, and so long as he sees fit to entrust me with the security of the British people, I will act as I see fit. I refuse to be paralyzed. I trust you. I presume you trust me. That's good enough. Bucking the command carries a price. I'm too old to care, really. But don't forget my earlier warning. I believe that very little of what we've seen so far is actually what it appears to be. Which means that all of our conclusions are wrong, too. Perhaps not all, but the important ones probably yes. He looked at Chapman. You two make a good team, unless my instincts have totally deserted me. Watch out for each other. He turned to leave. Oh, and Oliver. Yes? I'm actually quite glad you have these Camel Club people on your side. So am I. Remember, all the king's horses and all the king's men. I remember. One more thing. There's a car waiting outside to take you to the WFO. The FBI wants to talk to you two. McElroy twirled his cane in the air. Good luck. Chapter 48. The ride to the WFO was made in silence. The two agents in front didn't look at or speak to them. They were escorted into an elevator once they arrived and rode it up to a higher floor. They got off and followed two other agents to a large conference room with a table that would accommodate a dozen. There were only 3 people sitting at it, though. One was the FBI director, the other his second-in-command, and the third was Agent Laura Ashburn, who'd approached Stone in the park the previous night after grilling him about Tom Gross's death. The director was a short man with a pugnacious face and a brisk manner. Of all the bureaucrats in Washington, the FBI director was the one with real independence. His tenure did not end with an election result. It continued on for the full 10-year term, no matter who won the Oval Office. He asked them to sit, shuffled some papers in front of him, adjusted his glasses, and looked up at them. "Agent Stone, Agent Chapman, I'm trying to come fully up to speed on this thing, but the more I get into it, the more confusing it becomes. I would like you to start from the beginning and tell me all that you've discovered, all that you've deduced, and all that you are currently speculating about." "Does this mean I'm not going to be taken off the case, sir?" Stone asked. The director glanced at Ashburn and back at Stone. "I've read the report, the amended report filed by Agent Ashburn here. Suffice it to say you won't be taken off this investigation. Now, I'd like to hear both of your reports." "It may take a while," Stone advised him. "This is my top priority." He settled back in his chair. 3 hours later, they finished talking. Ashburn and the ADIC had taken copious notes on their laptops. Even the director had scribbled down some key points.
My God! Attacked at your home. Why didn't you report it?
"Since I don't know who ordered the hit, I wasn't comfortable reporting it to anyone." The director grimaced. "You can trust the FBI, Stone." Stone looked at Chapman with an uneasy expression. She gave a slight nod. Stone turned to the director. "There's one more thing, sir." The agents focused on him. "What is it?" asked the director. "My friend who was attacked in Pennsylvania managed to salvage a bit of evidence from the crime scene." "More than what our people found?" "A bit more, yes. It was a Russian-made submachine gun." The trio of agents sat back as though connected by wire. "And the Latino workers they talked to at the bar before they were attacked saw 2 men taking down a basketball hoop at the tree farm. According to them, the men were speaking an unusual language. It might have been Russian." The director eyed his 2 colleagues, put down his pen, and stroked his chin. When he didn't say anything, Stone said, "I had a conversation previously with someone you know very well." "Who was that?" "He lives in the Casablanca." "All right, go on." "He told me that the Russians had taken over the drug business in the Western Hemisphere, ripping it out of the Mexicans' hands." "That's true, they have. Carlos Montoya and the others are, in essence, out of business in their own country." Ashburn spoke up.
But what motivation would the Russian cartels have for exploding a bomb in Lafayette Park?
"The president said that as far as this country was concerned, the Russian government and the Russian cartels were one and the same. Do you agree with that assessment?" Stone looked at the director expectantly. He looked uncertain, but finally said, "I would not disagree with it." He tapped the table with his pen. "So what would be their possible motivation to explode that bomb and then do all the rest?" "To show that they can, perhaps," said Stone. "I don't buy that. And the Yemen terrorist group that claimed responsibility?" "Easily manipulated. And I don't believe that the Russians did it just to show they could." "What then?" "I spent some time in Russia decades ago. The one thing I learned is that the Russians are some of the most cunning people on earth. They never do anything without a very good reason. And just because they're no longer a superpower doesn't mean they don't want to be again. The president has the same opinion." "So this is some plot by the Russians to gain global prominence again," said the director. "We certainly can't discount that fact." Stone folded his arms over his chest and said, "And why does none of this seem to surprise you?" The director didn't flinch at this blunt remark. He picked up another piece of paper. "We got some forensics tests back. The substance Agent Chapman found on the floor of the government office building has been found to match a certain weapon.
The lubrication oil on the Kashtan submachine gun,
said Chapman. Yes. So they did fire from there. Appears to be the case. A few seconds passed. Is there something else? Asked Stone. The director was looking off and seemed to have forgotten there were other people in the room. John Kravitz. What about him? He also spent time in Russia. When? When he was in college. He was already on a couple of our watch lists. We believe he went over there to hook up with a group that specializes in mass disinformation campaigns on the Internet.
But nothing violent? Asked
Chapman. No, but the non-violent can quickly become violent. We've all seen that. The U.S. government building, added Stone. Someone had access to that, and I don't believe it was John Kravitz. The director nodded thoughtfully. And Special Agent Gross actually told you that he feared his own people were spying on him? Yes, sir. Chapman nodded in agreement. Stone added, An agent from the ATF told us the same thing. The director said, Garchik. Yes. Have they found out what this mysterious component to the bomb is yet? Not to my knowledge, no. Stone's mouth opened slightly and he sat forward. To your knowledge, sir? The director looked nervous for the first time since they'd arrived in the room. He glanced at the ADIC and nodded to the door. The man did not seem pleased by this unspoken directive, and then looked positively put out when the director stopped Ashburn from joining him. After the door had closed behind the ADIC, the director leaned forward. Something is going on here that is unprecedented in my experience. There's a traitor in the ranks, Stone said. More than that, I'm afraid. Worse than that. Stone started to ask how anything could be worse than having a traitor in your midst, but then he remembered what McElroy had told him. Things can always be worse. The director cleared his throat. There is something going on inside our government that does not mesh very well with the way we do things. Meaning what exactly, sir? Asked Stone. The director rubbed his hands together. Some of us appear to be working at cross purposes.
Some of us?
Asked Chapman blankly. Agent Garchik is missing. What? Stone said sharply. And the mysterious debris component that he found at the park has also gone missing.
How is that possible?
Asked Chapman. I'm not sure. It was outside our chain of command. But the Bureau is the lead agency, pointed out Stone. But ATF was taking the lead on the bomb forensics. But an agent and evidence going missing is very unusual, said Stone. Yes, of course it is, the director said sharply.
Any leads?
Asked Chapman. No, we just found out about it, actually. We have teams going over the scene. Where was he taken from? Not exactly sure. He's divorced, lives alone. His car is missing. Signs of a struggle? Not definitive. No communications? Neither from Garchik nor from whoever might have taken him.
Might have?
Asked Chapman. We can't rule out that he left voluntarily. Who reported him missing? His supervisor when he didn't show up for work. Stone said, Who reported the evidence missing? His supervisor as well. When Garchik didn't show up, he became worried. One of the things he did was check the evidence locker. Garchik told us that NASA was being called in to try and ID the debris. I wasn't aware of that. Stone sat back as Ashburn said,
This is all really stunning.
The media can't get wind of any of this, said the director firmly. All statements will go through my office. Is that understood? I don't talk to reporters, said Stone, as Chapman nodded in agreement. The director motioned to Ashburn. Agent Ashburn will be taking over the lead on the investigation. You will work directly with her. Ashburn and Stone exchanged a glance. Stone thought he saw the woman attempt to smile. That's fine, said Stone. I look forward to it. Agent Ashburn here told me you were up for the Medal of Honor for your service in Vietnam. I was offered it, yes, but turned it down. Why? I didn't think I deserved it. But your country did. Isn't that enough? No, sir. It's actually not. Chapter 49. Reuben. The large man opened his eyes and stared straight up. Stone gazed down at him. Doc says you'll be leaving soon. Great. I don't have health insurance, so let me just declare bankruptcy right now. Oh, that's right. Bankruptcy is for people who actually have property.
I can see you're feeling better already.
This came from Annabelle, who had been planted in the chair ever since Reuben had been admitted. She rose and stood next to the bed. Stone said, "Your bill is being taken care of." "By who?" "Uncle Sam." "Why? Did he bail out the loading dock where I work too?" "Just get some rest." "Did you find those guys?" Stone shook his head. The area had been pretty well sterilized. Annabelle said,
"So you're still on the job?"
"For now."
"What else can we do?"
"I think you've both done enough."
We didn't learn very much that was new.
"No. You actually helped shine a whole new light on everything." "Russians?" said Reuben. "Are the bastards really behind this?" "Looks to be the case."
Why? I thought they were our ally now.
Allies come and allies go, and it might not be the Russian government per se.
I called Harry and Caleb. They're coming over later to see Reuben. Well, Harry said he would if you thought it was okay to take some time off his assignment.
I think that would be fine. Please let him know. As he turned to leave, Annabelle put an arm around his shoulders and said in a low voice,
"Please take care of yourself. We almost lost Reuben."
Her eyes glimmered, and Stone touched her cheek. "I will, Annabelle." Chapman was waiting for Stone in the hospital lobby. They walked to her car and drove off.
"Well, the meeting with the FBI really gobsmacked me,"
she said. "The fact that we're still on the case or something else?"
"The fact that your director seemed very much out of the loop."
"And I'm wondering why."
"What do you think happened to Garchik and that evidence?"
"I don't know. But I think where we'll find one, we'll find the other."
"You think he's a bad cop?"
Stone didn't answer right away. "No, I don't. I think he may have been in the wrong place at the wrong time."
A lot of that going around. Look at Alfredo Padilla and Agent Gross.
Right.
So the question becomes, if someone is keeping things from the director of the FBI, who could have that kind of clout?
Stone looked at her. "I need to try and see someone today."
Who?
"Just someone."
Is it important?
"Yes."
Where is this person?
"Well, he lives right across from Lafayette Park." Chapter 50. It was not an easy thing to get in to see the President of the United States without an appointment. In fact, it was virtually impossible. The man's work schedule would put anyone else's in the world to shame. On Air Force One, he could cover multiple countries in one day and be home in time for a state dinner and then some late-night phone lobbying with his cohorts on Capitol Hill. Thus, Stone was very surprised to be sitting in a helicopter as it was flown across the Maryland countryside. It touched down in the craw of the Catoctin Mountains, where a 3-car motorcade took him the rest of the way to Camp David, perhaps the best protected parcel of land in the world. This did make sense, thought Stone. Meeting at Camp David was far more private than walking the halls of the White House. As the motorcade entered the confines of Camp David, and a ramrod straight Marine in dress blues met him, Stone wondered exactly how he was going to broach the subject with the man, and what his reaction would be. Well, I'm just about to find the answers to those questions. He stood in a small wood-paneled room alone, but not for long. The door opened, and there was the President, dressed casually in corduroy pants and a checked shirt with loafers on his feet. He held a pair of glasses in one hand and a BlackBerry phone held up to his ear in the other. He glanced at Stone standing there and motioned for him to take a seat. The president finished his call in low murmurs, slid the phone in his shirt pocket, poured a cup of coffee from a pot set up on a side table, and poured one for Stone, too. He handed him the cup and sat down, sliding his glasses over his face. "Lost the contact," said Brennan. "Backup glasses until they get my other pair. Can't face the public in glasses, they don't like that." Stone thought about that, and it did occur to him that he couldn't remember seeing a president with glasses on during a public event. "I appreciate you taking the time to see me on such short notice, sir." The president leaned back and scrutinized him. "I'm sure you know why I did. A sense of urgency is compelling. We seem to be spiraling right out of control on this. Every day there's a new crisis. Made any sense of it yet?" "Some, but there are a lot of new questions." "Give me a quick debrief." Stone did so, leaving out nothing, including the attack at his cottage and about Faout Turkakul. "I know I'm not telling you anything you aren't aware of," he said. The president nodded. "The PM and I are very close. James McElroy also plays by the rules. An impressive man, always seems to know more than anyone else, myself and his prime minister included, I think." "The mark of a good intelligence officer," commented Stone. "But keeping me in the dark on that did cost us time." "I'm aware of that, but it couldn't be helped," he said brusquely. "I understand." "Some good has come out of this," said Brennan. "Sir?" asked Stone with a questioning look. In response, the president picked up a remote and hit a button. A part of the wall slid open, revealing a flat-screen TV. The president touched another button and the TV came on. "This was recorded earlier," he explained. Stone watched as the image of Carmen Escalante appeared. She looked even smaller, and her leg braces even bigger on the screen than in person. She was being interviewed about the death of her beloved uncle and her own personal plight with her medical issues. "Word has really spread about this, causing two things to happen. We're holding a joint memorial service for Mr. Padilla and Agent Gross. The President of Mexico is flying up for the ceremony. And second, private donors have stepped in to pay for Ms. Escalante's operations for her legs." "That's very nice." "As you probably know, relations with Mexico have been strained due to the immigration issues, among other things. However, things have thawed a bit with what happened to Padilla. I know he's an accidental hero, but he still lost his life, and we need heroes wherever we can find them. The story has gotten favorable play in Mexico and here. The people of our two nations have come together a little bit more. It's positive, or so my aides tell me. Something to build on for the future." He hit more buttons and the TV turned off, and the wall slid back into place. He put the remote down and leaned back in his chair, sipping his coffee. "Which brings us to today." "Yes, sir." "All right. I think it's now time for me to ask why you wanted to meet." "I know you're a busy man, so I'll get right to it." Stone paused, but only for a moment. "Could you tell me where Agent Garchik is, and what happened to the evidence that went missing with him? Because I know you have the answers to both those questions." Chapter 51. President Brennan and Oliver Stone stared at each other for an uncomfortably long time. Stone had engaged in such protracted battles of wills before, with people he considered his employers. The key was never to break eye contact. If you did, they interpreted that as a sign of weakness and would pounce. They all had this skill. That was why they were in leadership positions. "I beg your pardon," the president said, but there was a slight hitch in his voice that was compelling in its disclosure of what the man was truly thinking. Stone didn't answer. He just kept staring at the man, as though he could see the content of every synapse firing. Stone had to convey through this silence that he knew everything, though some of it was only speculation. He waited. Brennan said nothing else, his gaze intensifying briefly, but then slowly the burn faded. He stood. "Let's take a walk, Stone. I think we need to come to an understanding, and I need to stretch my legs." Stone followed him outside after the president slipped on a jacket. The security detail accompanied them, keeping both men encircled at the center of a hard diamond formed by the Secret Service agents. The men and women of the security detail were dressed casually, in deference to their bosses' clothes and the rustic surroundings. The president spoke in a low voice as they made their way along a trail in the woods over which many past presidents had trod. "Love it up here. Recharge. Forget my troubles, so to speak, at least for a little while." Stone's gaze drifted right and left and up ahead as the agents kept their marks precisely. Camp David, in truth, was even better protected than the White House. It was in the middle of rugged terrain, and its perimeter defenders, a large detachment of highly trained Marines, would be able to see any adversary coming long in advance. The president drew so close to Stone that their elbows touched. Stone automatically looked around to see if the Secret Service agents had a problem with that. However, since their boss had initiated the proximity, the security detail just kept trudging along. "Stone, we have a problem. The debris. Do we know what it is yet? Have you ever heard of nanobots?" "Nanotechnology? I've read about it in the newspapers. That's about the extent of my knowledge." "Damnedest things. It's already in our clothes, foods, cosmetics, appliances, lots of things. And most people have no idea it's even there. Half the scientists think it's perfectly safe, and the other half say we don't know enough, and it could have unforeseen and possible disastrous long-term consequences." "So they found some of these nanobots in the debris? But I thought they were microscopic." "They are. They were only revealed after being put under the scope." "Why would it have been there? What would be the purpose in the context of a bomb?" The president smiled resignedly. "There's the rub, Stone. We don't know. What we think is that someone out there has come up with a new application that uses nanotechnology in ways that were never intended." "You mean for criminal or terrorism purposes?" "Yes." "What are people speculating? I mean, for why the nanobots were there? There must be some theories." "There are. The most popular one is also the most chilling. That theory involves some sort of contagion being grafted onto the explosive. When the bomb exploded, it released this contagion that is now in the system of everyone who's been at the park, and they've unwittingly carried it onto others." Stone flinched and moved away from the man. "I've been to that park. I was knocked over by the blast. I could be contaminated. You shouldn't be near me." "I've already been exposed, Stone, through Agent Gross, Garchik, and others. Hell, the FBI director was out there, too. But I can tell you that I've had every test known to the doctors, and they've given me a clean bill of health." "Is there any evidence of the existence of such a contagion on the debris?" "Not that we know. But you know what they're telling me now? That the damn nanobots have the ability to invade and actually change the molecular structure of other substances. It can leave them in their lethal form, but it can change them subtly enough to make identifying them much harder. So right now we don't believe there's a contagion problem, but the truth is we don't know for certain. We're not even sure what to test for. So all the things the doctors checked me for may prove to be worthless. And furthermore, they could have used nanobots to produce a totally new contagion. It's like my grandkids playing whack-a-mole. You hit it one hole, and the damn thing shows up in another." "And Agent Garchik?" he said. "We thought it best to remove him from the field for a while. He's currently at an ATF safe house in—" Stone put up a hand. "I'd prefer not to know the exact location." "You mean?" "In case someone tries to get it from me." "Yes. Dangerous times, Stone. Uncertain times. Enemies closer." "Right. If only we knew exactly who they were anymore. It's getting harder and harder on that score. I think every soldier deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan would agree with you on that." "It's ironic, actually," said Brennan. "What's that?" "I originally sought you out to go fight the Russians in Mexico, Now I find them much closer to home, possibly right across the street from the White House. You know, of course, about the gun found and Kravitz's ties to Moscow. Yes, all of that. But there's something else. Stone waited expectantly. When the Soviet Union was a world power, they had an immense scientific discovery program. Labs all over the place and tens of billions of dollars to fund those efforts. So, nanobots? Nanobots. There are few countries or organizations with the wherewithal to pull something like this off. The Russians are near the top of the list. What do you want me to do now, sir? Your job, Stone. And I promise you that I'll have your back. Stone gazed hard at the man. The president seemed to sense Stone's doubts. I mean that, Stone. You survive this, the slate is clean. You have my word. No more blowbacks against you. He put out his hand. Stone shook it. Brennan added, "Why do men like you do the job you do? It can't be for the medals, and it's certainly not the money." Stone said nothing. "Why then? God and country?" "Both simpler and more complex, Mr. President." "What then?" "So I can look at myself in the mirror." Chapter 52. Stone was flown back to D.C., where he met Chapman by prearrangement at Lafayette Park.
How did it go?
She asked anxiously. Informative.
In a helpful sort of way?
That remains to be seen.
Come on, any revelations? You met with the president, for God's sake.
Stone explained about the unknown bits of debris possibly being connected to nanotechnology, and also about the whereabouts of Agent Garchik.
Did you know all that when you asked to meet with the president?
Let's say I suspected it.
And you told him of your suspicions?
I thought the direct way was best.
Pretty ballsy. So nanobots, bloody hell. What's the world coming to when they stick stuff in stuff we can't even see that could come back and kill us all?
I think some folks would call that progress, actually.
So the Russians are playing around in their laboratory again. Ominous development.
Drug trafficking is worth hundreds of billions of dollars. That's one motivation. Couple that with science that could make Russia's enemies wastelands. That's something you can't measure in mere treasure.
Russia's enemies, meaning my country and yours?
Despite détente, Gorbachev and Yeltsin, things have never really been rosy among the three nations.
But that still doesn't explain what happened in the park, the bomb.
Had to be another reason for it. He moved over toward Ground Zero and looked down at the crater. Riley Weaver's questions are also still unanswered.
What do you mean?
How did the tree suddenly die? And why was the hole left open after the tree went in?
Agent Gross was looking into that.
Well, I guess we are now.
But what about Ashburn? Isn't she on the case now?
I'd prefer to handle it.
Just in case we lose another agent.
Stone didn't answer. An hour later, they were standing in front of George Sykes, who was wearing the uniform of the National Park Service. He was the supervisor previously identified by Tom Gross, who'd overseen the installation of the tree. Sykes was a fit man, with a crushing grip. Chapman discreetly rubbed her sore fingers together after shaking the man's hand. "The maple had shown no signs of disease or any other problem," he said. "We did a survey of the park one morning and found that it was nearly dead. No way to save it. Broke my heart. That tree had been there a long time." Chapman said,
"So you pulled it out, ordered a new one, and installed it?"
"Right," replied Sykes. "We're very careful about the materials that go into the park. They have to be historically accurate." "So we understand. And the tree farm in Pennsylvania was one of your vetted suppliers?" said Stone. "Yes. I told all this to Agent Gross." "We understand. But in light of what happened to him, we need to go back over this." "Absolutely," said Sykes quickly. "What a nightmare. And they think one of the men at the tree farm was involved?"
"Apparently. What can you tell us about when the tree was delivered?"
"We kept it in a secure staging area a few blocks from the White House." "And then you had it craned in here?" asked Stone. "That's right," said Sykes.
And the tree was installed, but the hole remained uncovered?
"That's right," said Sykes. Stone said, "Why not cover it up right away? In fact, it was a hazard, wasn't it? You had to put tape around it to keep people away." "And keep the bomb detection dogs away from it," was Stone's unspoken thought. Transplanting a tree of that size creates a lot of stress for the specimen. You have to do it in stages and check the health of the tree along the way. Craning it in and putting it in the hole was one step in a series of them that started when it was dug up at the farm in Pennsylvania. The key is to take it slow and easy. We put it in the hole and left it uncovered to measure its health. The maple was to be examined the following morning by our arborist. He'd give us a report, and that tells us the correct mixture of fill dirt and nutrients the tree would need for this transition period.
Sounds complicated,
said Chapman. "It can be. You're talking about a living thing that weighs tons, and proper watering is very important to help establish the roots." "Okay," Stone said slowly, "but you still don't know what killed the first tree." Sykes shrugged. "It could be a number of things. While it is strange to see it die so quickly, it's not unheard of."
Could it have been deliberately sabotaged?
Sykes looked at her in amazement. "Why would someone want to kill that tree?" Stone explained, "Well, if that tree didn't die, there would have been no need to replace it. No new tree, no bomb in the tree." "Oh," said Sykes, looking thoroughly appalled. "You mean they killed the first tree and then blew up the second? Those bastards." Stone could sense he was far more upset about the demise of the trees than the human being who had been blown up. "Well, thank you for your help," he said. Chapman and Stone walked back to her car. She said,
"Clearly the bomb was in the root ball before it got here, and the fact that the hole wasn't covered up isn't that significant. Even with dirt in there, the remote detonation presumably would have worked. Radio signals can certainly penetrate a few feet of dirt."
So the tree farm was the key, and any connection there was lost when Kravitz was murdered.
They've certainly tidied up the trail behind them. Wait a minute. Were these nanobot things found at Kravitz's trailer?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Well, wouldn't they have been?
I don't know. But that's something we have to find out. Chapman checked her watch.
I need to go report in and also debrief Sir James.
I'm going to the Library of Congress to talk to Caleb.
Your intrepid researcher?
Stone smiled. He's quite good if you know his strengths.
How about dinner tonight? She asked suddenly.
Stone turned to look at her. All right, he said slowly. Where?
Restaurant on 14th Street called Seba. Been wanting to go there. We can compare notes, say around 7.
Stone nodded and walked off while Chapman hurried back to her car and drove not to the British Embassy, but to a hotel in Tysons Corner, Virginia. She rode the elevator to the 6th floor. She opened the door to a room and went in. It was a large suite, made up of a spacious living room, bedroom, and dining area. She looked out at the views from the window, took off her jacket and shoes, and rubbed her feet as she sat on the couch. She pulled her gun and studied it. When the knock came, she put the Walther away. She padded across the room and opened the door. The man entered, and she resumed her seat and looked up at him.
I don't bloody well like this,
she snapped.
Not at all.
NIC Director Riley Weaver stared down at her. It doesn't really matter what you like or not, and the authorization goes to the top on both sides.
How do I know that for sure?
Because it's true, Mary, said James McElroy, as he limped in from the bedroom.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Hachette Audio presents Hell's Corner. Written by David Baldacci. Read by Ron McClarty. With Orla Cassidy. Chapter 53. Stone made a stop first at the hospital to check on Reuben. He heard his friend's voice long before he got to his room. Apparently, from the little Stone could make out, his large friend wanted to leave, but the doctors were unwilling to release him for several more days. Annabelle met him at the doorway to Reuben's room.
Maybe you can talk some sense into him?
I doubt it, Stone said, but I'll try. I'm fine, bellowed Reuben, as Stone came into his line of sight. It's not like this was the first time I've been shot. But I'll take a damn bullet over Nurse Ratchet here, poking me with needles in places I don't want to be poked. The nurse, taking his vitals, merely rolled her eyes at Reuben's comment. As she turned to leave, she whispered to Stone,
Good luck.
Stone looked down at Reuben. I take it you want to leave. What I want to do is get the assholes who did this